here goes to... Okay. Hi. Welcome in. This is a cooking stream. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I live in Philadelphia. The stream and the channel is all about cooking and conversations. It's mostly a live stream. If you're joining us after the fact, we have chat down here. This is what I'm responding to. If you're on the vertical stream, it's going to be down here somewhere. Today, we're doing a big trip prep. So one of the things that I like to do, in addition to vegetable forward family meals, meal prepping, baking, recipe development on stream, I do a lot of camping. And today we're meal prepping for taking my son and 11 of his friends camping, tent camping. So we're doing a bunch of big batch cooking today. For that particular trip and today I'm doing 2 dinners and 2 breakfasts. The 2 breakfasts that we're doing are pancakes, which are super easy. I'm using a dry mix for that. We're just going to put that in a bag and we'll put some liquid in it when we get there, no problem. For the other breakfast, we're doing breakfast taquitos, which are basically eggs, cheese, sweet potato, and turkey bacon rolled up in like a burrito. We're making those today. So I have the sweet potatoes in the oven. The turkey bacon we're going to put in the oven. The eggs, we're going to try a new process today, which I've never used, which is cooking them on a sheet pan. Basically baking them instead of doing them individually in a pan, because I'm trying to make like 40 of these things. So it's inefficient to do them one by one in a cast iron pan. So those are breakfasts. For dinners, we're doing some simple burgers and hot dogs for one of the evenings. So I'm going to make some toppings for the burgers. I'm going to caramelize some onions today, primarily for that. I might slice some raw onion too. I might just do that while we're there. And the other dinner is grilled cheese and tomato soup. So I'm making a big batch of tomato soup. We have this huge pot back here that is going to be for that. This is a tomato and lentil soup. It's a recipe that I wrote that I'm just scaling up to be quite a bit bigger. And we're doing grilled cheese. The grilled cheese is just going to be standard Stroman King white bread with a couple different types of cheeses on it. So that's what we're doing, what we're prepping on stream today. If we want to get into the cadence of what we're doing, here's the order of operations for today. We are roasting the sweet potato, cooking the turkey bacon, caramelizing the onion. We're packaging the caramelized onion. We're cooking the eggs, because all of that needs to cool down. Then we're going to make the grilled cheese. To make the grilled cheese, we're going to assemble it, heat it, grill it, freeze it, and package it. Then we're going to make the tomato soup. To make the tomato soup, we're going to make the soup, package it, and freeze that. Then we're going to make the taquitos. Again, the taquitos include the sweet potato that I'm making, the eggs that I'm baking, the bacon that I'm cooking. So all of this taquito cooking happens at the top of the stream here. So we're going to assemble those, package them, and freeze them. Then we're going to slice some onion for the burgers. We're going to chop some red onion for the hot dogs. We're going to mix the dry pancake mix together, and then we're going to make some cinnamon and sugar together in a gallon-sized plastic bag so we can make monkey bread out of it. That's what we're doing today on stream. If you're joining us live, you have to subscribe for 5 minutes. Before you can chat. If you're joining us after the fact, again, the chat that I'm primarily responding to from both YouTube and Twitch is going to be down in this corner if you're watching on the horizontal stream, and somewhere down here in the middle or at the bottom if you're watching on the vertical stream. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the channel. No, please subscribe to the channel and like the video. Liking the video helps it get out into the algorithm for more people, and subscribing to the channel helps the channel in general. Again, I am live on both YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for hanging out. Let's get started. Okay, so the sweet potato is already in the oven. Turkey bacon is next. I think we're gonna cook the I feel like I want to cook the turkey bacon in the oven too. But while I decide on that, while I decide on what we're doing with the turkey bacon, we're going to start caramelizing the onion, because that's going to take a while. So, Sofluff, welcome in. 10 out of 10 spiel. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. We're also putting a hat on because we're cooking. Raven, you're sad it's turkey bacon. We have a few folks on this trip. There's not a lot of dietary restrictions for these folks, but there are some dietary considerations. A dietary restriction to me is like, I cannot eat this thing or I will die. A dietary consideration is like, I cannot eat this thing because of religion or personal preference. So we have some dietary considerations on this trip. So everything we're doing is, there's no beef, there's no pork, and yeah, no beef, no pork. So like we're doing turkey hot dogs, chicken burgers, and turkey bacon. So no beef, no pork. And that's going to be how we do it. Let's do the onion first. So we're going to caramelize. Do you all say 1 if you say caramel, 0 if you say caramel, and 2 if you say caramel? Does anybody say caramel? Nobody says caramel. That's odd. That's odd behavior. So we got, wait, one was caramel, 2 was caramel. Okay. No zeros. What's a 0? Dan's like, I have a dietary consideration and don't enjoy that food product. Anyway, dietary considerations. Let's use the big cutting board because I haven't used this in a long time. Caramel? Okay. I kind of switch based on context. Like, not context. I don't switch based on context. I think I switch whether or not I'm using it standalone or using it like mid-sentence. I don't know if that's actually how it works, or if I don't actually do that. I know that I say both of them. I thought I said 0. Fair. Valid, Dan. How many onions am I caramelizing? 4. Pecan or pecan? Yes. I say both. Yeah, I do. I feel like I say both. Depends on the circumstance. It depends on if I'm thinking about it. If I'm thinking about it, I probably say caramel. Oh, we're going to do a cookie club drawing today, by the way. I got all of our entries here. They're ready to go. The most entries we've ever had because it's for 2 months. But last time we did it for 2 months, it wasn't this many entries. So we did good. I'm moving some things off the stove here so I can use the big burner for these onions. I might move the onions to a smaller burner at some point, but we'll see. Okay, big bowl. Let me get out a bowl for scraps. Not going to be that many scraps today, honestly, though. I feel like we have lots of onions, lots of garlic, but we're doing like bulk stuff, so we just have like a lot. Any ideas of meals I can cook using a rice cooker? A rice cooker? Like in the rice cooker? I actually don't. I don't have a rice cooker. I feel like I mean, rice is like the foundational element to a lot of meals, so I think just being able to cook rice is kind of nice. I've never actually cooked a meal in a rice cooker. Does anybody use rice cookers for anything specific? It's like a heated pan. I still make my rice I make my rice in like the same pan that I've made it in for a long time, and it's like such a specific process. I've made it in an Instant Pot recently. I feel like with an see, a rice cooker is an unfamiliar appliance to me. In an Instant Pot, are you allowed to have an Instant Pot? Raven, do I need a cookie skillet? I mean, I wouldn't say no to a cookie skillet. A cookie skillet's one of those things that I'm not gonna buy, but I would have one if I was given one. When I am cutting the onion for the soup today, I remembered that the food processor has a like shredding setting on it, and I want to remember to use that today, because otherwise it's going to take me a while to dice. There's 5 onions for the tomato soup, and it's going to take a while to like do those. So I want to if I'm going to use the food processor. I'm pretty sure I won't forget. Specifically rice, Spaceball says. Yes, I mean specifically rice. Sofa, if your mom makes meals in the rice cooker, okay. Bella says, I've seen people while traveling use rice cookers for lots of things other than rice. I don't own one myself unless you count the Instant Pot. So yeah, same. And that's like, it's an appliance that I understand is like one of those things where like if you eat rice regularly, you just have one. There's no like question about having one. I don't cook rice as regularly enough to like necessitate having one. If I did have one, I would certainly use it for rice though. Like obviously. I feel like there's a cookbook out there in the world that's like meals in the rice cooker that aren't rice. There has to be. 9 says there's a lot of recipes that come up online. I'm looking for Instant Pot stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I was imagining. So like no instant pot, no air fryer. Yeah, rice cooker is pretty low energy, right? Like it's a lot less of a risk. Caretaker says I use the Instant Pot for my rice alternative. Yeah, same. I didn't for a long time, and I don't remember this happened on stream. I was like, oh, let me try to see if the Instant Pot works, and like, obviously it works for rice. I think I'm gonna do 4 onions actually worth of caramelized onion because when you caramelize an onion, there's not a lot of it left, you know. Bowtie Fly, welcome in. Hello, Lady Lyra, welcome. Yeah, slowly approaching to 4 years. It'll be 4 years. I had my first stream May 12th, 2022. Which feels weird to say. Because it doesn't feel like I've been streaming for that long. But 4 years is quite some time. The content of the stream has changed quite a bit in that time, but overall it's pretty similar too, you know what I mean? I haven't still doing much the same shit that I was doing before. How are you following for 3 years, 12 months, 2 days? Is it 3 years and 12 months, 4 years? I don't get it. What? Bowtie Fly, were you following me for longer than I was streaming somehow? Or was my first stream... Did I completely mess up the date of when my first stream was? I don't remember. I can't remember shit. So good suggestions for Rhino for the rice cooker meals. That's I love that. Sea Films, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday or whatever day it is. Hold on, where are we? There we go. The chef, welcome in. Good to see you. Oh shit, I can't even shout out on my own fucking channel. That's fine. Listen, no, it'll come. It'll happen. It'll happen. Oh, it's cute. That's right. It's cute. Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo. Right. Shit, and it's a Tuesday too? Should have done Taco Tuesday instead of making fucking 2 gallons of tomato soup. Chef, nice to see you. I did. If you're on Twitch, there's a shout out, or there's going to be a shout out in chat for the Chef V. It's coming. There's a couple shout outs queued. Lady Lyra, there's a shout out right now. Lady Lyra, friend of the stream, friend of the stream. We have some good shout outs coming up. So like when there's a shout out in chat, you should click on it. But the chef, I was really enjoying your stream the other night. You have a really good cadence of like talking and being just sort of like in the moment and filling, I always say filling the sound, like the absence of chat with the sound of your own voice, because I like to do that myself. When folks aren't chatting on stream, I just like continue talking, and I felt like you did a really good, are doing a very good job of that, and it was like very engaging and funny, and yeah, and fun to watch. Just vibes. And that's all it ever is, really. Bowtie Fly says, I came to your stream right before I was affiliated. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I registered the account on Twitch a couple months before I started streaming, and was like bopping around in the food and drink category. Carly, welcome in. Good to see you. Robbie, hello. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Thank you. I'm new. Same. I mean, kind of. Listen, I don't feel any more prepared or less prepared than I think I did. Maybe I think maybe I feel even less prepared to stream now than I did the first like month of streaming. Somehow. I don't know why, but it's sometimes you just get the feeling. It's weird. It happens. We have some good shout outs in chat. Bowtie Fly, fellow friend of the stream, here since here since stream number 1, following for 3 years and 12 months, and also a fellow food and drink streamer. Bowtie Fly, are you in the creator club, the food and drink creator club? So if you're a food and drink streamer, let me just like say this as a like general statement. If you're on Twitch and you're a food and drink streamer, there's a link in chat. We have a creator club. It is an officially sanctioned Twitch club for food and drink streamers. There are creator clubs for all sorts of all sorts of different things. There's a Roblox club, there's a Legos club, there's a music club, there's a makers and crafting club, there's an IRL club. I am 100% missing like 5 to 10 additional clubs. Anyway, there is a link in chat to that. It's a form you fill out, you apply. They're very slow to get to the applications, so like just FYI. It is a club that is run by Twitch and advised by members of the food and drink streaming community. And that is my spiel for the creator club. Anyway. Raven says, I wanted the cookie command to be a Cookie Monster gift when it's birthday. We have, if you are a subscriber and you have access to the sound commands, command cookie M is the Cookie Monster.
Cookie, really?
There it is. Okay, we have I'm gonna put a little olive oil in my pan back here, and we're going to, I preheated the pan, so it's warm. I'm gonna bring it over to the counter here, so I'm not like carrying the fucking, cutting board over there. I'm cursing a lot on stream today. I don't really do that. I do. You know, I do. I don't. Ah, got splattered oil. Okay, that was worth cursing about. You know, I do actually curse a bit in real life. I feel like I do it less on stream than I do in real life. Bowtie I did send you the invitation. Yeah, you know what? And please forgive me because I sent the invitation to like anyone that I knew that was part of the food and drink category, and then I don't always look at the members list on Discord. What about macaroni and cheese in a rice cooker? You probably could. You probably could. I don't know how, but I bet you could Google it.
Just Google it. Don't follow me.
Anyway, say all the F's and P's and S's. Which one's S? Oh shit! Right. See, you see what had happened is, I don't always know. Yes, and that's one of the things that I liked. I appreciated. I was like, whenever I watch someone else's stream, I always appreciate when they're cursing a little bit because it feels more like normalized. There's a lot of cursing that happens in my house. My kid curses quite a bit, but you part of what being a parent is like teaching them, hey, you can curse in front of me, but don't do that in front of your grandmother. It's all about balance, right? Unless she does it first. In that case, like, you know, fucking go for it. All right. These are good. We're gonna put. Oh, hold on. I'm sort of like, there's a couple pieces in here that are not quite the right like consistency. They're like the skin that sort of snuck through. So let's get the. Let me get my hands washed and step away from the deluge of onion juice that is assaulting my eyeballs right now. These are Vidalia onions. They're a little sweeter, and I'm using those instead today. I like them a little bit better, and they were only 10 cents more a pound than the regular yellow onions, so I figured that was okay. Salt, that's right. A little bit of salt on here. And we're going to cook these very low and very slow until they're done. Probably an hour, probably 2, possibly 3. Possibly more if I forget about them, which I won't because they're in an obnoxiously sized cast iron pan. I do actually, hold on. What else am I using my stove for? So the sweet potatoes in the oven. I have 13 minutes left to go on that. The onion is on the stove. All that needs to do back here is caramelize. So like once that's done, we can package it up. Once that's done, we're gonna not package it. I'm going to let it cool because if I put it in the package right away, it will steam and then it'll get wet, and we don't want that. So we're gonna caramelize that till whenever it's done. Now we've arrived at the turkey bacon problem. The turkey bacon problem is not really a problem. I just have a lot of it. I sort of want to cook that in the oven. I think I want to cook it in the oven. I think I'm just going to cook it right on a sheet pan. I'm going to cook the eggs on a sheet pan too, though. And I want to cook those first. Do I want to cook those first? Shit. This is the problem. And also, I don't want to cook. I can cook the turkey bacon at 425. So my oven's currently at 425. I'm going to cook the turkey bacon on sheet pans. I'm going to use my crappy sheet pans. These are the crappy sheet pans. These are the better sheet pans. Can you tell the difference? I can. One of them's larger and also thicker. Don't be intimidated though. They're both good. They both get the job done. So, Jesus, we've almost derailed. Turkey bacon. I'm just gonna cook these right on the sheet pan. I am gonna put a little grease on the sheet pan though. I just had the thought, I have a whole mug of bacon grease in the fridge that I could grease these sheet pans with. And I'm like, no, the whole point of the whole point is to not use pork. Anyway, I think I will probably put parchment down though, because I don't want these to stick. Yeah, I'll put a little parchment on here and spray the parchment with like a little bit of olive oil. That way it's because the turkey bacon doesn't have as much fat in it. That's what I worry about. A1 parenting. I mean, listen, a part of the thing is like, you know, you got to let them do the thing, because if I'm like, there's no cursing at home, you can't say shit at home, he's going to just not say it at home. He's going to say it anywhere else in life. I just want to be able to give proper context to the cursing that's happening. Like, hey, you don't use the F word like that. That's not right. Let me tell you how it's correct. Raven says my grandpa's the one who taught me how to curse and throw a punch. Hell yeah. Grandpa wasn't messing around. I do love a Vidalia onion though. Carly says I caramelized onions in my crock pot and it worked better. Okay. Did it have like I wonder if the Instant Pot has a setting to like caramelize onions. I feel like it will. I feel like it does. Don't forget the parchment. Yes, we did it. We did not forget the parchment. I did arrive. I arrived there. Take a sheet pan and put the pan directly on top of the bacon. I'm not going to do that, Raven, because I don't have enough sheet pans. The more beat up the sheet tray is, the better it works. This is also true. Is the turkey bacon actually bacon? No, it's bacon shaped turkey pieces. Size doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. I mean, no, it buffering. Funny. Raven, let's steer away from the like talking about my partner on stream in that context. I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you. Liz, welcome in. Hello. Okay, we're going to put the parchment down. Like I said, we arrived. We arrived at the parchment part. I wasn't thinking about that. Yes. Well, it came off that way. So I'm just clarifying. We don't need to dwell on it. Shit. Well, I just ran out of parchment. In that box. All right. Let's hold on. Yes, perfect. This parchment. This one fits. These different parchments fit different ways in specific. They're different sizes. Why is this one? What the fuck? Why is this one not in the box? Let's see which one cooks better. We're gonna crumble these up though, and the bacon. We're probably gonna have to do multiple rounds of bacon here, which is like kind of annoying. I am the sweet potatoes are in the oven. They're going to be done when they're done. See films, the parchments are different colors. They are. They're different brands. One of them is smaller than the other one. This one initially was too large to fit in my box, but now it does. So this one will now just go, damn it, no, it doesn't. It's still, this is the Kirkland brand, like, roll, and it's literally, like, it doesn't fit in the thing. It kind of does, but, like, it doesn't, the lid doesn't close all the way. It's, like, still there's too much roll, which is why it wasn't in here in the first place. Anyway, we'll just put that one back in the box and just pretend like we didn't do that. Liz, thank you. I will be there on Friday because we're going to be getting our cookies to the post office on Friday morning specifically. So I will pick up, I might be by there before then, but we're definitely going to be there on Friday. So come on over to the stove. Well, not come on over, but I'm going to put the other camera on the caramelizing onions, and one of these buttons does the thing. There it is. And we'll put the camera on these onions, and you can watch them caramelize in real time. Wait, that's not the right one. There we go. Beautiful. All right, turkey bacon time. What's the best thing to cook over a campfire? Probably hot dogs, honestly, because you can cook them on a stick. S'mores. I wonder why the emote didn't work. Which emote did you try? I missed it. Okay, we have a lot of turkey bacon. Here it is. Let me wash my hands real quick. I feel like every time I say, let me wash my hands, I always say real quick. Like, as if it didn't take the same amount of time every time. Like, I'm not washing them any quicker ever. I'm just, I don't know. Showing as a box gift for me. Interesting. It's showing up on my chat reader. I can see it as a, like, gift. Not a GIF, a gift. As what it's supposed to look like. Raven says most of the time you do. Yeah, just like I've just gained self-awareness just there. I was like, I feel like I say this often. Okay, so the people at I shopped at Reading Terminal yesterday because, like, bulk stuff like this, like, I'm always going to buy at Reading Terminal. Why did I put a glove on one hand and not the other? What the fuck? Why am I using these gloves? The ones I don't even like. The existential questions abound today. Liz, fair enough. Okay, we have turkey bacon. Oh, I wanted to spray the thing. Oh, see, I'm just something's like we're in the zone of, like, I'm not in the groove yet. We haven't, like, gotten into the groove yet. We will not get there today. We're doing our cookie club drawing today. Totally not at all talking about the groove. But we are going to do a cookie club drawing today. I'm going to do that towards the end of stream. I know I mentioned the timing around 5 p.m. On a recent stream, maybe the last one. Trying to get there, but Gwen also told me that she can take Calvin to karate tonight, so I'm like, oh, I don't have a hard stop at 5:30. Okay. So Yeah. We're good. We're good. How many hats do I have? Unclear. I actually don't know. I really genuinely don't know. It's more. How many of this brand hat do I have? Command hat in chat if you're like, what hat are you talking about? What brand are you talking about? Am I wearing one of those today? Yes, I am. It's like today would be the day that I'm not actually wearing one of the hats that I usually wear. Anyway, I probably have 20 plus of this brand and more others. I should have put these on our cookie sheet pans. That's what I should have done. Why am I using my crappiest sheet pans? It's fine. We're gonna have to do 2 rounds of the bacon, and that's totally okay. But let's put this in the oven. The oven is on currently. It's at 425. We have sweet potatoes in there that are baking. I'm gonna give these onions a little stir. I can hear the onions, which I really don't want to. I really don't want. Like, I don't. If they are sizzling like that, then they're gonna cook too fast and not get the flavor that I want. So I feel like I'm going to move this pan to a smaller burner because I can't turn it down any further than it is. It's on the quick boil burner at the moment, which is like not where it's supposed to be. All right. The sweet potatoes have actually been in the oven for 45 minutes now. So I'm going to, the oven's on. It's been on since before stream started. There's about 30 seconds left on my timer, which is like in the span of 45 minutes baking a potato. It's nothing. So they might be finished. They might not. I'm not sure. So we're going to check those and see how it goes. V, enjoy your workday. I hope it's a good one. Thank you for coming through. If you have any like questions or if you like want to chat about streaming, like food stuff, like technical stuff or whatever, like feel free to send me a note in whatever format works best, email, Discord, or Twitch whispers. Don't whisper me on Twitch. I just never check those. Anyway, but yeah, feel free to send me a message. I'm happy to like send some thoughts. Okay, let's check in the sweet potatoes in here. We have a few bubbles coming out. These are not quite finished here, but so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these sweet potatoes to the bottom rack where they can just continue to bake. I'm going to put this bacon on the top rack so that it gets a little better air circulation. And I don't know how long this bacon will take, so let's take a timer and we'll set it for. Let's go with 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I'm going to want to check the potatoes again. So whether or not the bacon's finished in that time, I think, is not relevant to what I'm considering. So if the bacon is finished after 15 minutes, great. We'll do like round 2. If it's not finished, we'll wait longer. I don't know what else to say. The bacon, the sweet potatoes, and the eggs are all for the taquitos, which are breakfast-oriented taquitos. We haven't gotten to the eggs yet, obviously. All of that is the last thing I'm doing on stream today. So I'm utilizing the oven to do all of those. We're gonna bake the eggs on a sheet pan too, as a new venture today, instead of making all like 40 individual scrambled eggs. So while we're sort of waiting for all of that to happen, I am going to start on the grilled cheese. Am I going to start on the grilled cheese? No. I think we're going to do the soup, actually. Because the soup is the only other thing that requires vegetable prep. So we'll do the soup. Because the grilled cheese I also want to use the oven for. And I don't really have use of the oven right now. I do. I'm literally using it. There's stuff in it. So I can't put any more. I don't want to open and close the oven. The grilled cheese isn't cooking in the oven, but it's melting in the oven, which is important. Okay. So once the bacon's done and the potatoes are done, we'll do the eggs and then we'll do the grilled cheese. Okay. Got it. So let's do the soup. The soup, I'm going to want to use my big burner that I'm using for these caramelized onions. So I need to do some stove shuffling. C-Film says, what do I like more, turkey bacon or Canadian bacon? Canadian bacon. I personally prefer pork bacon. I don't eat it very often. It's one of those things that, because I don't eat it very often, I want the more indulgent version of the thing. If I ate bacon regularly, like for breakfast, I would probably eat more turkey bacon. Like I would probably do that in general, but I don't. So, you know, we're going with regular bacon or Canadian bacon as my choice in those. We're going with turkey bacon today because of the dietary considerations of the people that are on the trip. Some of whom don't eat pork, some of whom don't eat beef. None of them are vegan, none of them are vegetarian. Most of them are 10 years old. So we're trying to keep things like simple, you know, grilled cheese without caramelized onions in it. We have the caramelized onions on the side, and you can enjoy them separately on your burger or not. That is your choice. Dan says, does my family normally use turkey bacon or regular bacon? No, when I buy bacon for the household, I'm usually buying pork bacon. There is a fact. I do in fact love facts. I'm a big fact fan. It is, yeah, Raven, it's like a big scrambled egg on a sheet pan. So I'm making two. So we're going to fill basically like 20 eggs on each sheet pan mixed with a little bit of milk. And then we just put them in the oven and bake them. We put down some parchment paper on the sheet pan to make sure that it's like, you know, not sticking to the bottom. And then we pour the eggs just directly on top of it. So it's all sort of a process. I would love another oven. Another oven would be kind of amazing. I'd be into that. And if I had another oven, I would probably just make things more complicated. Honestly. Okay, so we're moving our caramelized onions over to this burner, which is a little smaller, but they're in a cast iron pan, so you know it's kind of retaining heat, and that's okay. Okay, I'm going to use the big burner for my soup. So let me turn that off right now. I need to prep everything for my soup. The soup is a tomato and lentil soup. I've made this on stream multiple times. I literally wrote the recipe on stream over the course of like 10 different tries. I think I tested this soup on stream 5 times. It works. It worked really well. I was very happy with it. So we need and I'm multiplying this recipe times 5. By the way, it serves 4. It says it serves 4. It's like a cup and a half of soup. We have 19 people going. Some of them are not going to eat soup. Some of them will want more. So 1 serving per person with 1 extra serving is my calculation. And again, you better believe that I put all of these things into my recipe scaler, which I wrote myself in a spreadsheet, so that I bought the right amount of ingredients. Anyway, we have to read the recipe first. And I actually printed this one out. I actually printed this one because I use it regularly enough. Like I wrote it, but also here it is like from the website. So it's easier to read in the format here than it is my terrible handwriting and notes. The recipe for this calls for 1.5 pounds of grape tomatoes. So 1 US dry quart. That's one of these containers. So we got 5 of these. Medium onion, finely diced. So we have 5 onions. We're gonna use our food processor for the onions and the garlic. 4 large garlic cloves, a tablespoon of oil, a teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of pepper, 4 cups of broth, and 1 cup of dry red lentils. So we're gonna prep all of those ingredients first before we even get started here, because I want to be able to like just dump and go. I'm not trying to be prepping things after, in the middle of all of this. So the tomatoes are ready to go. We're good. Let's get the onion here. Let's get the onion going. I need my food processor and the attachment for grating. I'm gonna put like I said, I'm gonna put the onion and the garlic both through the food processor, because otherwise I am gonna be hand chopping. Let's see, 20 cloves of garlic and 5 onions, and like that's too much work when we have a machine capable of doing this for us. So let's use our resources. Working, what do they say? Smarter, not harder. Yes, we're gonna do that. 9 asks, is there a reason that I use grape tomatoes? Yes, and the reason I use grape tomatoes is twofold. Well, actually, it's a long and complicated story. It's not. When I initially pitched this recipe, so this is, let me walk that back. So I had this idea for this recipe that I wanted to create basically a Campbell's soup duplicate that included additional ingredients, lentils specifically, to help up the nutrient density of the thing. So something you can make at home quickly, that has better nutrient density than Campbell's soup, that has less sugar than Campbell's soup, and that has a similar color. So that was my motivation. And I'm throwing Campbell's soup under the bus heavy here, but like any of those canned soups with, tomatoes and sugar, that's what I'm really talking about. I initially sent the idea for this in. I pitched it as a roasted tomato soup, and the editor that I was writing it for asked, was basically like, roasting these feels complicated. Like you have to turn your oven on, then you're using the stove, then you're using a blender. Like basically cut one of those out of there. Pick one to cut out. Could you do this in a Dutch oven instead? So I'd already committed to using grape tomatoes at that point because I wanted to roast them on a sheet pan and then put them in a blender, as opposed to using like a whole tomato. Because these are great when they burst. And they're just like, because I like the grape tomato, I like the idea that you would just buy like a pint of these as opposed to trying to like chop up a tomato. Like these are easy. You rinse them in the container and you dump them in. There's not a lot of work going on with these. So the recipe itself calls for essentially roasting them, but in a Dutch oven on the stove. I had initially pitched to like roast them on a sheet pan. So part of in the writing of the thing was working on the like, okay, how do I get them to have a similar roasted component along with, in a Dutch oven, as opposed to actually roasting them. I wanted to roast the garlic, the onion, and the tomato all together on one sheet pan. Now I'm just using a Dutch oven, but there wasn't any like the specific reason why grape tomatoes was because I initially wanted like a sheet, like dump them out on a sheet pan situation and roast them until they burst, because the bursting is the indicator that they're finished, is a visual cue that they're finished. And if you use regular tomatoes, it's like, when are they done? Well, who knows? So I like the grape tomatoes because you don't even have to time them. You just look at them in the thing and then they're like, well, they popped, they're done. So to me, it's a little easier to do that. 3, 4, 5. 5 more onions. All of those are going in through this food processor. Man, Raven, that's wild. That's right. I remember you telling me about having the cafe. I feel like you'd mentioned that previously. Realized I didn't do TTS. That would not go through the TTS. You have to pay for TTS. Also, TTS is not free. You do have to pay for it. And I don't think it would accept that much text. Thanks for explaining. Been wanting a good tomato soup recipe. So much skin using the grape tomatoes. Yes, there is a lot of skin, but for this one, I put it. This is a blender. Like, this is a blender based soup. So you cook it, and then you blend it. Essentially, that's the not essentially. That is literally what you do. You cook it and then you blend it. I blend this soup for a good like 2 to 3 minutes. So that it gets completely smooth. Because again, the dupe aspect is to get it to be like tomato soup. I've always been able to use it for free on my friend stream. Yes, on your friend stream. Not this stream. This stream, TTS is free if you are a tier 2 subscriber. Tier 2 subscribers get free TTS on this channel. There's lots of different voices, and you can find the listing of those in the box on the profile page on Twitch. If you're a member on YouTube, you can also use TTS for free. And you can use bits to trigger the TTS. Command TTS in chat if you'd like. TTS is text to speech, for those of y'all who are not familiar. If you would like to have your message read aloud on stream, you can use bits for that. And there is a list of different voices you can use too. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. They should be working. I check them about every month or two when I'm doing admin work, because they use different types of like TTS engines, which don't always. Sometimes I have to reset them. Oh my god, these onions! I'm under assault. I'm under assault. Ah. Timer's going off. That was 15 minutes. Let me cut this one. I don't actually know if the say command works. I don't know if say is a command that is set up. I'm really sorry. No need to get so emotional. I mean, I'm trying not to, but I just love Vidalia onions so much. It's listed. Okay. It should work. I don't know why it doesn't. The sound commands are only if you're a tier 2 subscriber. the commands, yeah, I think the commands only trigger if you are a tier 2. Let me check. I don't even know. Fuck. Are they not working? I'm about to derail. Here we go. Hold on. Do I have event log? Let's see. Hold on. Are they on? Yes, it should be on. Let's see. Does it work for me?
Hey, listen!
Huh.
Dad said testing.
Well, they work. I don't know why they're not working. Let's see. Say is, yeah, say is not, I don't even see that. Hold on. Subscription regex max is 2,000 or 3,000. Huh. Yeah, I don't actually know why they're not working. Yeah, I don't know. All right, the timer was for the sweet potatoes and the bacon. So let's check these. I do know that TTS is complicated. The way I have it set up is too complicated and needs an improvement. So if it's not working, I know that this is one of those things that I'm not fixing now, because I will be in the weeds for like an hour. Okay, let's see. This looks pretty good, actually. 15 minutes was right about on point. I'd like to pop this back in, though. I'm going to check the potatoes. So first, let's get the potatoes out, because I'm pretty sure those are finished now. And then we're going to broil this for several minutes. I'm flipping them. I'm going to put them back in, and then we'll broil to get a little bit of like browning on the side that was on touching the sheet pan. But this came out really well. I'm happy with doing the sheet pan, and I feel like this was less intensive an experience than trying to put all of these on the griddle and manage like a griddle, right? Because the griddle would be the griddle I would have to like maintain looking at it, and also like worry about smoke and oil. So this is much nicer. Much nicer. Let's check these potatoes again. We should be just about finished here. I'm not going to broil while the potatoes are in the oven. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. These are nice and soft. Beautiful. Okay, these are ready. We're going to put these on a cooling rack. So I'm doing this countertop shuffle today because we got a lot of stuff happening. So we need to get cooling rack number 1. I'm going to have a lot of stuff on a cooling rack today because I'm putting the sweet potatoes, the bacon, and the eggs are all going to go in a cooling rack. So let's broil these on high. Let's set a timer, because otherwise I'll forget and we'll have like real burnt crispy bacon. So let's set a timer for 3 minutes from right now. Great. 9 used to have Morgan Freeman as a voice on the Echo Dot. That's amazing. And I didn't know you could do that. Whoa, these are already cut. I almost just sliced my finger. Trying to snooze, and it's like, get your lazy ass out of bed. That would be motivating. I've had a new waking up routine in the morning where I set my alarm 35 minutes before I actually want to get up, so that I get up, I use the bathroom, I drink like half a liter of water, and then I go back to bed. And that's been working really well, because it's basically like I'm like intentionally I'm intentionally waking up earlier, and it's like I get a little nap in the morning almost, which is kind of nice. All right, welcome. Hello. 9. So it actually does like a more, it takes on a persona and not just a voice, if I'm understanding what's happening correctly. That's kind of amazing. All right. We have, wash my hands real quick. Timmy, welcome in. Looking while I load the dishwasher. I love loading the dishwasher. It's one of my favorite things in the kitchen, when you have a full sink of dishes and you like get the whole, you get all that stuff in the dishwasher and there's like 4 dishes left in the sink. It's so good. It's so good. It's like the best feeling. Timmy Buble, fellow food and drink streamer, does recipe testing on online, doing there's a shout out in chat for Timmy every week, once a week. I don't know if you stream more than once a week, Timmy, but I know that the focus of the channel is taking like social recipes or viral recipes and like trying them out, which is fascinating, because I often like seeing those recipes, but like I tend to sort of stay in my lane. I don't do a lot of like, I found this recipe on the internet, let's make it. I just personally don't do a lot of that, which is not, that is no value judgment there, but I don't. So I always appreciate that kind of curiosity shown on stream. Sundays and then a random weekday. Okay. A random whenever it works weekday. I love that. Expand the room. I would love that. That would be nice. I have more counter space. It's just taken up by other things. That's the thing. Yeah, I was thinking about the whole like, where am I putting all this stuff today? I did a little like pre-stream clean out of the freezer and fridge. Okay, bacon is popping. Hell yeah, that looks great. And now, speaking of like, where do I put things? Let's put this hot pan halfway off the counter. What could go wrong? Before, let's not before. We have to, I have to shuffle some things around on the counter here so I can put these pans over here to cool down. I actually want to use those pans again right away, because I want to put bacon like back in the oven. So we're going to start migrating and doing some changing over of things here. The lentils I'm going to use soon, so let's move those there. Parchment I'm going to use again momentarily. Let's do that, and then that. Parchment here. My spray, my spray is over there. The lid is over here for some reason. The rest of my bacon is going to go on that pan in just a second. And salt can go back over here where the salt goes, so I can reach for it and find it again. And now let's get this bacon. I'm going to put this bacon on a plate, I think, and just like stack it with some paper towels in between. Because that way I can just have, that way I'm not using up a cooling rack for this bacon, because it's not going to take that long to cool down, really. 9, congrats on the new setup. That's kind of amazing. 2 counter height workbenches, putting back to back when I've been using a dining room table. Nice. That's so satisfying. That's so satisfying. Do you have like big plans for the first stream using that? Are you like trying to make use of the entire space? That would be kind of fun. So many drawers. Excellent. I'd love to hear that. I have like, funny, some of the space in this kitchen is a lot of it is used for cooking stuff or food or whatever, and some of it's like not. And I feel like the rule with space is that like your usage of it will expand into the space that you have, sort of no matter what. And I always think about that when I like clean out the cabinets at the house, and I'm like, why do I like, I'll like clean the cabinets out, and then there'll be inexplicably like an entirely empty cabinet at the end of that process. And I'm like, this is just going to fill up again. And like, damn if a month later, it's not completely full. The last time I cleaned out the cabinets, I distinctly remember the one cabinet, which is over there. It was like, it had like 5 things in it. It was nicely organized. And now like stuff is falling out of it when I open it. It's like, okay, but what happened? What happened here? What went wrong? All that is to say, it's kind of awesome that you have this like new space. Okay. So I've got a lot happening here. Yeah, caretaker. I haven't seen, they're not around right now. Elsie, actually, I think Elsie's right here, our girl cat, but I think she's sitting on the chair. I haven't seen her. I saw her a little earlier, but like I haven't seen her head pop up in a while. So she may be nearby, but she's less interested in what I'm doing currently than something else. Okay. We're just getting all this bacon off the tray. I'm going to reset these trays with some fresh parchment paper, and then I'm going to put them right back in the oven so that this bacon can finish cooking. Right. These are not as hot as they were anymore. So move the bacon over to this side of the counter. Let's reset these with some fresh parchment paper, new bacon, and then I'll keep going with our soup process. So the sweet potatoes are done. Once the bacon is finished, we'll do the eggs in the oven, and then when the eggs are finished, then we can actually do the grilled cheese. So that is sort of what's happening. That's the order of things. So let's get this bacon onto the tray and into the oven. Built a spice rack. Excellent. Excellent. Oh man. And the whole extra's covered. I know. I have this problem, 9, where I'll buy spices, and then I'll like go to put them away. And when I go to put them away, I'm like, oh, I have like extras, or I have like, I don't need the big bulk bag in the drawer. Let me put the big bulk bag somewhere else. And then like when I go to put the big bulk bag of the thing where I am intending on putting it, I then realize, oh, I already had a big bag of this. Damn. So anyway, cut to why I have a ton of cumin currently in the house. right? Raven, the kitten appearances on stream are not dictated by me. Those are dictated by my partner who is not home. So at some point it's possible, but I make no promises. Should think of a special stream for the new setup. Oh, you don't have to. I mean, don't feel obligated, Nine. I was just like, some folks would go all out and be like, this is a whole new thing. We're doing we're doing this and that. I personally would be like, we're making dinner. This is the new space and we're making dinner in it. Yeah. Dan, I hope you have a good day. I hope work is easy, and I hope that you come out of it with no new obligations. I wanted to see the cat because I think animals are cute. I mean, they are. Like, I'm not like those two things are not mutually exclusive. I'm not going to go get the cat because the cat is not mine to go get. I am not. I'm going to wait until it is time for the cat, which is if our cats came around, I certainly would force them to. I'd force them to make an appearance, but they're not around at the moment. You know, I had an extra piece of bacon on this other tray, and let's put that on this tray. There we go. Okay, we're good. Can I put both of these on this tray? Hell yeah, I can. Excellent. No overlaps. That's what we love to see. So the bacon for that I'm making now, the burgers that I got, the chicken burgers, and the hot dogs, the turkey hot dogs, are all from Godsholl's Poultry, for what it's worth, in Reading Terminal. Hey, remember when I was like, if a cat comes around, I'll make him make an appearance? I got one. Just a second. I got a cat down here. How long did I put those in for the first time? 15 minutes? 15 plus... 15 plus 5? What? 5? So maybe 20 minutes? They were in there. Let's do 18. Yeah, there we go. Surplus is an excessive amount of paprika. That is another one that I have a ton of. That's correct. No such thing as extra bacon. No, and I didn't buy. I bought because I bought enough, just enough for what I needed, because I was shopping at a place where you can buy things by the each. I got the exact amount of bacon that I needed, the exact amount of cheese that I needed. I was like, let me get 120 slices of cheese. And they were like, what? And I was like, I said what I said. Do y'all want to see a cat? Let me stir these onions first. Do we want to see a cat? Are we interested in seeing a cat? Does anybody have a guess which cat is nearby? We have a cat who's very close. You can't see them on stream. They're not possible. You can't see them currently. I'm gonna grab a cat. Are we ready?
Hey. Yeah, you were close today, huh? You wanted to be very close. Well, let's get even closer, huh? Can I pick you up? I'm gonna pick you up. Okay.
Okay, we have a cat. Oh, we have a raid too. Well, we have an OB today. Command OB, there he is. Hello, friends. Welcome in. What was on stream today? What was today's recipe? I have lots of questions about going from being a TikTok / Insta / YouTube creator, to being a live streamer, because I did not go in that. I haven't gone in that direction. Orma, welcome in. Friends who joined us, welcome. This is a cat. He doesn't really want to be he doesn't want to be held. He is curious about what's on the counter. He now is recognizing there's bacon. Friends who are hanging out here on stream, Dead Greg's is a newer to the live streaming space, but not new to the food and content creation space. They've been making recipes from Greg. They've been making Greg's recipes. The name of the channel is deceptively simple. Dead Greg's, as in like Dead Greg's recipes. Anyway, they're welcome to the live streaming space. I'm gonna put this cat now. I'm gonna put this cat down now. Let's say bye to Obi. Here he is. Okay. Bye, babe. Bye, babe. Okay. We're also gonna lint roll here and wash my hands. But they're working into the live streaming world, and if you follow them elsewhere on the internet, which lots and lots of people do, it'd be great to follow them live. They attempted to stream to TikTok along with YouTube and Twitch. Woo! That's a lot of processing on that computer. That is a lot. That's a lot of processing. Although if you're processing a vertical, all you really need is one vertical and one horizontal feed. I bet Twitch. Yeah, I was gonna say I bet Twitch is probably having them do the multiple encoding. Anyway, 3 different phones. That's a lot. I do YouTube and Twitch. Who is Greg? Are they really dead? Yes. I believe. Why am I I'm so out of focus right now. What is happening? There we go. I believe Greg was their roommate, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken though. It's happened before. I've been wrong in the past. I clipped it at some point. The uncle of the roommate. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I'm like, it was a relative. There's lore. There's more lore than I know. But it's a really fun and interesting concept for a channel, and pays like a nice homage to someone who like clearly collected recipes and enjoyed cooking, which is fun. Friends who joined us from Dead Greg's channel, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm also a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy that you all joined us. This stream is mostly about cooking and conversation. So if you like to lurk, feel free to hang out. Please hit the follow button. If you are a lurker, follows are silent, so there's no alerts or sounds or any of that. We do mostly vegetable forward family meals and recipe development on stream, but we also do baking, meal prep, and snacks, cookies once a month. We're doing trip prep for a camping trip today. We're making like a big batch of lots of different things. So we're making tomato soup and grilled cheese. We're also making taquitos and a couple other small item things. If you are more of a YouTube audience, we're also live on YouTube. There's a vertical and horizontal stream on YouTube, but please go, there's a link in chat to that. Go ahead and click it if you are so inclined. And if you're watching on YouTube, thank you. Please hit the like button. It helps the stream get out to new people. And if you're watching this later, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching it now, you can hit the subscribe button too. So that would be great. Vela says, perchance I have a slow cooker. I do. If you're trying to caramelize onions, I do big batches in a slow cooker and it works really well. Good to know. Why am I opening the lentils? Close the lentils. We're not ready for the lentils yet. These are going to spill out all out over the counter, and we don't want that. Okay, we're good. Velas, that's a good idea. I do have a slow cooker. I've never used it for that. I always just do them in the pan, and I don't. You can't do them in a hurry. That's the thing. So when I'm making caramelized onion on stream, I almost always just start it at the beginning of stream and then like let it go for the whole thing. Good idea though. Because I love caramelized onion, and the only way that I can do it in a big batch is in this big pan. Woman says Dead Greg's also takes submissions from others who have recipes. Okay. That's smart. That's smart, because when you run out of recipes in Greg's book, what do you do? Wise. That's a good. I like knowing that. I did not know that. I've caught a couple of the. I watched some of the videos on YouTube. I did go back and watch a little bit of the VODs, video on demands, from previous streams, and it's fascinating. I like Obi. We got a cat. I caught him visually. He looked at me. Oh yeah, babe, you got caught. He looked at me right as he was about to jump. He was like poised, and there's bacon. You can't see it. It's underneath. It's over here. If you're watching on the horizontal stream, it's like right here. And if you're watching on the vertical stream, you can't see it at all. Sorry. So anyway, we are caramelizing onion. We're making. No, bud, you're not gonna. He's trying to sneak around the corner. No. I see you. I continue to see you. You're being observed. Nine says, I thought about sending them some old recipe cards from a family that have sketchy instructions. I love a sketchy instruction because you do have to do a little interpretation. Bella says, I'm saying it's an easy thing to do. And you know what? I appreciate the suggestion. Like, I don't feel judged. That's the type of thing that I just haven't considered doing. And I've also never gone in and been like, how to caramelize onions on, and like, I've never searched for how to do that because, yeah, because I never have, because it's always just the same way. It's been the same way forever. You guys, Greg, are you asking to make more food? There's a world in which an AI Greg exists, and you get contributions that way. Instructions easily found on the internet. You'll be surprised to know you can find out how to do it online. All right, so for this recipe, this calls for onions and garlic. It calls for let's do 20. It's 20 cloves of garlic is what this calls for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, you can see it. I was like, why do we have an Obi chat? Obi mode. If you're, yeah, Obi is over here. He's lingering right now because he smells the bacon. He is around purely because of the bacon that's on the counter. That's why he's here. Okay. I'm going to process this garlic before doing anything because the garlic and onions get into the same pan at the same time. So I don't, and the recipe keeps it really simple because the everything goes in a blender. So we're not mincing the onions. We're not doing the garlic. Sorry. All I'm doing with the garlic, and this is all the recipe calls for too, is to smash it. So I'm just cutting off the top, giving a little pound with the knife, and then putting the smashed garlic in a bowl. Once the onions go through the food processor, we're going to put the garlic through there as well. Because the garlic will go through the grater. It'll be just fine. And again, they go in at the same time. So I can just combine it all in one big bowl. This is going to be too much onion for the food processor to handle. So I do need to get a bowl that I can put the first batch of onion into. Nine says, I just remembered I have white grape juice and I got so excited. I mean, that's pretty exciting. I am thinking about it. I don't think I've had I don't think I've had grape juice in a long time. Like specifically grape juice. Ty, welcome in. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo. To all who celebrate. We're celebrating by making grilled cheese and tomato soup and not anything specifically cultural. No, bud. He's really on it. Fudge darling, hello. Good to see you. It looks like cat food, so it's for the cat. I mean, it's definitely just meat, cooked meat that smells great on the counter, well within his reach. A clear liquid diet. All right. You did mention that at the top of the stream. I hope you're holding in. I hope you're holding all. I hope you're hanging in there. We haven't had anything other than those bacons that is specifically like fully edible. Although I guess the sweet potatoes are fully edible. The sweet potatoes are completely roasted at this point. So they're at this point they're done and they're out of the oven. They're probably cool at this point. Yeah, and Obi is now right here, by the way. He's like he's lurking. Over the past couple weeks, Obi has gotten a lot more proximal, a lot more like nearby. He's been the cat who's sort of like not reclusive. Reclusive's not the right word. He's and he's not like more friendly. He just wants to be near more frequently. And when I say near, I mean specifically near me. He's always wanted to be near Gwen. That's not what I'm talking about. But he's always, you know, for the past year, he's kind of been like, I'll be nearby, but like, you know, not regularly. He keeps like he's coming around to me a lot more frequently, which is like, what am I doing differently, and how can I keep doing it? Because he's a good cat and he is a good boy. Yeah, he's a very good boy. You're being a good boy, Obi, and you're being a good boy who's not getting on the counter because I'm continuing to watch you. If I take my eyes off him, though, he's definitely you're proving my point, bud. Don't make me evict you. No. No. Go ahead and flop. Go ahead. Now that I put the camera down there, there's a security camera. I moved the camera down so I could turn it on and just you'd see him on the screen, like continuing to try to get up on the counter, but he decided at that moment he was finished with his attempts for this moment. Dark Seiko, welcome in. What are we making? We are making quite a few things today. We're making right now, I'm doing all the prep work for tomato and lentil soup. We're doing a tomato soup. It's sort of a like smooth canned soup duplicate that also has lentils in it. So we're making that, and I'm prepping for that. On the stove right now behind me here, I have onions that are caramelizing. I'm making taquitos, which are like breakfast taquitos. So on the counter over here, which is why the cat wants to get up, I have bacon that's cooling off. I have some more bacon in the oven that has about a minute and a half left on it. I have sweet potatoes over there. Sweet potatoes, bacon, cheese, and eggs are going in the taquitos. I need to cook the eggs still. I'm waiting for my oven to be free of its bacon obligations. So we're doing tomato soup, taquitos, and grilled cheeses. I'm making food for 19 people. So I'm doing like a big bulk amount of things. I've got like 5 onions here that I'm going to put in the food processor, and then we're going to use those for the soup. I got 20 cloves of garlic, like 5 pints of tomatoes. Like we got a lot happening. So I'm not making a large variety of things. I'm making a small number of a small number of things. That's the that's the difference today. Often I'm making a bunch of things for trip prep. Today, we're doing roughly 3 things, but they're going to take a while because it's just like a lot of work. And the grilled cheese, both the grilled cheese and the taquitos require assembly, so that is also kind of a lot. So we're working through it. We have a plan. I've got my plan for all of this stuff to come together when it's, you know, I've got my timing here. We're almost finished with the bacon. There's a couple seconds left in the oven. So before we do anything else, I'm going to check that bacon. I'm going to flip it, and then we're going to broil it for just a few minutes. Last time I did 3 minutes. That was like perfect. So we're going to do that again. But let's get that out. Where's my trivet? There it is. Okay. Trivet. Yeah, these look great. So I have turkey bacon here. We have dietary considerations, so we're not using pork bacon. No pork products on this trip. No beef products on this trip. Chicken and turkey are the only meats that we have. There's no vegans. There's no vegetarians. So we're using regular cheese. Regular cheese, but chicken and turkey for all the meats. So tray number 1 is done. I'm flipping these and broiling them, and then flipping both trays. Then we're going to broil and put them back in the oven to broil for just a few minutes, and then these will be ready. So once these are finished, I'm going to get my eggs in the oven because I'm working on the soup and I'm working on the sandwiches kind of in between other things. Right now what I'm doing is getting all of the ingredients ready for the taquitos. So those need to be cooled off before I can assemble them. So like I need to cook the bacon and cool it. I need to cook the eggs and cool them before I can even assemble the things. The soup also needs to get ready, but like that's just going to be in a big pot, and once that's finished, it'll be like fine. I don't need to package it right away. I need the oven for both. I need the oven for the eggs next, so that the eggs can go in, bake, and then cool. Then we're going to do the oven. Then we're going to use the oven for the grilled cheese. I'm going to pre-melt the cheese. We're going to hit them on the griddle for like 1 minute per side. So the oven's doing a lot of work today, and we're just prioritizing what can go in when. I need a 3-minute timer for my bacon that's in there. Looking out front because there's noise. Okay, contractors at my neighbor's house. Perfect. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. I have onions on the stove. These are just going to be for burgers. Like these are a topping, so they're cooking along. I'm caramelizing these in my big cast iron pan. We're getting through it here. They're going. I did do a 3-minute timer for the broiler, so once that goes off, we need to pull that bacon out. Where's that bacon going to go when I pull it out of the oven? I'm going to put it on the counter there, and then once it's finished there, I'm going to put it on the plate with the rest of the bacon. I'll make sure this isn't sticking. It's not. Okay, good. So I've got a plate with lots of bacon on it, and I'm just going to put it right on top of what I've got there. Consolidate some space. All right. Whew! We're doing it. We're doing it. 9, you went to the park with pockets full of bacon and the dogs were following you. That's kind of fantastic. I'm not going to lie. I saw and board games. I saw your name. I saw you pop into chat. Where is it? I don't think I said hi to you, but I did see your name. And hi. Welcome. It does happen. That cooking, it's totally, yeah, we're doing soup in like an enormous pot for sure. The cosmic taco energy is powerful. Dark Seiko, it is. And I don't often do like special stuff on stream for holidays and things like that. And I sort of wish I had today, but I also had I also was like, oh, this week is like, I have to do trip prep and I'm doing cookie club. So we're doing kind of both of those things at the same time. Warma, welcome back. 9 says, I hope the other parents appreciate you rather than resent you. I don't give a shit if they resent me. I booked the trip. I invited everybody. I booked the sites. I did all of the legwork for organizing all the people. I texted them what needed to be brought. I texted them reminders of the things that they need to bring: flashlights, chairs, bikes, helmets, all of the shit. I'm making it easier for everybody by making food. It's not like easy for me, but like I don't mind bulk making stuff, you know? And like honestly, if they don't like it, I fucking dare them to tell me to my face. Because if they don't, you can be like, listen, there might be an easier way to do this. I will do hot dogs on night 1, and then someone else can like make a stew. Would you be open to that? Sure, I would definitely be open to that. But here's the thing. If they're not stepping up to like volunteer to do that, they're leaving the option. Then like the alternative is the alternative is that everybody does their own dinner, which is absolute pure chaos. We literally cannot have that. If you've ever been camping with a group of, and it's like not a group that camps regularly. So if I went camping with like another friend or like another whatever, if there were like 4 or 5 people and everybody was like regular campers, like outdoor cooking folks, and they were like, oh, we'll just do our own thing for meals. Fine, totally fine, right? Totally fine. But some of these folks are like coming camping for the very first time. And there's almost 20 people in 5 campsites. Like, if everyone tries to do their own dinner, it's going to be chaos. They don't own the stoves. They don't own the gear. Like, they don't own the way to do it. Like, literally, none of them own a camp stove. No, that's not true. One of them owns a camp stove. So for me, I'm like, look, we're just going to do this. Like, I'm going to make some dinners. Here's what I'm making. If you don't want it, let me know. Let me know. Like, and I will just make less. That's fine. Like, if you would prefer to do your own thing, you can tell me, but tell me ahead of time. Don't tell me while we're there. And nobody said that they wanted to do their own thing. So if they, for some other reason, feel resentful about it, like, you had the chance to tell me not to do this for you, specifically for you. So, you know, do better. But no one said that, so like, whatever, it's fine. The last time we went on the camping trip, I made grilled cheese and tomato soup, and one of the parents was like, my kid said it was the best tomato soup they'd ever had. Can you send me the recipe? And I was like, yes, sure. So that's gratifying. But yeah, if someone else wanted to cook, like there's another guy who is going on the trip who goes camping regularly, If he was like, hey man, let me get a meal or two. Like, I like to cook outside. I would be like, let's do it. Go for it. Go for it. Tell me what you want to make. If you don't have the equipment to make it, I'll bring the equipment so you can try something new. Like whatever. I would, if someone else wanted to do some of this, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to seed some of that work. Not a problem. But they haven't. So I'm not. Anyway, rant over. 9 says, I lost someone who I thought was a friend and found out I made her feel bad because I made her granola. It was weird. That is weird. That's weird behavior. If someone's doing something and it makes you uncomfortable, like let them know. That's like so odd and like emotionally stunted. I'm sorry, but that's weird. That is weird behavior to be like, I don't like it because that you make the thing all the time. But like, I'm just going to be silently resentful about it. Yeah, I don't know. You don't have to be crazy to camp with us. We can teach you. Velos, that's facts, right? Dark Seiko, I am making a big prep for a group. Yeah, I'm doing breakfasts. I'm doing dinners. Those are like the 2 meals that everyone eats. And then lunch is sort of like, lunch, I asked some other parents, I was like, can you buy like a couple bags of clementines? Can you buy a bag of apples? Can you buy some Uncrustables? Easy enough, right? So the idea is to take everything already prepared. Dark Seeker says, yes. Yeah, exactly. So the soup is going to be finished, completely finished, heated up on the stove. The grilled cheese sandwiches are cooked and grilled already. I'm going to put them in chafing dishes, like metal chafing dishes, and just put them on the rack by the fire. That's it. Like, I'm going to heat them up. I might heat them up on the griddle, but like, we're not assembling, we're not cooking. Breakfast taquitos are the same thing. Those go in the chafing dishes over the fire or on the griddle. Pancakes, I am going to grill separately, but pancakes are just like easy. Yeah, no cooking. No cooking. Did I miss all the cats? Cyborg says no. Yes, but also here. Here's another one. He's back. He never really left, but now he's just here. Odie, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope things are going well for you. For you, I hope your spring has started. I don't know if you're still climbing, but it's like outdoor climbing season. We're into that now. He is a cute little baby. Look at him. Look at him. No, seriously, look at him. He's so stinking cute. Oh, baby. He's purring. Yeah, Velos, I do. I have a Dutch oven that can cook monkey bread for 20 plus people. Like, and that's true. I'm like, I don't mind cooking for this group because it is easy. It's literally easy for me to do. It's not easy, but it's not an obstacle. It's just scaling up what I already do. Remodeling one house, selling one house, so much going on. It sounds like a lot going on. It does. Hardly, and it's the type of season that you want to be outside in. All right, OB. Darlene on YouTube, hello. I saw you earlier and I don't think I said hi to you either. Sleepy darling. He's just pretending. He's just pretending. Yeah. Okay, we got to get down, bud. We got to get down. We got to get down. This is OB. He's very languid. He also is very around. He smells the bacon. He wants it. Hold on. Whoop, that camera is not over there anymore. Whoop. There he is. This is what he's doing, by the way. This is like literally what he's been doing. my God. White cats with white fur and black t-shirts, not great. I mean, great. I still want to pick him up, but like, you know what I mean. Whoa, buddy. If you weren't a cat, we'd be getting banned right now. Velas, we're jumping at the bit to get ourselves outside here. Yes. Yeah, and I am too. I'm like, the weather this weekend is supposed to be like a little bit. There's like a little rain in the forecast, but I'm like, I don't really care. I don't really care. Darlene on YouTube says, "Did you see me streaming?" I did not. Were you? Where were you? Were you live on Twitch or were you live on YouTube? I know that you're on both, so I'm. That's not. I know that you're asking the question on YouTube, but I'm also aware that you are. You're on Twitch as well. The cat with the fur, like the. Oh my God, yeah. He knows the whole crowd is looking at him. There he is. April showers bring May flowers, and it's now May 5th. So where the fuck are the flowers? Why is it raining? What are we doing? Eggs. The eggs. No, we're gonna put the onions in the food processor first. So I want to get these off my cutting board. I want to get my garlic off the cutting. I want to get the onions and garlic. Then we'll cook the eggs because the sandwiches are going to take a while, no matter what. So the eggs will have plenty of time to cool down, and then the soup, like they'll have plenty of time to cool down. And I want to get these off the counter. That's the vibe right now. That's where the energy is. We're gonna put those in a big bowl. Am I using a bowl for anything else? That's a rhetorical question. I need an answer to that. The soup, no. Taquitos, no. Onion, no. Okay, yeah. So everything is just gonna go in here. Great. Is there anything in the oven right now? No. Is the oven on? Yes. Is it at the right temperature? Yes. It's at 350. Stir the onions. Why are the onions so damn hot right now? There's like they're like sizzling on here. I feel like this pan somehow is hotter than it should be, but it's on the lowest setting, which is annoying and also fine. I just need to stir them. I think maybe they were just, I don't know. Whatever. Who knows? I don't know. I legitimately don't know why they're making that sound. Okay. Do I have any other? I do. I have other onions to cut. So let's do this. We're going to chop these onions in the food processor. Then I'm going to chop the rest of my onions. I need some red onion that I want to have on top of the hot dogs. We're going to dice that. And then I'm going to be finished with like my onion processing today. And then we'll be able to get the cutting board off the counter, which will free up the space here for other stuff. So that's what we want. I just had a cat in my hand. I'm going to wash my hands, and y'all keep an eye on this one. Because when I turn around, he may make an attempt at the counter. He may not. He seems busy at the moment, but he's suspicious. All right. I'm just going to wash my hands, and then we'll get these onions all chopped up. Instead of doing I need a fresh towel. Instead of doing these in by hand, I'm just going to put them in the processor because they are all getting blended eventually anyway. So I'm not like, I'm not worried about them. I was just thinking if I wanted to like put these in just with the processor. Can I just like put these in? We're going to try it like this first because whatever, because I already have the plate on here and this is already looking sus. So let's just go with this. We'll do it this way. Quilpy, welcome in. Hello. Usually do a fire, but you have a ban. That's sad. It's definitely frustrating when you get to like a state park and they're having a fire ban. I don't think he's ever seen this before. And it's got stuff in it, and he's definitely a little curious about it. Yeah, the cat that you see on stream is Obi. He is one of our 3 cats. We have 3. Obi, Elsie, and Ash. They are siblings. They're not identical, obviously. But this is Obi. He's the largest of all of them. They're still just over a year old. So they are he's still got a little bit of growing left to do. Obi is orange. He acts orange. So all those stereotypes about orange cats are like very true. He is very intently. He's down here. So the context, this camera is pointing like right here. So if I put my foot up, like you can see my foot. So he's next to me. He's like right near me. He's very nearby at the moment. We're just shredding all these onions. Wow, this is a lot quicker than chopping these by hand. Good. I'm glad that I remembered that I have this thing that processes food called a food processor. Y'all are reminding me I need to call the park and ask them if they have any bands on fire. The thing with me with camp food, though, is that I don't ever go camping and have something that is only able to be cooked over the campfire. Everything that I plan for has the option of cooking it on the stove too. Because for that reason, I don't ever want to get in a position where I can't cook the thing that I was planning on, you know. But I also want to account for, like, if it's raining, I want to be able to cook the same thing. S'mores are much more fun with a fire. S'mores are awful when you make them over a gas stove. That is true. That is very accurate. We're going to shove all of this garlic right down in here. There's 20 cloves of garlic. Oh, get in there. Woo, the air is spicy. Holy shit. Oh, my eyeballs. Okay. So the rest of this, I'm just going to drop into the food processor. So I can take the plate out. And the rest of it is good. We'll just put that in. There we go. Perfect. It rinse off the lid here. Am I using the food processor again today? What would I be using the food processor for? I feel like I was going to use it twice, but I don't remember what. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this is it. So we're going to do our... we're working on our prep for our tomato and red lentil soup right now. So I have the onion and garlic in here. Olive oil, I don't need to measure. Salt, pepper, no. Broth, no. Lentils. I do need to measure the lentils. I don't need to measure specifically. I want to make sure that the lentils don't have little rocks in them. Because they might. I thought I was going to need a bowl. I thought I was going to have to empty out that food processor halfway through, and I didn't, which is amazing. Let's clean this off. I do want to cut up my other red onions. So those are just going to be for hot dogs, essentially. Like, I'm doing a few things. Some things are for the adults, right? Like chopped red onions are pretty specifically like for the adults benefit. So like I'm only cutting up one onion because I don't imagine that many of the children will be like, yay, let's put onions on my hot dog. Like they might, and if they do, then that's fine. There will be onions for them too. But that's not been my experience camping with kids. I've been camping. Most of the kids that are coming on this trip have been camping with us before. A few of them are new. One of them is brand new, a brand new friend, like someone that I've only met once. But their parent was game for going, so they're going, which is awesome. Darlene on YouTube asked, did the onions make you cry? They did when I was cutting them. They were very, they weren't as violent as they have been in the past, but there was a lot of them. And so the volume of onions kind of overtook the, if it had just been one, I probably would have been okay, but it was a lot. So we ended up having, quite a bit more. Am I using anything out of this cabinet? What's the other appliance I need today? The blender. The blender's in a different cabinet. Okay, good. Before we get to the lentils, let's get this onion chopped up, and then we'll be finished with the cutting board. I can get the cutting board off the counter, and I can get the my stock bowl, also off the counter. So we're trying to clear out a little bit in addition to cooking. So like getting everything through and finished. Like, let's do all the onions. That way I can get this stuff. Kathy says, I broke a molar last year, missing a rock in a bag of dried black beans. Yeah, yep. And that's why I check. Because I have absolutely found rocks in bags of dried stuff before. Like, they tell you on the bag to check. They literally are like, hey, these shouldn't have debris in them, but like, don't take our word for it. When the rocks and the beans are the same size, it's like hard. Like, they're hard. I mean, they're rocks, but like, they're the same size. They weigh about the same. They're not magnetic. Like, there's really no, like, they really try. They do a good job, but like, you definitely have to check, right? 9, they lifted the ban in other counties. That's so sad. I mean, it's sad. I feel like as a responsible person, I feel sad when there's a fire ban, because I'm like, the likelihood that I would be the start of that fire is low. But you can't be like, hey, park ranger, I promise you that I'm going to have a giant bucket. Like, I promise you I'm not going to let it get out of control, or blah, blah, blah. Like, whatever, like, it sucks. And you want to, like, when you know that you're responsible, but also people aren't. But that's why I feel like I always put my menu together such that I don't need a fire, because that would be the worst. The rock with dark charcoal. Oh no. Yeah. And with black beans, that's like, yeah, you're really like hard to tell. Camille says, I hate when I find a bean or lentil in my bag of rocks. Right? The fuck. We're gonna I'm gonna slice one in little we're gonna dice one, and then I'm gonna slice one in rounds for a burger. I'm gonna do this in rounds. I already did I did caramelized onions for the burgers. Do I really need to do this? No. Have I already started cutting the onion? Yes. Okay. I should have put the eggs in before I did it. No, Lou, you're fine. You have plenty of time to cook the eggs. The eggs take like 10 minutes to cook. They're fine. They're gonna cook. They're gonna cool down. They're gonna be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it, and I need the counter space anyway. So like, let's keep doing what I'm doing. All right, I'm fine. I'm fine. We got this. 9 says I ordered some dried fava beans. Found out one of my favorite kinds of beans. Favorite kinds of falafel uses those with the garbanzo. Okay.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
That's kind of nice.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Thank you. Sometimes I do. Woman says I made majadra today, which is a Palestinian lentil rice dish, very cumin forward. But I have to look through the lentils best I can to catch the rocks. Always worried I'll miss one. It's masquerading. I know. It's very and like when you encounter the lentil, like you know that you've encountered it. Like yeah, like your tooth shatters. So like you gotta be careful. It's very it's worth the effort of like going through and doing it and like actually checking. Because the alternative is shattering your tooth. Exactly. Exactly that. Okay. I don't have a good process for I do not have a good process for checking the lentils for rocks. I just kind of sift them through my hand. I was just thinking a moment ago, I was like, I'm going to put them in like a little bowl. Like I'm going to pour out like a quarter cup into a bowl and just kind of like swish them around and then get a another bowl to dump them into. So we're packaging this onion. This is onion that I'm chopping for to just as like a topping. So I actually want to put this in flat like it is because I can put more of it in here if it's just if I don't separate it right now. I can separate it while we're there. Beth, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope your Tuesday's going well. It is Tuesday. Yep. I stopped for a second and I was like, buffering. Red lentils. Yeah, rocks are definitely easier to spot in the red lentils. I am using red lentils today, so I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get everything. The other thing that I could do if I wanted to with this specific dish, I don't. The recipe doesn't call for it. But because this is a blended soup that goes through the blender at the end, I could just strain it and have the, like, if there were rocks in it, you'd know it when it was in the blender. And if they didn't know it, they would get caught in the strainer. But I'm still going to check it first because I prefer not to put rocks in my blender. Because, you know, it's not really genuinely designed for that kind of thing. All right. But we're working through things today. After I'm done with this onion, I'll be finished with processing produce. So I will not need to do anything else with onion or garlic. We have our tomatoes, but they're already on the counter. I'm just using grape tomatoes out of the package, which are super easy for this soup. So once I'm done this, I'll clear out my counter space here, cutting board, etc. We'll have a little bit more room to work because after this, we're going to start assembling some sandwiches. That's coming up. Okay. Wendy, welcome in on YouTube. Good to have you. Never seen onions so big. Well, we got Vidalia onions today. So they're a different size, usually. These are, this onion is a red onion. But the ones we were using earlier were pretty sizable. I like a big Vidalia onion. It's my favorite onion type. Okay. So we have our red onion and our red onion both in dice and cross-cut form. I'm going to leave those on the counter right there because if I open the fridge to put them in, I will disturb the cat who is in front of the fridge and in this camera. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Hello. Happy Tuesday. All right. So my cutting board, take that over to the sink. not washing this just yet. We're gonna leave that for a little bit. I am gonna wash my hands. So I can't open the fridge until the cat moves. I can't open the freezer until the cat moves, which is fine. I don't need either one of those things in this exact moment. So that's, that's a thing. Actually, no, I can open the freezer. So I'm going to do that. Oh, look at him. Look at him putting on a performance. Bud. He's finished. Obi, are we done? Nope, he's reinvesting his energy right directly in front of the refrigerator. He has opted to just reposition. Okay. Hold on. What's falling? Something's falling. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, that's one way to get rid of the cat. Get things out of the freezer and throw them at him. Not really. That's not what I did. But something was falling out of the freezer, and now he's gone. So we'll come back. We'll come back to having Obi on stream later if he returns. But I definitely just spooked him a little bit. So this is my bag from the freezer that has all of the scraps from various meals in it. Right now, it's basically all onion and garlic. But this is what I make stock from. So eventually, when I have usually about two full bags, I will make a vegetable stock, chicken and vegetable stock out of this. So this bag eventually turns into this, which I will use for the soup today. It was frozen solid earlier, so at the beginning of stream I got it out. Actually, no, I got that out several hours before stream started, and it's been thawing on the counter like quite literally since then. So, okay, I'm going to use the same bowl that I used for stock here, and clearing the counter. Let me clear off. I have some extra onions and garlic as well. Let me like move these just so they're not sitting on the counter and in the way. There we go. Those are gone. Those are gone. All right, so I need to measure 5 cups of lentils. 5 cups of lentils. We're going to check those for... We're going to check those for our for rocks. Let me get that. So where are my lentils? They're on the counter. Here's a cup measure. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. Bonzo on Twitch, welcome in. Hello. Joe, nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Yes, 1 cup of dry red lentils. We're quadrupling this recipe. So let's do, where's my scale? I'm going to do it this way because I don't want to measure this twice. I just want to measure, once. So we have 1 even dry cup, 211 grams. We do 211 times 5, and we get 1,055 grams. 7, 8, 9, 10, 1,055. I mean, close enough. There we go. Okay, we have a little left over, which is fine because I will use these again. They are dry and not going to go bad. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to transfer these from this bowl to this bowl using this plate. So we're just going to look for rocks this way. And let's get a little side bowl for the things that I find I don't really want to go in there. Little pieces of other grains, etc. Meh, caretaker. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, hold on. We got another cat. The bacon is really drawing them out. So this is a scintillating process, I assure you. So what I'm just trying to do is like put these in a single layer. Kind of instead of putting them in my hand and like sifting them through because there's a lot, I'm just trying to do this in a larger format. Yes. Which still is going to take some time. You have immense patience to do that. You know, yes, this is a yes and situation. Yes, and the alternative is cracking my tooth while I'm camping and having to come home and get emergency dental surgery. So it's one of those things where, yeah, it kind of sucks. And I'm still going to do it because I don't really want to have to get my tooth fixed. I'm just pulling out. So some of these lentils, I'm not pulling out the ones that are discolored. I'm pulling out some of the ones that are discolored and small. So they're like probably not going to cook up very well. Has it happened before? Joe, it was one of those cats, but they vacated before I could grab them. They're all two of the three of them are lurking right now. They're in the kitchen. I don't know where. I can't see them, but just because I can't see them doesn't mean that they're not there. I keep seeing tails going by. Obi has completely left the room now, actually. Bonda says, have I chipped a tooth before? I've found a rock in my dish before. But I have not personally had a tooth chipped, but also I'm very judicious about looking for rocks in the lentils. Bragging about my object permanence again. Oh God, seriously though? No. Extra minerals. Well, yeah. Like I wouldn't mind if I wasn't chewing and if I literally like swallowed a rock this size, it wouldn't matter, I don't think. It would probably just go right through and you'd be fine. But it's the chewing that is the bad part. It's not the actual rock passing through your system. Although I don't know if that's depending on the size and shape of the thing. It might be bad. Could be bad. Yeah, there we see. Got a little. This is like a little something. I don't know what that was, but that was a piece. Might have been a lentil shell. I'm pulling out things that I'm pulling out here are predominantly discolored lentils that are like smaller. But there were two pieces in here that were like a different grain entirely. Yeah, I'll end up on someone clip that and I'll end up on some blog. It's like idiot streamer gives poor health advice. All right. But we're getting there. This is a slow process, but it's one that I think is worth doing. For any type of like dried grain that you get like this, beans and lentils, specifically, because little teeny tiny rocks slip through. They do. These things grow out of the ground. They're harvested, and they're all the same size as lentil. The rocks, small rocks and small lentils are the same size and weight. And like, it's also hard to tell the difference because sometimes the darker lentils are the same color. For red lentils, it's super easy. I'm basically like reverse. I'm like panning for gold, but I'm like panning for rocks. Panning for things I don't want to find. I'd rather do this and find nothing than not do it and find one in my food. 9 says I don't always carefully check. I mean, this is probably pretty thorough what I'm doing here. Usually if I'm just cooking like at dinner time or whatever, what I almost always do is just put them in my hand and kind of just like look for stuff as I drop it into like a pot or something. Get a metal detector, which would be great if I was searching for metal. But the rocks, only certain ones show up on a metal detector. These are not. These are all pretty fine. Almost finished. Yeah, I mean, I'm also making 5 batches of this at once. Like, this isn't like a normal volume of lentils. The normal volume of lentils I would have had quite well finished by now. I also take out some of the ones that are like really small and really dried. Because sometimes they don't cook very well. And I also just want them all cooked. Okay, my phone vibrated. What was that? No. Okay. Nothing I need to consider, or rather respond to. I do need to consider it. I should note that if you're hanging out today, we are going to do our cookie club drawing at the end of stream today. I have all of the names printed out. Everything's cut and ready to go. I just need to do the drawing. I'm not quite sure exactly what time that's going to be, but it will be probably it'll be after. I'd like to do that sometime between 5 and 6 p.m., but I might not get to it by 6. We might be a little bit later than that. I am absolutely going to wrap up stream today by 7:30 p.m. The schedule says 5:30, but my partner has told me that she will take our son to karate tonight. I usually take him on Tuesdays, so she said that she will do that this evening. So I'm free to just bullshit for the rest of that time. Have I decided what the cookie is? I have, in fact, and I'll show you in just a second. I will obviously show you when we do the drawing. But it is a spicy ginger chai cookie. So spicy meaning it has a lot of spices in it, not that it is spicy like hot. And I think based on the recipe, they're pretty small. So I think I'm planning for this to be a 3 cookie package. Because it says that each cookie is 1 tablespoon, which doesn't seem very large to me. We'll see. The rest of the pictures, they didn't look like they spread very much either. So we will see. I have the ingredients for and am planning to make on Thursday's stream. Enough for each batch to have 3, or each bag to have 3 cookies in it. So, they are chai. It's interesting, 9. They're not, they don't have any like chai specific in it. It has tea, like powdered tea, and then it has a bunch of spices that go in chai. So I actually like the fact that it doesn't call for like specifically dry chai tea. It calls for the flavoring that goes in chai, which I kind of love. Okay, we have our lentils all sorted out. So we have a big bowl of lentils. And then for just like clarity, this is what I pulled out of there. There's mostly like dried, smaller lentils in there. There's a couple pieces that were definitely a different grain. I wasn't sure if they were a rock or what they were, but like out of 5 cups, that's what I pulled out. And most of these you could probably cook because they're just lentils, just smaller and drier than the other ones. Let's stir these onions. Are the onions still on? The onions are still on. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a little cooking coming through. They look like regular lentils. Well, they are. I said they're still regular lentils. They're just a slightly different size or color than the other ones. They're a smaller and a lot darker, which to me means that they may not cook the same way. But this is the bowl of regular lentils. These all are ready to go. Whoa, if I'd have dumped all those out on the floor, rage. I would have literally just like raged. Okay, so everything is prepped for my soup. Let's go back to the top here and just like check. Let's see where we're at. So we roasted the sweet potato. We have cooked the turkey bacon and we're caramelizing the onion. I've sliced the onions for the burgers and packaged them. I've chopped the red onion for the hot dogs and packaged that. Tomato soup, grilled cheese, taquitos. So we still haven't actually made anything yet. We're still prepping ingredients. So now, before I get the soup going, I want to make these eggs. Because when the eggs are finished, as the eggs are cooking, I'm going to get the oven. The eggs are going to cook in the oven. Once the eggs are finished, I'm going to empty the oven, and then we will be able to make our grilled cheese. Because with the grilled cheese, I'm going to put those in the oven and heat them to melt the cheese. So that's sort of the goal. So what we're doing right now is I'm getting my sheet pans together. We're going to make basically 20 eggs per sheet pan. Adding just some salt and pepper to these, nothing wild. I'm laying down parchment paper. So we're going to spray the sheet pan. We're going to lay the parchment paper down. Then we're going to spray it again. The goal is that the eggs bake. They're basically scrambled eggs, baked eggs. But once they're set and no longer jiggly in the center, we'll take them out and then they'll just cool on the counter until they are room temperature. So I'm just pressing this down. I'm not doing the thing that I usually do with parchment paper and crumbling it because I want the bottom of these to be as flat as possible. Once I put some olive oil down on the sheet pan, the parchment will stick to that pretty well as well. So I'm not trying to get it to lay perfectly flat here, but I do want it to be mostly on its way to flat. Okay. So all of this, the eggs, the bacon, and the sweet potatoes are in preparation for making taquitos, breakfast tacos. So I guess we are kind of doing a taco thing on stream today, although it's not your like Taco Tuesday type of situation. Okay. Spray. I'm gonna give this sheet pan a spray. So I usually just use olive oil for this, but I've been using a spray today, and that's fine. I'm spraying the sheet pan so the parchment doesn't stick and burn. And then I'm going to spray the parchment so the eggs release easier. And then we'll just mix the eggs in that bowl. Pretty easy. We'll do one bowl at once. So actually, I'm going to make 18 eggs per tray, not... I said 20. I got 3 dozen eggs. So, yeah. Actually, I have more eggs in there. Let's see. Where are the eggs that I got for this? Here. So, we're working our way through the ingredients here. 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out at the old ball game. Let's do, yeah, get out some more here. I think 18 eggs should be fine. Boggeist, hello. I was under the impression you laid your own eggs. Well, wouldn't that be convenient, huh? Wouldn't that be weird if I was just like, hold on, we need some eggs for dinner. Okay, let's go. That would be strange. And I'd probably want to wash that first. Definitely want to wash that. All right, speaking of washing, I'm going to wash my hands before I crack all these eggs. If people laid eggs, how big do you think they would be? Would they be like ostrich size? I mean, ostrich eggs are pretty big. I don't know. Thoughts, period. All right, let's get these eggs cracked. Where's my compost bucket? There it is. So we're gonna do all these eggs, and we'll put them in my compost bucket, the shells anyway, which is right next to me. And we're scrambling these eggs. So these are all, if the yolks break, it's fine. The last time I made these breakfast taquitos was the last trip prep stream, and I did them in, I did the eggs in my small cast iron pan but I only made like 8 of them last time. We're trying a different technique today. The different technique is because I'm making 40 of these today. Basically like 1 piece of bacon, 1 piece of cheese, 1 egg, and then like a spoonful of sweet potato in each of these is the plan. Ouch indeed. They're going to be towards the end of the stream. I'm going to roll them and then freeze them. They will thaw in my cooler because these are going to be not for day 1. These are going to be for day 2. So as the cooler kind of empties out, these will thaw out. And then once they are out in the morning, they thaw pretty quickly because they're not that big. Fogeye says, does your shirt say White Electric? It does, in fact, say White Electric. It is from my favorite coffee shop in Providence, Rhode Island, a place we've been to on stream. So it's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. It is a place that we've been to on stream. I did not buy the t-shirt on stream, but we did go there and I am wearing it on stream. This is the first time I've worn this shirt. Literally, like I purchased it, I took it home, I washed it. It's been in a pile of t-shirts that I had forgotten about, and here it is. So that was 18. I'm going to crack 2 more eggs into here to make it an even 20. So that's basically 1 egg per taquito. And then we're going to add a little milk to this and stir it, put it on a sheet pan, and then we'll put it in the oven. Wendy on YouTube says, I never knew you freeze eggs. What am I missing? Well, we're going to scramble them first. So what I'm making is like a breakfast wrap, essentially. So we're going to put them in a sheet pan and bake them. I'm going to scramble them, sheet pan, bake them. Then we're going to put them in a wrap along with some turkey bacon, sweet potato, and cheese, and wrap that up like a little, in a tortilla. And from there, we're going to freeze them. So it's a multi-step process. I don't know that you can freeze eggs, or that you should freeze eggs that are raw. But I certainly know that you can freeze them when they're scrambled as part of another dish. So we're gonna mix these. We're scrambling these now. I'm gonna add a little salt and pepper to this after they are mixed. And I love a glass bowl because I can see how much. I can see where there are yolks on the bottom here. Because when you have kind of this much egg, there's a lot. You can miss some of the yolks sometimes, like that one. I made French toast over the weekend on Sunday morning, and I was mixing the eggs. Thought I mixed them well. I mixed them up with milk or heavy cream, bunch of spices, a little sugar in there. I started pouring it out on top of the toast, and a whole yolk just popped out. I was like, oh, whoops. Whoops. Thought I got them all. I didn't. All right, we're gonna salt and pepper these, and then pop that onto the sheet pan. Yeah, salt and pepper, and then onto the sheet pan. And then I think before I put these on the sheet pan, I think we're going to do this again. I'm just going to do the same thing again in a second bowl, because I want to put these in the oven at the same time. I think. Do I care? Is it really that much of a difference? Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of want these all to go in at the same time. How many cups is this? This is just over 4 cups. Okay, so we're going to need, you know what? Nope, I'm not going to do that, because where's the bowl I want to use? Oh, the bowl I want to use is on the counter with lentils in it. All right, never mind. We're going to put this in the oven just as it is. I'm going to add a little bit of dried herb to this. I think we'll add a little bit of oregano, and let's do some onion and garlic powder, because I'm not putting onion in the thing, but like sneaky, let's put some onion flavor in the thing, and a little garlic too. And some of the dried dill. There we go. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, dried dill. So we have onion powder, garlic powder, dried dill, salt, pepper, and eggs. I'm going to go ahead. Here's what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to go ahead and try to pour this into the pan on the counter. and then pop it in the oven that way. If that sort of ends in tragedy trying to transfer it, then the next one we'll just pour into the pan in the oven, because that'll be pretty easy, right? Yeah, 4 cups of True Caretaker. This is 4 cups, just over 4 cups of eggs right here, and this is 20 eggs. So quite a bit, quite a bit. These are my good eggs, meaning like the ones from the farmer's market. So I'm gonna stash those because whatever, because they're my good eggs. We're gonna take this whisk and just put it in the egg carton for now. All right, let's get this into the sheet pan. Here we go. So we have 20 eggs. Sheesh! It's a lot of eggs. Oh my God. Okay. But it's, yeah, this is good. It's like, it's a little tilted. So once it gets in the oven, it'll be fine. I'm gonna open the oven. I'm gonna put this on the bottom shelf of the oven, the one with the pizza pan on it. Yeah, and this is fine. This is like a little precarious, but like, as long as a cat doesn't run by me right now, I'm good. Cue a cat running by. All right, sheet pan of egg number 1 is in the oven. It's a little teeny tiny bit off in terms of like it's slightly uneven. I'm going to take literally a butter knife, a flat butter knife, and put it underneath of one side of this pan. I'm going to push that a little further. I'm leveling it out essentially with a butter knife so that these bake as evenly as possible. There. Perfect. Well, sure hope these knives can go in the oven, because I definitely just put one in there, and I'm not looking back, because I don't have shims for the oven otherwise. All right, I'm gonna set a timer. That's 15 minutes on that timer. We'll see how long these actually take. We'll see how long it takes me to do the rest of these, and then, you know, we'll set a timer again. But I'll be able to kind of see where these are at when I open the oven next time, which is great. Dark Seiko says you can freeze eggs uncracked and then peel them, bread them, and deep fry them. I'll definitely eat one of those. Thank you. Joe says, wow, no oven shims. Do you even cook? I'm sorry. I'm such a disappointment.
And I'm still a piece of garbage.
Okay, let's get these other eggs cracked. I'm dilly-dallying here. I'm not dilly-dallying. I'm taking things off my counter that are visually distracting
Excuse
to
me,
me.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
There
sorry.
it is.
Daddy? Sorry.
The sound.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
some people on
Daddy,
stream hate,
sorry.
and the sound.
I'm sorry.
that
Daddy, bye.
Some people don't care about. I don't think anyone actually loves that sound. Yes, Evil Marksman, welcome in. That is a great first time chat today. I'll tell you what. And Evil Marksman, I want to tell you, I didn't mention this because they do not do meal prep. I don't prep them ahead of time. But that is what we are doing for dessert. I did not. I have not done it with chocolate caramels before. That sounds really fantastic. And I have a bag of chocolate caramels in my baking cabinet that's been in there for a little while that I haven't used. I haven't eaten them either. I haven't like snacked on them. Right? The banana though, the banana boats, what do you call those? I call those banana boats. I almost always just put the same stuff that I put with s'mores, because I'll buy like a bunch of s'mores ingredients and then I'll buy some bananas and we'll do like banana boats one night and then s'mores another night. Yeah, those are really good. Those are really good. So you cut the banana in half, like a banana split. You put the stuff inside of it, you wrap it in foil, and you just toss it directly in the fire. And they cook in like, depending on your fire, they cook in like 15 seconds. I've definitely pulled them out before and had the banana be like liquid. You're like, oh, oops. Definitely roasted those a little too much. Yeah, you really only need to cook them just long enough to get the stuff melted inside. That's awesome, though. Welcome in. Justin be chillin'. I'm cooking chicken wings for the first time in my life today. How are you cooking them? I'm not grilling you, although maybe you're grilling the chicken wings, but I'm curious, are you doing them like air fryer? Are you doing them over the grill? Are you deep frying them? Like what are you doing with them? What's inaugural chicken wing cooking look like for Justin? On the grill. Nice. Classic. A very forgiving way to cook them. Joe, you've never heard of these. Yeah, they are and I'm also familiar with them from being in Scouts. I was in Scouts forever. Big formative part of my childhood and young adult years. And yeah, they're definitely one of those things where, like, you know, your troop had a tradition of doing something, right? My troop did, we always did like cobblers, right? Like the dump cobbler, like you put like 2 cans of fruit mix in a Dutch oven and you empty like some cake mix over top of it, like literal dry cake mix, and then like a bunch of butter pats on top, and you cook that up. Yeah, are y'all flat for wings? Are you flats or drums? I'm team flats myself. I love a flat. They're I find them easier to eat. Yeah, Velos, dump cake. Dump cake is easy. Any of that stuff that you literally just put in a Dutch oven is gold. Although the bananas don't go in a Dutch oven, but like it's just the same ease of wrapping them in tin foil, which is not tin anymore, it's aluminum foil. Lemon, pepper, and barbecue. I love that. Joe says it went and ended badly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. It's definitely, not everyone has a great experience in Scouts. I personally had a very good experience. I know that it's not a program for everybody, and I also know that sort of the older you get, the more you understand, like, oh, you know, maybe this organization isn't quite what I'm looking to get out of an organization either. Justin, team flats. Awesome. Yeah, I kind of love the flats. I find them easier to eat. You just put your hands at the top of the bone and you're like, you just press down and the meat just kind of like pulls off. It's great. Yeah, 100%, Joe. That's to your point about Scouts. The experience that you have in scouting is, I would say it's like easily 95% based on the quality of adult leadership that you have and their willingness to work together, their willingness to plan fun trips, their general decency as human beings, and their adherence to like rules and, you know, understanding children and sort of making the best out of it. You know, I think, and let me be a little bit sexist here. Scouts is an organization that men run, and a lot of men think they know what they're doing in a lot of areas, and there's a lot of like ego and power involved. And when you have all of these people who are all of a sudden emboldened with all of their fucking patches and their regalia and their like control over these impressionable kids. That is not always a great recipe for a good experience for those kids. So, generally speaking, if you have a group of men in Scouts who work together well, who have empathy towards each other, who understand children and their feelings, you will have a good Scout troop. If you have men who just want to wear the patches and just want to be in control and just want to be listened to because they're not listened to in other areas of their life, then you will have a bad experience. And that is so true. Like, I have been around Scouts my whole life, Scouts as an organization, and I have encountered both of those people often. And I was lucky enough that my particular group had a mix of those types of people, and my experience was both of those things, but it balanced a little more towards the like, hey, you know, let's not let the kids fucking fist fight each other because we think that it's funny. Like, my experience balanced a little bit more into the like control side of things. Anyway, that also trickles down to the like, you know, organization of things and like management of groups. And like, that's great if you're like a corporate bigwig or whatever and you have management experience, but like managing kids is a very different experience. And if you are a man, typically and historically, you didn't have to manage the kids at home. And when you get all of those kids out in the woods and you get a bunch of dads who don't have any experience talking to, managing, dealing with children's emotions, they have these big feelings like, I'm mad. I'm mad and I'm going to yell at you now. And it's like, if that's what you're getting out of Scouts, you're not going to enjoy it. So, anyway, I'm going to step off my soapbox now, but I get that not everyone who's in Scouts has a good experience. But I'm happy to climb back up onto a soapbox about like how like, you know, groups of men can either be great or very harmful. And I think that it is beholden to the people who are able to see that harm happening to do something about it when they see it. Anyway, October Camille says, I don't think pointing out those facts is sexist at all. No, and I realized that I was taking it. I initially was like, listen, you know, my immediate thought was like, hey, in the 50s, women did all the shit that men think they can do on a camping trip, like organize the food and deal with children. Like, that's where like this could be sexist in my head if I'm pointing out that like women owned that sort of realm of like child rearing and still do in our society. But yes, let me scroll back up. Oh no, fuck. Let me put these eggs in the oven. Hold on. I'm going to put these, I just spent 10 minutes talking about that. These eggs are definitely not finished, so that's fine. We'll put these in. We'll pour these. We'll put these in. And then I will catch up on chat. One moment here, because I do need to get these in the oven. The point of today is a cooking stream, and I do want to acknowledge that that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I have big, man, y'all struck a nerve. I have big feelings about Scouts. I was involved in Scouts since I was in 4th grade. And I stayed involved as an adult after college in various capacities, which I don't particularly want to discuss because that's like a bit of doxing. But to say that I'm very familiar with with scouting as an organization would be probably doing myself a little injustice. I'm extremely familiar with Scouts as an organization. Okay. And scene. Justin says, be honest, does your kid like your cooking? Yes. Yes, he does.
Nine says like drums for dipping. Okay, totally. I get that with the dipping. Yeah, it's got a little handle on it. It makes it convenient. Jane, nice to see you, Jane. Oh, found him. Jane, I'm sorry. Twitch is a weird place sometimes, and I get that. Deep breaths, indeed. Let me set my timer. I'm gonna set my timer for 15 minutes for those eggs. So that's like my second timer. Okay. My father was a scout leader. Yeah, mine too. And you know, my dad was a good one. Like as far as I'm aware, I had a good experience. He was very involved with me in scouts, which I'm very thankful for. Moondites, welcome in. Hello. Evil Marksman says the old guy sitting chopping wood by the fire tends to be the best guy to listen to. Sometimes that guy is a crazy old racist though, so you do have to watch out. Just saying. Justin, are we talking about Boy Scouts? Yes, we are. Correct. Welcome to today's TED Talk, Caretaker. I know, right? Sometimes I just get off on a tangent and you'd strike a nerve. Often it's political, but today it's a little bit more. Evil Marksman has another snack for us. Campfire orange brownies. Cut the top off an orange, core it out, fill it with brownie mix, wrap them in foil and bake them in the fire. Hell yes. That sounds fantastic. I've never actually done that. Do you, you said core it out. Like, yeah, and then you get to eat the orange. Lou remembers it's a cooking stream on your bingo card. You know, Joe, I actually have, I have in my queue, I'd like to have like a bingo card for stream. Cause there's lots of things that I could put on a bingo card. Pork Marshmallow, a friend of the stream, someone I've met in real life, and he streams karaoke and from the bar. I haven't seen him online in a while, but he's a really good dude. He has a bingo set up on his stream that's like if Pork says this, it's like a thing. And it's a PDF generator, which is really cool. Societal expectations for gender. Right, Camille. And my thought was like basically like men aren't expected to do these things for like most of the time, and then they get out in the woods with no help, with no backup, and there's like a bunch of them who none of them know what they're doing. If you're not lucky and nobody knows what they're doing, like you have kids that are like fist fighting, and then they don't even know like what to do with that. Like, and so it can be a bad experience because you're like a kid and you're used to sort of having this foil of someone who is going to take care of you, not just physically, but like emotionally. And if you don't have the second part of that, you're like, it can be a really isolating, terrible experience. Oh my God, Justin. Yeah, spanking is a wild thing to me. That's definitely not a thing that I would be shocked to learn that any of my parent peers do spank their kids. Wonder if you could do creme brulee with a cord out orange. Probably. That sounds great. Jane, you're of course for the shout out. Jane Henry is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, and a consistent inspiration to me, and a very lovely, positive voice, both in the food and drink space and in the world. There is a shout out for Jane in chat. I would love for y'all to follow Jane. She's usually streaming a little later, often later in the evening. For me, I'm on the East Coast. Okay. She says, I wonder if that's why men tend to go into new situations with all the confidence. Right. Yes. I think the overconfidence is certainly an issue. Mish, welcome in. Hello. Greetings and salutations. Indeed. Another fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. There's a shout out from Mish in chat as well. Good to see you. Last streaming food and drink. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know it? We love the food and drink friends. Thank you all for being here. Okay, we have grilled cheese. We're gonna start to assemble our grilled cheese sandwiches. No, 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 no. We're gonna start the tomato soup. That's what we need to do. Because the tomato soup is going to cool. It needs to like cook and then cool. So we're following this recipe. Joni, welcome. Hello. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. My name's Lou. We are cooking today, and we are going to make lentil and red tomato soup today. We're following the directions here for this recipe. We're multiplying it times 5, so we're using this massive pot back here. Let's read the directions first. In a Dutch oven, set over medium heat, stir together the tomatoes, onions, garlic, oil, and salt and pepper until the vegetables are well coated. Spread the tomatoes into a single layer, cover the pot with a lid, and cook until the tomatoes have burst and softened about 15 minutes. Okay, so we want to first turn this pot to medium heat. Medium in my kitchen is 4.5. Medium is 3.5. 3.5. It's 3.5. 7 divided by 2 is 3.5. Then we're going to stir together the tomatoes, onions, garlic, salt. I need to get some more salt because my little container is just about empty. So we're going to fill that up first. And then pepper I have ready to go. Okay, now salt and pepper, I am going to measure these because if I don't measure, this is a situation where I am likely to under-season the thing because I'm multiplying it times 5. And 5 teaspoons of salt is a lot of salt visually. And I don't usually use that much salt. So I want to be conscious of the fact that I need to use more than I think I do. So we have grape tomatoes, onion, garlic, 5 tablespoons of olive oil. Again, that's a lot of olive oil. Let's actually measure that. So we're going to come over to the stove here. Please work. Yay! Oh, whoa, we're very zoomed in. Are we very zoomed in, or is that camera just... yeah, oh no, we're not zoomed in. We're not zoomed in at all. It's just a large pot. Okay, I don't need this compost bucket on anymore, so we can get that back in the cabinet. All right, this is starting to get warm. Let's put our olive oil in here. This is a big pot. I don't actually know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't actually know how big this pot is. We're gonna add a little bit more because it's soup. It's all going to get liquefied anyway. Tall pot. It is a tall pot. This is what brand is this? This is an AdCraft SSP 20. I believe this is a 20-quart pot. Okay, so it's big. It's very big. We're going to use the tall spoon too. So I have my garlic and onion in the Dutch oven, stir together the tomatoes, onions, garlic, oil, salt, and pepper. Okay, so let's get all of the tomatoes in here. Now we're gonna put the onion, salt, onion and garlic in here first. So this is 5 onions and 20 cloves of garlic. Just went in here. And this is going to take a little longer to cook than the directions say, because it's meant to be in a Dutch oven. It's meant to be like flat. So we're just going to put 1, 2. Whoa, we got a runner. Where'd that go? There it is. We're not putting that one in, but I don't want it on the floor because I will step on it. 1, 2, 3. 4, and whoop, that one's got a little spot on it. And 5 pints of tomatoes. That's a lot of tomatoes. And then we have salt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teaspoons of salt. Yeah, there is no way I would have put that much salt in there. And I don't even think I have 5 teaspoons of pepper in this little jar. I might. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we have our tomatoes, onions, garlic, oil, salt, and pepper. Stir together until the vegetables are well coated. Spread into a single layer, which we will not be able to do. Cover the pot with the lid and cook until the tomatoes have burst and softened about 15 minutes. Okay. So after I stir these and put the lid on, I'm going to just let this cook. So this is a situation, this particular soup. I'm basically trying to replicate roasting tomatoes here, which is why, this recipe is basically for a single batch of tomato soup made in a 6-quart Dutch oven. And were I using that appropriately sized cooking vessel, I would be able to put those tomatoes in a single layer, but I can't in this, so we're not, and that's okay. So we're gonna put the lid on this. Once the lid is on here, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna set a timer. I'm gonna set a timer for 15 minutes here. Just because it's not going to be done in 15 minutes. But let me check these eggs while we're working. I don't think these are quite finished yet. The ones in the bottom were in first. They are. Oh yeah, those are done. Okay. I've never baked eggs like this before in a sheet pan. So let's pull these out and just take a look. Marianne, hello, welcome. All right, here we go. Sheet pan of scrambled eggs. Are we good? Are we set in the center? I can't even really tell. Hold on, let me get a chopstick. Classic chopstick task. No. Those need a little bit more time. There's like a little liquid underneath of there. It's a little too liquidy for what I feel is good. The edges look good. So our overall, like here's, if you're checking out here, here's what I'm looking at. These eggs, right? The color of these, the color is a little yellower on, hold on, I'm gonna focus, I promise. Well, nope. I'm breaking my promise. We're not going to focus. There we go. Whatever. You can still see the color. The color is a lot lighter on the edge here where it's like fully cooked. And then in the center, it's darker where it's not quite fully cooked yet. So I'm going to pop these back in. I'm actually going to switch the top and bottom sheet pans here. I'm going to rotate the one from the top to the bottom. Am I going to do that? Nope. I'm definitely not going to do that because the top one is liquidy. It's still sort of chilling. So I'm chilling. It's hot. In fact, it's not. It's the opposite of whatever chilling is. So I'm going to continue just to keep these right where they were. I'm going to set another timer for these, and let's see. So the second batch of eggs has been in there for 14 minutes now. I've got, I want to set a 10, hold on. I need to sort of reset my timers here. We're going to do a 5. So those were in there. The ones that I just pulled out were in there for 25 minutes. 15 and 10 is 25. So they were in there for 25 minutes. So there was a minute left on those other eggs. It was 15, so 10. The second batch of eggs should take about 10 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer for those. 10. No. Let's do 12. And then I'm gonna check the other ones in 5 minutes. No, let's do 6. So half of that time. All right, my pot back here with the soup process, we're just starting to bubble. So basically, like once this starts to boil in here, I want to put the lid on and forget about it. I don't actually want to forget about it. What I don't want to do is continue to open it and release all the heat, because what I'm doing is cooking all the tomatoes. I'm making sort of like enough liquid in the bottom that they're going to boil, and then there's the heat will keep them. The heat will cook them. They do need to be in there for a while. So it's just starting to boil. So I'm going to set a timer. I'm going to set another timer for 15 minutes. That is for the tomatoes. Okay. Once the tomatoes are cooked, we add all of the broth and all of these lentils. We cover and cook. Same temperature, same thing. We kind of let it. This is a soup that will boil. It's literally like at a rolling boil for 15 to 20 minutes. And it's odd to feel like that's okay, because it's usually want it to simmer, but it cooks the things faster. Like it cooks the tomatoes and it cooks the lentils. I've tested this a bunch, so like I need to remember that I did test this a lot. Cook until the lentils are soft and beginning to break apart, 15 to 20 minutes. The soup will be at a rapid boil. When finished, both the lentils and tomatoes will be very soft and broken down. Transfer the soup to a high-powered blender. Blend the soup until smooth. Taste and season with additional salt and pepper. Okay, so we are on our way here. This process is moving. I don't need to do anything else. The pot is good. What I want to do is transfer all of my other ingredients over to my counter here, so that I can start utilizing this space over here again. So my son Calvin just got home. He's home from school. He's probably going to come say hi. Just a little heads up for y'all. Hello. We're doing prep. A package outside. Okay, we'll just leave it on the counter over there. Oh, it's vacuum bags for the cookies. Cool.
It says that it is for blue.
Yep, it's for me. Yes, it is. It is in fact for me.
Can you spare a piece of bacon, or is there something?
Can I spare a piece of bacon? They're counted out, but I suppose if you want to eat a piece of bacon, you can eat a piece of bacon.
Are they
Okay.
really hot?
No, they're probably cold at this point.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
They've been sitting. Those and the potatoes have been out on the
They
counter
look
for a
really
while. They're quite not hot, in fact. I'm gonna move all of my broth over to the counter by the stove, because that is going into the broth, and the lentils are going in here next. And I can just have those. What are you doing?
Sparkling water.
You got it. You're into my fancy order now. I don't know if I like this.
Well, we don't have anything else.
Okay. It's fine. Drink the fancy water. Okay. I'm clearing off the counter just a little bit here because there's a lot of stuff sort of built up, and I need to make room. Okay, so lentils and broth. Lentils are here. All of this on the back counter behind me is going into this big pot. We are going to
Okay, someone stepped on a mouse.
process, hold on, tomato soup tomato soup is in progress. We're going to start with the grilled cheese. That's what we're doing now. Because the grilled cheese will use the oven, and I don't want to leave the oven on for too long without anything in it. Because I've already done that today. So that's the next kind of step here. I have a minute left on the eggs that I brought out a moment ago and checked. About 6 minutes left on the eggs that were in there.
13 since yesterday.
There we go.
That's more than one per day.
Yeah, well, I do say it a couple times per stream. Calvin's noting the amounts of times that I've been noted saying the word water. And I also want to note that, like, probably not every time I say it gets tracked either. So, you know, that would be depressing. Or not. It'd be fun. Okay. Towel is up there. We're going to check these eggs in just a moment. As I said, the next step here is our grilled cheese.
Someone in class today stepped on a rat.
Someone in class stepped on a rat?
And then
A rat?
And then the janitor had to come clean it up.
Or a
Not the one that I told you about. I don't know.
Okay, a rat would be
No, it was
insane.
Mickey Mouse. It was Mickey Mouse.
A rat would be an insane thing to step on.
It was Mickey Mouse. I remember.
Okay.
Oh,
wait. I'll drink some of that now.
yeah, I know. I was putting it on,
Okay.
but it's not resealable.
No, it's not resealable. All right, we're gonna check these eggs. Let's pull the one out again. So I'm making eggs in a different format than I have before. That's odd. It should be. Want some scrambled eggs? Can you get me a chopstick, please? Thank you. Still not quite finished. That's weird. Okay, well, let's pop these back in again. I think it's odd that these haven't quite finished cooking. I kind of want to bump the oven temp. I looked real quick at the on the internet for like to see. Basically, I looked to see, like, is it possible to bake eggs on a sheet pan? I'm like, yeah. Yes, leave it there. And like, obviously you can bake eggs on a sheet pan. If I thought about doing it, someone else has already done it. Many people have already done it, which is true. But they said the one that I saw said 350 degrees for 15 minutes. That's not accurate. Because I was baking those at 350. It's been 30 minutes and they are definitely not finished. They're finished around the edge. But anyway, this is fine because the next thing I need the oven for is the grilled cheese. And as you can see, that's not quite ready yet. So, you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have one of your pudding cups. I haven't had them served yet.
Have a pudding cup. Enjoy. You know what goes great with a pudding cup? A banana. A spoon. This kid and his jokes. No, a banana is what I was thinking.
Oh. Doesn't sound like it would go well.
It would. Banana pudding is amazing.
Mm.
Okay, before I start getting the grilled cheese together, because the grilled cheese I don't think is going to take, it's not going to take a ton of time. I want to get that sweet potato out of its paper packaging here and get it into a format where it can be used right away. Should. I've been cooking a lot today. Bella says I'd be dipping the banana in the pudding. Yeah, I know. I'm saying.
I'm saying I'd have like half of it.
Yeah. Well, have a half a banana then. They're on the counter. They're literally on the counter where the bananas always are. He looked over there. I can see.
I'm literally looking like.
And do you see them? Because they're right where they usually are. You're smiling. Get a banana. Yeah, they're next to the watermelon.
I see a watermelon and a floating off.
A floating orange. Mm-hmm. They're over there. Just get a banana. Eat the first half and then have the second half with the pudding.
No.
There you go.
No.
I love bananas.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
How about you have them?
How about pick a different vegetable? A different fruit.
A different vegetable.
Different fruit.
When you say it sounds like bananas or vegetable. They're not.
Bananas are actually a berry, but
Yeah, because they have.
all right. We're about to. No.
Not but.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the cat on the floor that's about to jump up here.
No. There, I said no. She should listen now.
Yeah, she's gonna listen to you. She doesn't listen to anybody. She stares at you and then does the thing that you're telling her not to do as she continues to stare at you.
I mean, clearly she listens. She's
Yeah,
such a good girl.
clearly. Okay, so we're weighing this. Let's weigh the bowl also, because I'm not gonna have the bowl is 192 grams. Okay. Writing 192 on there, because otherwise I'll probably forget that. So we're taking out the sweet potato and just going to mash it together. What I'm doing with the sweet potato is spreading just a little bit of it on each of these like breakfast taquito things. And you know what? Instead of mashing it with a fork, because I'm using my hands right now, I'm literally just going to like mash it. I'm going to give it a good squeeze with my fingers, and we'll finish it off with the fork. But no, that's fine. You know what? There's no way those eggs are finished yet. I'm not going to look right now. I'm going to finish with these potatoes, and then we'll look at the eggs. And if they are done, then they'll be just a little bit overdone, and like that's probably okay. All right. I'll get broccoli and chocolate. I know, fellas. That chocolate's great. Chocolate is great. We love it. Jane, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that. You came in on a rant, or at least you said hi during right during a rant, but I've calmed down a little since then. I too am feeling slightly calmer and a little more in control of myself. Oh my god. Oh man, caretaker, no banana bread, huh? That is an unfortunate scenario. It's because of all the sugars that develop in it, right? As it rots, is for lack of a better term. Like that's the reason. Liz, what was I ranting about? Adult male scout leaders, Boy Scout leaders. Random but true. And they're sort of feeling empowered to lead despite not having necessarily the skill to do so, or the empathy to deal with issues that come up. Okay. Anyway, our sweet potatoes are peeled. Or they're peeled. I'm going to mash these a little bit more with a fork, but this is all good. Let's kind of squeeze this into one hand and then I'll just carry it to the compost bucket. There we go. And then before it's 889 grams, 889. I'm going to mash this. Just going to get a fork out, and before I do that, let me make a note. Sweet potato, 889 grams. Awesome. Okay. So I'm not going to mash it on the scale because that would be bad for my scale. Don't put that kind of pressure on the scale. But I'm just going to mash this with a fork. So I'm getting this all of this again is just getting ready to assemble into taquitos. So once I've got my ingredients ready, eggs, potatoes, cheese, bacon, this is just going to be like an assembly line situation. And I'm doing 40 taquitos. So we're going to take 889 and divide that by 40. And that's how much sweet potato we're putting in each one. 40, by the way, is like 2 of these per person. Some people will not eat 2. Some people will eat 1. Some people will eat 0. Some people, like myself, will eat the rest of them. So this is good to go. We're just going to move this back to the other side of the counter. As I've been doing all of this, my tomatoes have been slowly cooking away from my soup back here, and we have just about 3, 2, 1 seconds to go until they need to be checked. So we just hit the perfect sweet spot timing there. All right. And I need to wipe my counter and give it like a little clean because I've been there's been a lot going on here, and there was an egg on the counter a little bit ago. So first we're gonna check the tomatoes and stir those. No, first we're gonna check the eggs. The tomatoes are fine. The tomatoes can cook basically forever. They shouldn't, because then that would be too much. But all right. How are we doing with these eggs? I keep checking the center here, and basically all I'm looking for is liquid. Are they liquidy just under the surface? And these are not. So these are finished. Here's a whole tray of scrambled eggs. We're going to cut those. We're going to cut each. I made 2 of those trays. We're going to cut each tray into 20 pieces. Let's see, how are we doing with this one? This one was on the top shelf. So this needs probably, based on the other ones, about 10 more minutes. So we're gonna put that back. I can take these 2 butter knives out of here now, because the eggs are set enough that they're not going to spread downward. I also changed the temperature of my oven. When I checked these last, I bumped it to 375. So it's a little hotter than it was. What did I say? 10 minutes? 10, 1, 0, 0, 0, start. Okay, 10 minutes. Now, before I do anything else, I want to wipe my counter, and then we're going to wipe the counter, and then we're going to check in on my needs. Wipe the counter, check the tomatoes, stir the onions, and then we're going to check the checklist. We're going to check the list to see if I need to do anything else, what I'm missing, what I forgot. Because I haven't really looked at the checklist in a while. I've just kind of been doing the things that were already in progress. So, but we're cleaning the counter here, actually cleaning the space. All right. Beautiful. Cleaned. I'm gonna wash my hands. Stir the tomatoes. Stir the onions. Actually, I'm gonna stir the onions first, then the tomatoes, because they're easier to get to. The onions are looking great. It looks like there's a quarter of the onions I started with, because that is how caramelized onions are. They caramelize. The onions have been cooking for pretty much the entire stream. Looking great. All right, come on over here. Let's check these tomatoes out. If you enjoy a good like steamy steam bath on your face, now is the time. Now is the time. All right. These are looking great. Pretty much all the tomatoes have burst, although not all of them have. And that's okay. I'm going to give these another few minutes here, because I'm definitely seeing about a quarter of these tomatoes are still whole. I want them to be cooked to bursting. I'm going to put the lid back on there. Let's give those another, let's give those another 10 minutes. I do not anticipate packaging this soup on stream today. I anticipate taking this entire pot and putting it directly in the refrigerator after it's finished cooking. So this I'm not worried about. Delicious. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm a little behind. Bella says you can have a lot of the sugar things in small amounts. I could eat half a banana as dessert. I would probably be very okay. That, yeah, I feel like some of those, it's good to know whether that's true for you or not. Like some people who have, like dairy issues, are very similar where, they can have like a little creamer in their coffee, but they can't have, a milk-based food item. White rice. Interesting. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier about the fast-acting carbs. Constant glucose monitors, my friend. Rhino, cooking's coming along well. Thank you. Jane, you miss oatmeal. I like cooking with oats. I don't eat a lot of just straight up oatmeal, but I do enjoy it in other things. Your glucose monitor is covered, Jane. That's good. It's funny. I feel like the glucose I feel like those it's not it's not this is not the right word for it. But I feel like those have been more present in culture. Like I want to use the word accessory, but it's like obviously it's not an accessory. It's like a medical device. But I feel like there's a lot. I feel like maybe growing up, there was like stigmas around any like visible medical thing, right? And I feel like that stigma is not there anymore, or at least it's not in my awareness, and I don't think kids care anymore. Caretaker says, my soapbox, insurance companies suck. Mm-hmm. Yup, that's a pretty good soapbox. There's a lot of people on that one with you. Me too. and as usual, medical mail insurance insurance fraud is not encouraged, but certainly if it's necessary, you gotta go for it. I'm not gonna tell. Jane says, I got to eat oatmeal when I went camping because we were hiking 2 miles a day. Couldn't take any insulin during the day because we're burning the carbs off. That's kind of neat. It's neat in the sense that like you're like, oh, I'm just going to use this so fast that it actually won't matter. That's so wild. The body is so weird sometimes. I know very little about diabetes and the nuances of it. So I'm sorry. Like I don't have the capacity to like speak to the depth that y'all the depth of your experience. yeah, I feel like I know there's like it's more pervasive, I guess, or more visible. I don't know. I feel like it's and there's a lot of things like that, like in the medical world that are less there's less of a stigma around it. I feel like growing up, if you had some sort of like medical need like that, like you didn't we just didn't I didn't hear about it. Like I didn't nobody like kids didn't talk about it, like glucose monitors, like those types of things. And I'm kind of like I'm glad that in the general world, like medical, anything medical is less of a stigma now. Like, yeah, it's insurance is what it is. But like culturally and in society, I know I know that folks that are experiencing, experiencing diabetes or, any type of mental affliction or physical disability, like, obviously those are going to face cultural and societal hurdles. And I also think that just the visibility of all of these things is so much greater now, which is great. I love it. Yeah, no, and I just want to be open that I like y'all please feel free to chat like about any of that, because I'm not going to gatekeep like the topics here. I just want to be open that like I don't have the awareness to like speak to anything. I don't have the awareness to speak to your experience with authority or really at all. So I just want to be like I'm just being open about that. Because I don't want you to think that I'm like ignoring or not contributing. Okay, tomato soup, taquitos. We're good. Okay, we're in like the bulk. We're in the bulk of the thing now. Now is when like I'm making the tomato soup. I have no more prep to do. I always learn a lot. It's one of the things on, on stream that I appreciate is all the different experiences and sort of viewpoints. And some of them we don't like. Some of them, some things that people choose to share or attempt to discuss on stream, we're good. And we shut those down. But like, this is not one of those things. This is definitely not one of those. I'm gonna put this back in the fridge because Calvin will perhaps want some more of it. Dark Saker says, "What herbs do you use in tomato soup?" This one I don't. I don't use any. I use salt and pepper. Yeah, Velo's 2 years, still learning how to eat and how things react, and I'm sure things are gonna like change because the body changes. And yeah, I mean, when you consider it like that, you've really only gone through 2 seasons of life, and like you're not always eating the same thing year round. So it's like, oh, this is the time of year that I would eat that thing. Can I eat that thing? And that's only happened twice. Okay, we're gonna check these tomatoes again. Come on back over to the stove. Here we go. Here's a little steam for you. Whoa, there's a little steam from my arm. That could be a burn. It's not. Okay. Let's give these a stir. So we're trying not to stick. Nothing's really sticking here because there's a lot of liquid still. And these tomatoes have pretty much all burst at this point. What I'm doing is just taking a wooden spoon and kind of pressing it against the edge of the pot and feeling for how much resistance is there. Because the tomatoes that haven't burst. Can you get her, please? Thank you. Okay, so these are pretty good here. We're doing well. We're doing well. Mishmish said when being in the medical field, there are still some cultural issues when it comes to health issues and the care. So medicines are not culturally sound. No, and that's true. And depending on the body that you live in, your experience dealing with the medical system and specifically doctors is going to be wildly different. So no, totally. Like if you are a like white male speaking to a doctor, your experience is very different than a black female speaking to that same doctor, even if that doctor, you know, is otherwise a decent human being. So I definitely, speaking from only one side of the experience, that experience that I just described, I feel, you know, I'm certainly not qualified to speak, but I do know that it is very pervasive, that people receive extremely different treatments. Add the broth and the lentils. Use a spoon to scrape up any brown bits. Cover and cook. Okay, so we're at the point where we need to add broth to this. Let's add the lentils first. So we have 5 cups of lentils, which is certainly going to stop this from boiling. We're going to stir those in. No, it's not, in fact, going to stop this from boiling. Okay, what is that timer for? That timer is for my eggs. Okay, so we're multiplying this recipe times 5. So we have 5 quarts of broth going in here. I'm bumping this all the way up to high, because this broth has been out on the counter. It's been thawing for several hours, but there's still a few icy chunks in here. So we're getting I'm bumping this to high. So I want to bring this to a boil. And then we're going to cook the lentils. These take about 15, 20 some minutes to cook. Now I'm going to package this in these same containers that I just used. So at some point shortly here, we're going to take a words on stream break so I can do some dishes. Now I'm not obviously anywhere close to packaging this, but as I'm thinking about it, I am going to actually probably package this tonight at some point. All right, so this is looking good. I'm going to go ahead. I have one additional little container of broth. This was in the refrigerator. I just remembered, so I'm going to do I'm going to pour that in there. And then we're going to do a little bit extra here because I have one that was thawed that I'm not going to use in time this week, and I don't want to re-freeze it. Okay, so all of this is in now. Everything that's going in this soup is in. I think. Let's check. Yep, lentils broth, pepper, salt, garlic, onion, and tomatoes. Everything's in there. All right, so we're gonna pull the lid back on. Pull the lid. We're going to put the lid back on. I'm going to let that come to a boil with the lid on because that will boil quicker with the lid on. Then we're going to assemble our grilled cheese sandwiches. Grilled cheese sandwiches are going to go on my trays. Hold on. Eggs were in the oven. Let me check those. Oh yeah, those are done. Those are definitely done. They are puffy. Look at how fucking puffy these got. This is insane. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take the eggs off of this tray and the other tray. We're gonna put them on the drying racks, and then we're going to use these same trays for the grilled cheese sandwiches, because these trays, while as nice as they are small, and they don't fit as much. They don't fit as many pieces of bread as I want to get on these trays. So let's get, we're going to kind of move, shuffle. Yeah, we're going to shuffle here. And these are, oh, damn, that was hot. These are on parchment, so I can should be able to just slide them off onto the floor.
Hello, goodbye.
Gwen's home. Hello, goodbye. Calvin's home. He's upstairs. All right, eggs are off the tray. And I think I need to do those dishes now, actually, because I put raw eggs on here, And I'm going to put bread on here. And I kind of want it to be, yeah, look at that. That, god damn, that was satisfying though. All right, so the eggs are over here. Eggs are ready to go. Bacon is ready to go. Sweet potatoes are ready to go. Cheese is definitely ready to go. So I'm ready to assemble taquitos. Those are like good. I just need to cut the eggs up, which is easy enough to do. So everything that needs to be done for the taquitos is, everything that needs to be cooked for the taquitos is cooked. We're letting everything cool. It's just out on the counter. It's good to go. I've got, my oven is still on. My oven's at 375. I'm going to drop that down to 350 and turn that to 350. Okay. These sheet pans are not, no, these I'm going to use for when I roll the taquitos. We'll put those on there. I'm going to catch up on chat in just a second. I'm sort of like, there's a lot of stuff swirling around in the kitchen today because like big batches of things require places to sit them and sort of more babysitting than you think they require. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to catch up on chat. Then we're going to do a game of words on stream so I can wash at least these 2 sheet pans, and we'll get some things into the dish pan. We'll start emptying the sink. Then we'll then we'll start on grilled cheese. Because the soup is going. The grilled cheese requires cooking effort, whereas the taquitos require assembling effort. So two different things, and I'd rather kind of assemble last once the cooking is done. That way I can turn the oven off sooner. Okay, but first let's scroll up and say hi, or like say hi. I said it at the beginning of stream. Let's scroll up and see where I left off. Mom Noms, welcome in. Hello. Cheers. Ooh, Velos, discovering you can eat something, the hot dog and hamburger buns being keto. That's a nice thing. Do y'all trust it when something says gluten-free? Jane says, I made gimbap with rice. With no rice. It wasn't very pretty, but it was so good. You know, you eat with, people say like, oh, you eat with your eyes first. Yeah, but you know who has the last say? Your mouth. It doesn't have to look good. It genuinely does not have to look good. Fellas, enjoy the pizza or Chinese food, please. I kind of love that. Bella says, I'm going to break down if I win Cookie Club and have Luke send me cookies. This month, we're going to do the spicy ginger chai cookies. They are not gluten-free. They do have, in fact, a bit of sugar in them. Broccoli, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, that was definitely a burn. I definitely burned the outside of my finger with that. Yeah, and I was thinking about the sheet pans and like the cutting them, and the last time I did them, the eggs, I did them in individual portions in a cast iron pan, but there's too much today, so I didn't want to do that. Cito, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Fudge Darling, you like classic chocolate chip cookies? I love a classic chocolate chip cookie. I'm in the mood for cookies. We're going to make them on Thursday, but I might make some freezer cookies before then. Bella says, gluten-free doesn't matter too much. It's the amount of fiber. Cal, what were you reading? Your book's down here.
I was reading Diary
Okay.
of a
It's the amount of fiber. I thought you were already upstairs with you. I thought you'd already taken that upstairs. Okay. Okay. It's a slow carbohydrate rise, not a spike. Fudge Darling says my IBS has the last say. Sheesh. You know, I had that thought, not specific to IBS, but I had the thought around what actually has the last say. I didn't verbalize it, but I suppose we've jumped that shark now. I love a homemade snack. I'm into homemade snacks. They're the best kind. You know what I got at Reading Terminal at the Head Nut? I got one of those snack mixes that was a s'mores snack mix. It has like chocolate coated grams and these like weird these like dried marshmallows and little bits of chocolate. I ate so much of that last night, I made myself feel sick. It was like, I was like, oh, that's way better than I thought it was going to be. And I literally just kept eating it. And then no one was around to stop me because Gwen was putting Calvin to bed. And I was like, oh, I feel terrible now. It was bad. It was good, but like bad in the sense of like, oh, I messed up. Yeah, Kathy, the eggs came out very well. They're not stuck to they weren't stuck to the pan at all. I'm hoping that they're not stuck to the parchment either, but it doesn't. No, they're not. They coming up pretty nicely. Yeah, and these are going to be great. I'm just going to like slice these into strips and they'll be like perfect for what I need. Very happy. Okay, is anything in the oven? No. Let's check this soup again. We're not quite at a boil. I need the soup to be at a boil. So I have it on high. I don't see any ice chunks in here anymore. But once this hits the point of boil, I'm going to turn it down. We'll put the lid on and we'll cook for about 15 to 20 minutes or so. That's going to be, and then once we cook that soup for 15 to 20 minutes, it is finished. Like it's ready to eat, ready to cool, ready to package, whatever kind of ready you want it to be. Okay, we are going to take a little stream break now. I'm going to play a couple games of Words on Stream. Troy, welcome. Hello. We're going to play a couple of games of Words on Stream. If you're on Twitch, feel free to participate. During Words, if you're a lurker and you're hanging out right now, it's a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. If you're anxious about following and chatting, follows are silent, so I will tell you that if you're like, hey, I'm not going to stick around during these ads, hit the follow button. Follows are, again, completely quiet. There's no alerts or sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you. And if you drop your first time chat in during Words on Stream, we'll just let it go by and you can get your first time chat out of the way. And won't that be a lovely thing? I want to reminder that chatting is a way to get Cookie Club entries. So participating in Words on Stream is a good way to get some chat count going on. We are going to run some ads on the Twitch platform. If you're on YouTube, just hang out and hold on. If you are on Twitch and you're like, I don't want to watch any ads, there's a link to YouTube in chat. So you can click on that and just hear what I have to say during that time. Anyway, which isn't very important, TBH. We're going to, as I mentioned, run a game of Words on Stream. If you're not familiar, Words on Stream is a guessing game where you guess words from the letters that are presented to you and you put those words in chat and it puts you on a leaderboard. And if we finish a board, we get to keep playing the game, or if I'm not finished what I'm doing at the sink. While we're doing that, I'm going to put the camera over on the sink. And we're gonna run a couple minutes of ads. We're gonna play some Words on Stream. I'm gonna wash those. What am I washing? What do I have to wash? I have to wash the sheet pans, and then anything else I'm gonna pop into the dishwasher. That can go in the dishwasher. So that's what we're doing now. We're gonna come over to this camera. I'm gonna start a game of Words on Stream. There it goes. And we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. We'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome
Hey,
to another
let's
edition
get-
of Commercials I Hate.
First off, let's get stuff into the dishwasher. And then I'll wash
these two pans. So the stuff going in the dishwasher is all basically the same thing. It's these quart containers. I said I was going to hand wash these, but if I need them later, I'll hand wash them. And if not, I'll just leave them in the dishwasher, run it overnight, and we'll put the whole pot of soup in the fridge, and that'll be fine. And that will be fine. The sheet pans should be easy to wash because I didn't cook anything on them. I just used them. So they're not like caked up with stuff. So get those in just a moment here. Most of this stuff goes in the dishwasher. Awesome. Not the chopsticks. All right, we're getting there. I think it's looking good. All right. Let's get this. I'll get another one going here. Good to go. And I said I was gonna turn my oven off, but I'm gonna use the oven to make dinner. So I am gonna go ahead and leave that on, actually. We're using it to make a real simple, like fish in a pan. The like fish fillets.
It's over!
All right. If you're on Twitch and you were watching an ad, I'm sorry for your patience. You should be back now. We are getting through a Game Awards on stream. I've finished loading the dishwasher. And I am washing these couple sheet pans here. We're going to pop these in the oven for just a brief moment. So that they dry, and then we'll be back. So I'm using the sheet pans to prep my grilled cheese sandwiches. That's the goal here. We have about 30 sandwiches to make, not 40. We're doing 40 taquitos, but 30 grilled cheese sandwiches. We have 19 people on this trip, and I don't think each of them is going to have 2 sandwiches, but I think some people will certainly have 2 sandwiches. All right, that's good enough for now. All that's left, we have just a little bit left in the dish pan. But overall, we did real well with our dishes here. So, welcome back. Here's where we're at. I've roasted the sweet potato. I've cooked the turkey bacon. I've cooked the eggs for the taquitos. Those are ready to go. I have tortillas and cheese in the refrigerator. That's fine. I'm gonna get the tortillas out now because we're going to use them. And when you have them in the fridge, they're a little bit, let's put these on the other side of the counter over here where you can't see, but I can certainly see them. I'm going to leave those out now for the time being, we're turning our attention to grilled cheese sandwiches. So we have 1, 2, 3 loaves of bread. I have all sorts of cheese in here. I had them count this out. We have 4 pieces of cheese per sandwich, which is a bit. I have my taquito cheese. That's in here for a little later. We have 3 different types of cheese. We have provolone, Cooper Sharp, which is basically American cheese, and then I also have mild cheddar. So this is great. When we were talking about pricing, right? Price for things. We've had this conversation on stream before as it pertains to Reading Terminal Market specifically. And I know the question's been asked like, hey, are things like cheaper at the market? Like if you were to go to Wegmans or like your normal grocery store, Acme, Ralph's, whatever, pick another big grocery store. Would things be more expensive or less expensive? Well, I have mild cheddar cheese. 1.4 pounds of this is 40 slices of cheddar cheese. It was $9.93. So let's call it $10. If you were to buy like the pre-sliced packs of cheese, it would be way more than that. Those pre-sliced packs are like $4 to $5 each, and they only have like 10 slices in them. Some of them do. Some of them have 20, and they're more. I don't, from like a deli perspective, if you got like fresh sliced cheese at the deli, it might be a little different. But in general, like some things at Reading Terminal are more expensive if you get like the good fancy cheese, and some things are less if you get like slices of cheddar cheese. So I personally like to shop there because it is a local market. And I like supporting the vendors there. One of the things that they strive for is having a regular group of like weekday or weekly like grocery type shoppers, and I'm proud of being sort of one of those people. I also went there yesterday at the worst possible time. I was there on a Monday afternoon. I arrived at Reading Terminal at like 1 p.m., which is like just at the end of the lunchtime rush, and it was brutal. Okay, so this is basically boiling. I'm going to give this another like couple minutes to really come to a boil. We got my sheet pans out of the oven. I tossed the sheet pans in the oven because the oven's hot and on, and they dry better in here. I put them in the oven because it dries all the water that gets underneath of like the rolled edge of the sheet pan when you're rinsing it. And I know these don't really rust, but it's like it's nicer. It's nicer because they're like completely dry. So we're gonna do 15 sandwiches per tray if I can. I'm gonna do some parchment down on here. I'm laying these, they're hot because they were obviously just in the oven. So I'm like laying these flat on the counter. They'll cool a little bit. We're going to put some parchment on each of these because I'm going to coat my bread with mayonnaise. Because we do mayonnaise grilled cheeses. Mayonnaise instead of butter for the oil to grill them. So what I'm doing is I'm making grilled cheese in advance. Like I'm fully melting the cheese and grilling it. And when we are at the campsite, I will either, depending on the scenario, I will either pop these on the griddle and cook them, just like reheat them on the griddle, or I will just put them in a big chafing dish, a big aluminum dish, and put them on the fire. When I go camping, I do take one of these sheet pans, like these exact sheet pans, and bring it with me. It sits nicely in my cooler, and I can like put small stuff on top of it. So depending on how these fit on here, if they all kind of fit nicely, I might just put them all on a sheet pan and cover the whole sheet pan with like foil, and then put them in that way. I don't know. So I'm sort of I'm not positive how I'm reheating them, but I know that I don't want to grill individual sandwiches while I'm there. I want to have like fully formed sandwiches that are completely melted together that I can just like stack like Legos in a chafing dish and reheat. So we're going to save the family roll here and we're going to start with the king roll. So I need, like I said, 30 sandwiches. So we're just going to do basically the whole thing. Camille says, I've never used mayo instead of butter. Is there a significant taste difference? Yes. I don't know if it's significant, but it doesn't taste, they don't taste like butter. Like, I know that's, like, I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but like, they don't taste like butter. They do taste grilled. I think it depends. If you're using like pretty decent bread that's already really tasty, you might not care all that much. If butter is like a key component of what you want out of a grilled cheese, like you're probably going to notice a difference. 3, 6, 9, 12. Shit, I'm going to need more sheet pans than I have, more sheet pan space than I have. Damn. I will say for Camille, for these though, if you do make it with mayonnaise, you can always add, and like the butter is a thing that's important, you can always do a little bit of butter on the pan instead of using butter as like the only source of grease. Because what you're doing with the butter is like it's greasing the pan so the bread doesn't, gets nice and browned. But the mayonnaise is doing that already. The mayonnaise is just taking the place of that. I like mayonnaise because it gives you full coverage of the whole slice of bread. That's the biggest thing for me, is the like, you can spread it edge to edge on the bread and it's, it browns a little better, whereas butter sort of gets, butter can be, can concentrate in one area. But when you mayo the entire bread first before you cook it, you're sort of guaranteeing a better, more even browning. And also, like, just from a functional perspective, I'm just gonna like toss these on the griddle, and then you don't need to like think about it afterward. So 3, 5, 4, 8, 12, 24. So I need six more. Let's get out. I hear my soup boiling, so we're gonna turn that way down and set my timer for 15 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna take another couple pieces of bread. Let's get these out, and then we'll prep another sheet pan. But while I'm doing bread prep, let's just do this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and I'm going to take all these ends and we're going to put them back in. I'm going to put them back in. So I'm not making any end pieces here because kids. Because I don't want to cause any upset feelings if like you don't get the end pieces at home, My son is yelling at me. I'm not using the end pieces for grilled cheese because I don't want people to be upset that they got a piece that has an end on it, even though it's the same damn bread. Just saying. 9 says, I imagine it helps the bread keep integrity. It very well could. I actually don't know if it's any real difference. I know that I will say, for my purposes, that the cooking them in advance helps in a lot of different ways. One, I don't have to do any of this at camp. And two, I don't, I can sort of, when they are frozen and thawed again, they're all stuck together. So like you grab a sandwich and it's just like, here it is. And you can like toss it on the grill just as it is if you want to. Uncommon, welcome, hello. It does get a nice even brownness. That is exactly it. Okay, so we have 30 sandwiches ready to go. Next is the mayonnaise. We're gonna take all of these and we're gonna mayo both sides of each of these. I have a fresh jar of mayonnaise and we're just gonna do it. Let's use, should I use a spatula? I feel like I should do a spatula for this. Yeah, perfect. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, uncommon. Croutons, bread pudding, like all of the things that you could make. I love all of it. Yeah, this is good. Having them so close together on the tray like this actually makes this quite a bit quicker because I'm just going to do all the tops and then we'll do all the bottoms. Perfect. Look at that. Wow. So the bulk batching of this actually is making this more efficient because there's, maybe it's like less gaps in between them and I'm just like spreading the mayo directly on. This is great. Bellas, yeah, I reheat them. So the ways that I've done this before are, I've done them on the griddle. So I've just like thawed them out and then used my, my stovetop griddle, the one that I use on stream that we'll see today. So I bring that one with me. I use that to reheat them. I've also put them in like a aluminum chafing dish and like chafing pan, like a grill pan, just like the aluminum grill pans, and sat that over the grate on the campfire for like, I don't know, an hour or so. And sort of like the ambient heat from the fire will just reheat them nicely. What's going on over there? Nothing. They're okay. They've been up there, so counterpoint, yes, they can. All right. We are mayoing all of these. And then we'll just flip everything over. Oh yeah, uncommon. The bread heels are great. I don't mind the heels of the bread, and like no one in the house here cares. I'm just imagining I make like all these grilled cheese sandwiches, and someone gets one of the ends on their bread and like freaks out because they always have, because they've never experienced having a bread end. Yes. Is that still okay? Okay. Yeah, I just want to manage, like I'm not putting anything fancy in these grilled cheeses. They're like just cheese. I'm using like regular white bread, just like normal, quote unquote, normal. Odie, yes, turn the heel piece around. Exactly. Yeah, that's a pro move. That's a pro move, especially if you've got like a bunch of toppings or fillings, I guess is a better word for grilled cheese. They will hide that very nicely. If, they kind of spill over, and it's a good idea. I definitely could have done that. If I needed all of the pieces of bread in the loaf, I probably would have just done that. But this is going faster than I thought it was going to, honestly, which is kind of nice. So we're greasing one side, and then we're going to flip all of these over, and we're just going to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, how would they know? No, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. But yeah, those are good. If you don't use the heels, saving them for other stuff. Bread pudding is great. You know, I've never made bread pudding. It's one of the things that I love. I love bread pudding, and I get really annoyed because the place near where I live, one of the closer bakeries to me, does a bread pudding with their leftover croissants, but I can't ever eat it because they have almond croissants, and they're like, we can't guarantee that we didn't use almond croissants in this bread pudding. And I'm like, okay, y'all, but like really, honestly, it would be really straightforward to know that, because you could just like, you make it every night. Like, just put a little dot on the tag. Does this batch have almonds? Yes or no? Like, you're the baker, fucking figure it out. Like, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but like, me as a customer would love to eat the thing that you sell, because sometimes I can eat it and sometimes it makes me die. And they can't tell me which one it is, so I don't get to eat it. Because I'm not taking the EpiPen to the bakery just so I can have bread pudding. They have other good stuff, you know. Yeah, it's not so much the cross-contamination. It's like, it's just whatever they have left over. You know, if they have leftover almond croissants, they toss them in, and if they don't, they don't. That's why their bread pudding is good, because it's like all their leftover bread from the day before, and then they process it at night. Get fucking cat. Sorry. Adventurous Ash. Dear Lord. Okay. I definitely just like yeeted him right off the counter. Gloved hand, just like straight off the counter. He jumped up and had nowhere to go. Zero place to go. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm flipping these. That's what I was doing. And I'm maintaining... Yeah. Just kind of maintain the process here. No chair for Ash today. Ash hasn't been around at all. That was really, like... He was here much earlier in stream, but he's been mostly absent. Obi was our big star today. Obi was the big cat on campus. He was letting me hold him. He was hanging out by the fridge, generally being a very good boy, trying to get on the counter to get to the bacon, like, you know, just doing cat shit, cat things. For the purpose of anyone watching this who happens to be going camping with me, there was no cat shit involved. There was a cat paw on one of those pieces of one of those pieces of egg, but you know, we're gonna ignore that and pretend like that wasn't the case. And it was the one on the right, and maybe there's no way I'm going to keep track of that from now until when I'm not going to know who gets the one that the cat paw might or might not have touched. Why not just mark it with a little dot, Lou, and just say this is the one that has the cat paw on it? Like, okay, got it. Yes. Thank you. Now I understand why the bakery doesn't do that. Got it. Just being an entitled asshole. Sorry. All right, we are mayonnaising these other sandwiches though. And we're gonna start here. I've got about 3 minutes till that soup may or may not be finished. Now the soup is I mentioned, like, I'm not going to package it tonight, but we are going to blend it. because that is the last step before serving it. That's the last step before packaging it, is blending it. So I'm going to toss that in the big blender, the one that is okay to put hot liquids in, just FYI. 9. Good luck, by the way, with the end. Good luck in the end of your liquid diet experience. You tried not being allergic. Yeah, right. You know, I have, and it didn't work out. And Gwen won't let me get ringworm. So, not ringworm. What's the one that disrupts your immune system response? There's a parasitic worm that you can get. Hookworm. It's hookworm. You can get, if you have hookworm and you have like peanut allergies, then they don't trigger when you have hookworm because your body is too busy dealing with, you know, the invasive parasite. Anyway, less about that. Allergic to cats, but definitely eats the cookies from the cookie club. Fudge darling, true. And I will say I have not taken any effort to exclude the cats from the kitchen today. I do that during cookie club. So when I'm making cookies, I actively like lock the cats in a separate room. So that they do not get up on the counter. Like like before cookie club, I go through a little different process than a normal stream, insofar as like I fully clean the kitchen and I keep the cats excluded until things are packaged. Now, does that guarantee that there's no fur? No, of course it doesn't. But it does minimize the like immediate impact of a cat potentially jumping on the counter, you know? Cyber, tell me about the hookworm thing, because if you're willing to share, because I definitely looked into it for like very deeply considered it, because I am allergic to peanuts, and I read on the internet that like, hey, if you do that, if you have hookworm, like you can just eat peanuts as if you were not allergic. And I was like, so what do you need? What's the problem with the hookworm? And they were like, well, you have iron deficiencies. And I was like, okay, but like you can take a pill for that, right? And they were like, yeah, of course. And I'm like, I'm not sensing a problem. So I was kind of like, well, I'm just going to try this. And Gwen was like, no, the fuck you are not. So I didn't, but it's still in mind. Obviously I'm thinking about it, you know. Better than the bakery. Hey-oh, sometimes. We're trying here. Jamie, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Tier 2 resub. Did you know that Tier 2 subscribers get their Cookie Club entries doubled? And when they're working, get to use sound commands for free. Cyrus says, I have Crohn's and it was part of a clinical trial. It tricks your immune system into focusing on that and not the things it's supposed to attack. Yeah, that was what I read. Was basically like, your body doesn't care that it's eating something that it thinks you're allergic to, because it's like, it's busy dealing with the parasite. And so I was like, that sounds fine, because like the lingering effects from the thing like are minimal, and you mitigate the biggest harm that they cause by taking a supplement. Like, huh? Why is this why isn't this everywhere? Right, because a pharmacy, because a drug company doesn't like produce them. That's why. Because capitalism. Jane says, if there was a parasite I could get that would get rid of diabetes, I would seriously consider that. And yeah, any type of like actual like real solution to a thing like that, that's sort of natural and able to be, the harmful effects can be mitigated. Like, try it. Just give it a shot, you know? Cyber, they obviously that was like a trial that sort of had a lifespan. Did it work? Like, did it work? Did you notice anything? Because that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, sign me the bug up right up for that. Where do I find clinical trials to sign up for like that? I would definitely do that. I think it worked, but I was also doing all sorts of different things, so not exactly sure what helped what. Got it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's cool though. That is very interesting. Could fix rheumatoid arthritis, maybe. I mean, I know that I do know that I looked into how to buy them, like online. They're not. You can't legally purchase them. Like they're not a thing you can just get on Amazon. You can get them online now though. Cyrus says, "Oh, oh, okay." Immediately proven wrong. Yeah, back then, if you wanted to get them, you needed to like know the corner of the internet to get Hookworm on. And I don't like, which was also like a weird corner of the internet that like you could get lots of other stuff on, you know, like your identity stolen, etc. Which is not ideal. Okay, we are coming into the end of the mayonnaise process here. This was easier than expected, if I'm being forthright here. I was anticipating doing this for a lot longer, but the spatula helped, and the fact that these that I could just sort of do these in like a slather like this was great too. All right, so I need to check on the soup because my timer went off. What I'm looking for from this soup is that the come on back over here to the stove with me. Let's see what we can see in this pot. So hopefully some steam should be coming up. Yep. Yes, it is. This is boiling. This is like the perfect boil here. All right, we got a perfect boil. Lentils are in. I need to check these lentils, and then I'm gonna come say hi. We're cooking here. We got a lot going on today. So just give me a second. We're working. I see you. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We need to check these lentils. So I just need to check and see how cooked they are. If they are soft yet. This is at a good cadence, so we're gonna leave it right like that. Come on back over here to the counter, and let me say a hello. Sofa, thank you for the little shout out there. Nine says I'd be afraid of an online source. Yes, same. Partially why I didn't buy them, partially because I was told not to. Yeah, Camille, exactly. The deep web, the dark web, the deep dark web. The 100-acre web. Sorry, that's a poo reference. Oh my God. Fellows, that's crazy. You had a friend who got a hole drilled in their skull and claims he no longer has migraines? That's... What? Runner, welcome in. Friends, nice to have you. When your market set, slay. Oh my God, hi. Troy was kind enough to guide us over, and we're here for the prep cooking. Amazing. Thank you, Troy. Thank you for bringing friends our way. Y'all, it's nice to have you. Runner is a friend of the stream, vis-a-vis Troy Takes Photos. And Sofa, thank you for the shout out. We appreciate it. Baldur's Gate, a game that I have watched on Twitch but not played. I'm not a gamer myself. We usually just do cooking. When we're not cooking, we do IRL. Okay, lentils are great. They're totally broken down. This is like ready to go. Seasoning seems good on here, but we're gonna blend it first and then we'll know. Here's what we're gonna do. Let me say hi. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I am a parent, live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that y'all are here. Welcome. Mostly on stream, we do vegetable forward family meals. We also do some recipe development. We do meal prep. We do prep for camping trips, which is what we're doing today. We are making food for 12 children and 7 adults to go camping. And we're currently in the middle of prepping a couple things. I have tomato soup on the stove, which is what you came in to see. I have grilled cheese sandwiches that are in progress here on the counter. I just finished coating all of these with mayonnaise. Now we're going to add the cheese to them, and we're going to melt them in the oven. Then we're going to grill them. Then we're going to be finished with the grilled cheese sandwiches. When we're finished with the grilled cheese sandwiches, we're going to blend that soup, and then when we're finished with the soup, we're going to put it right back in that pot because it's going to stay in the refrigerator overnight in that pot. Then we're going to assemble breakfast taquitos, which are basically like tortilla wraps. They have turkey bacon, they have scrambled eggs, which I've made on the sheet pan, which are over here. They also have sweet potato, which is in a bowl. You can't see it on the counter. They're also going to have cheese in them. So that's what we're doing today. We're kind of in the middle of all of that. There was a lot of prep happening. We're through all of the prep and we're on to like assembly and cooking at this point. So we needed to cook eggs. We needed to cook bacon. We needed to cook sweet potatoes. We needed to cook the soup. We're currently caramelizing onions on the stove. So there's a lot happening. It's nice to have you. Welcome in. I should note that follows are silent, so if you are new to the stream and perhaps you like to just lurk and hang out, totally okay. If you hit the follow button, there are no alerts, there's no sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you. Nobody's going to call you out. Nobody's going to know, which is great. And if you choose to chat, thank you. If not, wonderful. Enjoy your lurk. And that's all I got. So let's turn our attention to the grilled cheeses. No, let's stir these onions on the stove real quick. These are onions that are caramelizing. They are still on. Is the burner still on? No, the burner's not even on anymore. The burner turned off. So they're not in fact caramelizing. They are just in the pan and warm. But we're going to give those, you know what? These are pretty well done. These are pretty good. I don't think I need to cook them any farther. I think they're fine. So let's put those in a container. Yeah, let's put those in a container and that will free up that spot on my stove because I need that spot on the stove for the griddle to grill the cheeses. So let's actually, no, we're gonna let those sit. I'll package those once these are ready to roll. So we have 3 different types of cheese for my grilled cheese. We have mild cheddar, provolone, and oh, my battery died on my phone. Fun. Wait, why did my battery die? Oh, yeah, sorry. Battery is actually dead. Great, let's just plug this in. I went to look and see if anyone had texted me, and my phone's dead, so they didn't. Cool. Fun. We have Cooper Sharp, which is basically American cheese. We have mild cheddar and provolone. So I have 40 slices of each of these. I have 30 sandwiches. So that's 4 slices per sandwich. So we're going to do, yeah, we're going to fucking figure it out. That's what we're going to do. I realized I probably should have broken I should have broken down the number a little bit better because I can't make 30 of the exact same sandwich, which, like, if you've hung out here for any amount of time, you know that bothers me. So that's fine. It's fine. We don't need to actually worry about it. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the cheese. We're going to open the cheeses. Then we're going to uncap all of these, and then we'll assemble, and then we'll put these in the oven, sort of open face. When they're finished melting in the oven, we're going to do we're going to recap. We're going to recap them with the tops, and then we'll grill them. So they're not going to take all that long to grill. And functionally, the grilling process here is not what's melting the cheese. So it's really just giving the outside a little bit of browning. And we're not eating these today, so we're going to grill them and then let them cool down right back on the same tray that they were on right now. And then when they're cool to like room temperature, I'll freeze them and they'll be ready to go from frozen for dinner when we get there, when we get to that point. So that's what we're doing. We have provolone. Which end of this bag? It's open. 9 says, I don't think I could smell all that grilled cheese and not eat any. You know, that's a fair statement. Elsie, no, you have a cat who's decided that it's her idea to want to jump up here. She's on the other side of the counter though, so she like can't be. Yes, that's right. You stay right there. I perceive you. I perceive you, and you are unwelcome today, right now, for this specific thing. You're unwelcome for the purpose of what we're doing. 9, all the grilled cheeses. You don't think you could smell them? No, I'm with you. I'm with you. One of the fun things that I have done in my life is cook in big batch scenarios at a large like dining hall situation where we were like once a week for lunch. We're making 800 grilled cheeses. And so like I think when there's like there's like if there's 2 sandwiches, it's like, okay, man, yeah, I'm really hungry. When there's like that many, you're just like, you don't even see them anymore. It's just kind of like, welp, these are just things. Like they're individual. You're not, you don't see them for like the delicious grilled cheese sandwich that it is. All right, let's start down. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start by laying down like a slice per sandwich of the provolone. And this is going to get folded in half because this is kind of big. So I had the person at the store count out. I think what they did when they portioned this was counted out like 10 slices and then weighed the rest, which makes sense to me. That's how I would have done it instead of counting, 40 total slices. So this may or may not be the exact number I need. I know that it's not less than the number I need because when they finished up, I was like, just toss an extra like few on top there, just to make sure. And they did. So I know that I have at least enough to go around here. I think we're going to lay down, basically we're going to lay down 1 slice of each per sandwich, and then we're going to see what we have left over. Because my goal was to get 4 slices of cheese per sandwich. The provolone is a bit bigger than the bread, so that's why I'm folding it, because I don't want it to melt all over the edge. There's plenty of cheese in here that's going to melt. So I just don't want it to completely melt over the side. That's the goal. So we're folding, we're assembling here. This is just part of the process of lots of cheese. Lots of cheese. I got the cheese from Real, RIEHL. They are a cheese vendor. It's where I get almost all of the cheese that I use on stream from, actually. They are great. I actually had recently I was in the market and they were polling like customers, like, what's your favorite cheese? And so I told them, I was like, basically like, what cheese that we sell do you like was the question, And so I told them I really like the Havarti with dill that they sell. And I was just in there, this was last week, but I saw it again yesterday. They have a sign that's like customer favorite cheeses. And it was like Lou. And it was like my name up on the thing. And I was like, oh, that's me. And I was buying the Havarti. I was like buying the cheese. This was for last week. What was I doing with the Havarti dill last week? I forget. It was something on stream. But I was like, hey, that's me. That's the cheese I'm buying right now. And I was like, do I get this for free? And they were like, no, but thank you. So it was super cool. It was fun. I got an Iovine shirt yesterday too when I went. Iovine is the produce vendor that I really love and have shopped at for a really long time there. So I was like, "Do y'all have t-shirts? Can I like get one of your t-shirts?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure." Um, in a past life slash job, I used to work with the guy who owns Iovine, and so it's funny because I've known him for not known him, but we've known of each other and been friendly for since I don't even know 2010 at this point. So it's funny like that's why I like shopping at Reading Terminal. Like part of the reason is not just because I like the products and the sort of being at a market versus like a grocery store, but like also it's a community. I appreciate being able to go in and see the same folks like literally year after year. It's not like it's not uh it's not like going to a grocery store. Which is not entirely fair. I mean, the grocery store I go to, I've also been seeing the same people for a long time, but it's a different energy. Different energy. All right, so we just had the Cooper Sharp. I just put that down. Now I'm putting down the cheddar. So these are 3 cheese grilled cheese. Hopefully while we're out in the camp, I'll remember what the cheeses are because someone's going to ask. But we're laying down the cheddar now. And I've got a few extra pieces here, I think, of everything. I think what I'm going to do is like cut the cheddar and the Cooper Sharp in half, and we'll just put like a half a piece on each of these, and then we'll go from there. Time check, 5:30, 6:30. Okay, so I have about an hour and a half left of like time before. I have quite a bit less than that of time before I feel like stressed. Once the grilled cheese is out of the oven, I'm going to get dinner in the oven. So that's part of what I want to do on stream today. Dinner is a literal dump and go dinner. So everything's frozen. It's just going to go in the oven and cook until it's done. So super easy to do. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9, 18, 27. Let's cut this into thirds. Cutting board. Yeah, thirds. And then we'll just put a third of this on each sandwich, and that'll be good. So 1, 2, 3. And then of the Sharp, I have about the same. So I'll cut those into thirds. And then of the provolone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, again, thirds. So we're going to do basically one more piece of each type of cheese on each of these sandwiches, because I don't really want to have all this cheese left over. Like that's not a thing that I want to deal with. So we will just do cheese until we run out here, and then we're going to start putting these in the oven. So what I'm going to do is I'll put one in the oven. Actually, no, I think I can get both of these sheet pans in the oven at once. So yeah, we'll do as much of this in the oven at once as I can, and melt it. Once it's melted, it doesn't need to like stay warm. The goal of putting it in the oven is to pre-melt the cheese enough that I can get the top to stick to it. That helps with the grilling, the griddling process. So this is nonsense. Who doesn't want extra cheese? Now that's valid. I think yes, correct. I just don't want to deal with it later. I planned on using all of it, so I'm trying to use all of it. That's where my head's at. I think what I'd rather have is leftover grilled cheese sandwiches than having leftover cheese. So 27 pieces, 28, 29, 30, 3 without. No problem. Matthew, hello. Happy Tuesday. We'll just sort of start on this end, and we'll do a piece of the Cooper Sharp on each of these. And then last but not least, we will do the cheddar. All right. But this is coming along. The assembly part of this is like, it's funny, like cooking a grilled cheese sandwich. This is a five minute task repeated 30 times. That's why it takes so long. It's just like doing this over and over and over. I will say I mentioned a bit earlier about like doing these in a kitchen for like a dining hall, and that there was no mayonnaise involved. It was just bread and cheese, slap them on the griddle. Bread and cheese, basically you fill the griddle, and when the griddle is full, you start at the beginning again and flip. And when you flipped everything, you start at the beginning again and take them off. It's a very, like, at a scale like that, it is actually kind of nice because you're never waiting for anything. You just do all of it at once. You fill the griddle and then you just start from the same side again. You just keep going. It's like a typewriter. You just kind of keep going one end to the other, which is great. Same thing with pancakes, which we also cooked a lot of. Will there be sauce for the grilled cheese? There's tomato soup. So no sauce specifically, but there will be soup for the cheese. So we will have a liquid dippable element. And if you've hung out on this stream and seen me make grilled cheese before, you know that these are as basic a grilled cheese as probably you'll ever see me make. A three cheese grilled cheese, right? Is as basic as I'm gonna get here. That's not true. A single cheese grilled cheese would be fine. But if I'm sort of left to my own devices, I'm gonna do a 3 cheese version. Okay, so we have every sandwich has at least one of each cheese on it. That's the goal. So we have achieved that goal. Now we can take and throw all of these out. And let's start getting these in the oven. So I'm going to pop these in the oven. I'm going to pop all of them in the oven. And while they're in the oven, we're going to package up the caramelized onion. When the caramelized onion is packaged, we're going to check on these. They're probably going to be finished. When they come out, we're going to put all these bread slices back on top, and then we'll start the grilling process. So that's where we're at. So the oven is at 350, pretty standard temperature there. We're going to pop those in. There they go. And we're going to check on these when I'm finished packaging the caramelized onion. I'm not setting a timer. And if I get distracted, maybe someone in like three to 5 minutes can like remind me to get the fucking grilled cheese out of the oven. But I think we'll be okay. I'm not going to forget that they're in there because I am sort of mid-process with those. These, however, are definitely finished. Take a look at these. If you are an onion, caramelized onion lover, we have some good-looking caramelized onions here on stream. They are nice and ready to go. These, when I put them in the pan, filled the whole pan. It was like up well over the top. So Bella says, what cheese am I using? I'm using cheddar
cheddar, provolone, and Cooper Sharp, which is basically an American cheese. Cooper is a brand, so it's their, I think it's actually Sharp cheddar. Cooper Sharp in the past like decade or so has become like the cheese to use on cheesesteaks in the city because it melts really nicely. So it's one of those things where like the Cooper brand is part of the name now. Like that's a thing. You go to like a cheesesteak shop and you'll get like a cheesesteak with like Cooper Sharp on it. Because otherwise, like you can get it with cheddar and it's just like regular cheddar, but you gotta get the Cooper. It's better, you know. It's like it's not, but it is. Okay, so onions are good. These are just for the hamburgers. There's no they're a topping. So are the other onions that are in there. This pan we're going to move onto the counter over here. And I'm going to get my griddle. The griddle is over here as well. So we're going to do the grilled cheeses on this griddle. That's ready. So we need to check the grilled cheeses. I know that they're in the oven. I have not forgotten about them. Almost there. We're looking good. Probably another 2 minutes. Let's actually set a timer though, so I don't forget. 2:00 start. Okay. In about 2 minutes, I think I can get. Let's see what else. What else is there? In those 2 minutes, I'm gonna get my dinner out. Dinner is fish and vegetables. So we have a couple fillets here. We have 1, 2, 3 fillets. I'm gonna pop those on there. I have a whole bag of mixed vegetables. Let's season, hold on. Let's season these. Salt. Salt, pepper. We'll do a little bit of olive oil at the end. There's a big bag of mixed vegetables. Put those in there. Do I have any potatoes in here? I do not. Do I have any loose vegetables in my crisper? Do not. Anything else I want to bake in there? No. Oh, yes. Are there peas in there? Yeah, there are. Okay. We also have fillets. These are flounder. Oh, these are breaded. Shit. Okay, that's fine. We can still use breaded fillets. We'll just put them on top. It's okay. A little bit of olive oil. A little bit more salt. A little bit more pepper. That's it for the pepper. Give this a little shake. Timer's going off. Cheese looks ready. Here's a bottle. There you go. I'm going to put these breaded fillets on top. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And dinner is ready. Dinner is ready to go in the oven. Well, it's not ready yet, so that's fine. Be hungry at 7:30. Okay, then don't eat. Good. All right, cheese is nice and melted, so let's get this out.
Okay, have your water.
1, 2, and 3.
All right, we got melted cheese. Let's get tops on these. Is it under the blanket? Okay, all these are nice and melted. Fresh Grunger, welcome in. We are making currently 30 grilled cheese sandwiches. Later, we'll be making, well, we're making grilled cheese sandwiches right now. Then we're going to make, we're going to finish processing tomato soup. Then we're going to assemble some taquitos. And then at some point in all of that, we're going to put dinner, our actual dinner for tonight, in the oven. And so we're also going to make dinner. But right now, I have these sandwiches. They are mayonnaised. We definitely use mayonnaise here.
Dad, why does it smell like mac and cheese?
Because I have 120 slices of melted cheese right here on the counter. Okay. All right. So everything's warm. I'm just going to kind of give this a like pat down. All right. And now we griddle. So these are good to go. Let's turn this griddle on. And these are not going to take too long. So the grilling, yeah, what do you want?
The fingers.
Okay. Come home hungry, okay? Yeah, you control whether you demand corner store snacks. Have fun. It is better, Grungo. I totally agree with you. You get even browning. That's the best part. Like, I think that there's an argument to be made that butter is better for flavor because it is, but you get better like coverage of the oil of the the brown aspect of these when you use mayonnaise. So I am team mayonnaise all the way as it relates to grilled cheese sandwiches. Okay, let's recap here. So the soup is ready. The soup is off. The soup is off, and it's not cooling down because there's too much of it to really cool. But we're gonna blend this. We're gonna blend this when we are finished with the sandwiches. So, because I want the sandwiches to be able to start cooling down. So, bye. Love you too. Have fun. My son's heading out the door to karate, so we're exchanging goodbyes. Okay, so come on over to the griddle here. Let's make this the main camera for just a second so I can see what we actually see here. Why does that always look so awful? Hold on, let me change a couple things on here. So we're going to zoom that in just a little bit. I have this horrible light. Where is that light coming from? Is this better? That's a little bit better. Okay. I have a light. Hold on. It's coming from which side? It's right here. That is, oh, that's coming from outside. Liz, yeah, we're doing good. When Gwen came home today, she was like, do you need me to do karate? And I was like, yes, please. So, we're all set. Yeah, it looks okay. It doesn't, I mean, it's not awful, and it's going to look better, in a few moments when, or maybe not better. I don't even know. Yeah, Liz, that was because I was previously on the hook to do karate tonight, and now I am not. So now I'm just on the hook to have things wrapped up here by 7:30 or so, which I think is achievable. So we're gonna move. What we're doing first, though, is we're gonna move all of this soup to the counter, so that I have the stove over here on this side to work with. And yeah, there we go. That's not better in terms of framing, but better. There. Okay. Griddle is on. Griddle is hot-ish. So I have this at a very low. This is at a 2.5. At a 2.5 out of 7. So, fresh friends, enjoy the Toronto FC match today. Enjoy, yeah. Hopefully it's a good one for you. Liz says, "What's for dinner?" I am on the hook for dinner. Dinner is. I didn't think far enough ahead to have grilled cheese tonight, which, to my frustration, is annoying. But dinner tonight is going to be this tray of fish and vegetables that I have ready to go in the oven at about 18:15. So about 6:15 p.m. I'm gonna put that tray in the oven, and it'll just cook, and we'll have that with a little bit of something else. I don't know what. So we're just getting these sandwiches. I'm packing these onto the tray. So all we're really doing here is getting a little toast on the outside, and that's kind of it. So we're starting at one end, working our way down. The griddle is not super hot. I'm bumping the temp just a little bit here. Up against Ottawa. Well, good luck. I've been actually watching some of the Union games this year. I'm not a sports fan. I live in Philadelphia, so like, why would you be watching the Union games? I was watching Union games because that's my team from the city I live in. I'm not like a sports fan, but I enjoy, much like I enjoy the metric system, I kind of enjoy watching soccer because it's sort of like an afterthought culturally in America. So for that reason, I do like me a little bit of soccer in that way. So we have grilled cheeses going on. Let's check. No, okay, not at all, and that's okay. We're gonna turn this up just a little bit. Let me make sure both burners are on. Yeah, there we go. So I was at a 2. I'm now at a 4. I'm gonna drink the rest of this bottle of sparkling water that Calvin is drinking because he left for karate, and I'm thirsty. So here we go. Fresh Congo. First soccer match. Enjoy. That's fun. I went to a couple with Calvin last summer. My son's name is Calvin. He's in 5th grade. So he is sort of in that space of like, it's just fun. Like he's not, I don't know. We don't do a lot of like sports stuff in the house. So it's sort of like, I don't know. I've been enjoying going to the games because they're I think they're a different experience to me anyway than the like baseball. I've been actually, no, that's not true. I was gonna say I've never been to a hockey game, but I went to a hockey game one time in college. Personal fan of baseball. I listen to baseball on the radio, but I don't know any of the players. I don't have any clue who the current like players are. At all. Like literally at all. I know I don't even know if I could name a single Phillies player. Kyle Schwarber. Yeah, there you go. Kyle Schwarber is a Phillies player. Do I get a prize? But the baseball is I enjoy listening to it on the radio because it's just because it is literally sort of predictable and slow, and you tune in for a second or two mentally and then you like tune back out again. All right, so we're looking good. I gave these a first flip just to see where everything was at. They're looking pretty all right, but I'm going to flip them back again because they're not quite where I want them to be. When I flip them the second time, we're going to make sure that these parts that are currently not brown get in the middle, because the middle, so my flames, I have two flames on here. One of them is here, the other one is here. And so the hotter part of the skillet is griddle. The hotter part of the griddle is in this sort of central area here. Matthew says you watch chess tournaments online. You know, I do. I watch chess on Twitch, which is always very fascinating. I kind of enjoy the like Twitch chess folks. It is fascinating, and I'm like, all right, hold on. I'm not super great at chess myself, playing it, so I'm always sort of, you watch stuff like that online and you're like, oh yeah, you should have done that, you know, like sort of armchair analysis, which I don't really do. All right, I'm trying to figure out, all right, how do I flip this? There we go. So these are looking all right. Again, with the sort of batch situation, like by the time I finish getting these all flipped and like in the right spot, the next, it'll be ready for like the next flip of the first round. So kind of like pancakes, you gotta have like the first round in the griddle is sort of figuring out your timing and temperature, and then after that it's like, oh, okay, we're good. I know how to do this. But these are looking good. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 16. 8, 16, 24, 32. Okay, so I'm gonna need to do 4 rounds of these. I was like, wait, that adds up to more sandwiches than I have. No, that's right, it does. And the last round, we'll just have less sandwiches on the griddle. Okay, so that is done. That one is finished. Not quite finished, but like we're getting there. Yeah, there's a reason I don't want to cook these like this at camp. And that reason is because assembling them and doing all that fucking work takes me away from the grand activity of sitting next to a campfire and relaxing. So, we're putting these right back on the tray from whence they came. Actually, no. You know what we're going to do with these? Time out. We're going to set these on... No, we're going to put them on the tray. No, we're going to put them on the tray because I don't have enough... wire racks to put all of these on a wire rack. I don't have enough space to put all these on a wire rack. I was thinking, oh, if I put them on a wire rack, they won't be as they won't get like as soggy, etc. But like honestly, they're gonna freeze. And we gotta redo the crispiness when we reheat them anyway, so not an issue. Okay, these next ones will not take as long. We're figuring out the griddle temperature. So 1, whoa, hold on. 2, 3, 4. And then we can move these back into their single layer. As I stack them on the sheet pan. Okay, first 4. Move this sheet pan back to the counter. This sheet pan over here. 2, 3, 4. I need like a pizza cutter to get in between here, because these are the cheese. They were real close in proximity, but the cheese sort of like melted them together. 5, 6. I don't need a pizza cutter. I'm just using the side of my spatula. 7, 8. Okay, we're good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gongo says, I'm relatively good at chess, but my friends are terrible. Whenever I watch them play, it's like watching a train wreck. Yeah, I feel that way when I play Calvin. He's so much better than me. Yeah, Liz, I could totally do that. You know what I have? I have farro. I have farro in the oven, or not the oven, sheesh, in the freezer that I could totally just put in a skillet in the oven along with the fish. You know, a grain. Like I said, these will not take as long. My griddle is like at a good spot here, and we are just sandwiching up. And nice. What kind are you making them yourself? You can go to Taco Bell. Oh, favorite taco stand. Perfect. Listen, it's only 3 p.m. Listen, it's not a bad time for tacos. It just might not be the right time. Itis, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Happy Cinco de Taco. Happy Cinco de Taco to you too. Amy, hello. Amy, good to see you too. Welcome in. Yeah, okay. See, so much quicker. These are ready to go. And I'm not worried about whether or not the cheese is like fully and completely melted on the inside of these. It damn well better be for how much heat they've had on them. But I am, when I reheat these, they will be kind of perfect. So there we go. There's a full tray. And then we've got not too many left to go here. Yeah, the farro in the freezer would be a perfect accompaniment to that fish. You are not wrong. You are not wrong, and we all know that my family will appreciate it more if there is a grain. Because they will. Now, I'm thinking with how quick these are coming along in terms of the actual cooking at camp, I don't know if logistically it would be, I mean, I do know this. I'm saying this out loud. I don't think it would be logistically good to try to put these all in like a big chafing dish and do them over the fire. I think I'm just going to do them on the griddle exactly like I'm doing now. When we're reheating these. Oh my God, fish tacos would be so good. Do I prefer farro over quinoa? I prefer farro in the moment because it's already cooked and I have less to do to get it together. Functionally, I don't have any quinoa, so there's also that. Do I prefer it? Kind of. It depends on what I'm using it for. I love farro for most things. Quinoa I do like as with something softer like fish. So for this specific dinner, I would prefer quinoa. In general, I would say in general, I would rather have farro than quinoa. Yeah. Because I think for how I eat it, it's also just it's also just like I've used it more, so I'm more familiar with it. There's like that element of the whole thing. Yeah. Beautiful. And we're just taking these, not quite. Put those right over the burner. And I've hit the sweet spot on these burners. Yeah, I like couscous too, and I'm with you. I don't like the big pearled couscous as much. It's like too close to tapioca for me, which I also love, but you made enough for everyone to have about 5 sandwiches. Well, Matthew, we have 19 people going. So I made 30 sandwiches, which is enough that all of the adults can have 2, and all of the kids can have at least 1, and then we have like a few extras. So we have basically 11 extra sandwiches, which is totally fine, because if I end up having leftovers, like, I'll just bring them home again. Totally okay. All right. These look great. We're looking good. We got two trays down. We got 6 left to go. Only six of these sandwiches remain. Man, this griddle's feeling good today. There's like so much grease on here right now. The mayonnaise is the big differentiator here. Because, like, I don't need to butter these. These are, like, ready to drop on the grill. I got no need to, like, redo anything. It's all just greasy and ready to go. Yeah, Matthew, these are for a camping trip. So I'm taking a bunch of kids that are friends with my son camping. And I'm making the dinners for that group and the breakfasts and dinners. So right now, these sandwiches are obviously breakfast because grilled cheese is good any time of day. We're going to eat them for dinner. I'm just kidding. I wasn't kidding about them being good anytime. I was kidding about whether they're breakfast. Anyway, but these are, yeah, so we have 12 kids and 7 adults. It is not a Boy Scout trip. Liz, I have not put the taquitos together yet. Everything is ready for the taquitos. So their assembly should not take a ton of time, he says foolishly. That said, let's get these grilled cheeses. Yeah, these grilled cheeses, the ones on the counter look great. They look great. And we're getting there. We're getting there. No, this is not a Boy Scout trip. We don't do Scouts. I had a nice rant about Scouts earlier, and I'm sure that'll make its way into a highlight at some point when I come back and clip this stream. In fact, I know it will. But But no, we're not. We don't do scouts. Okay, but this is looking great. It is 6:08. I'm gonna put the fish in the oven now. The oven's at 350, so it's ready to go. I know when I worked on a recipe for fish in a dish like the one I'm cooking in, that it was at 425 for like 40 minutes. So I'm gonna put it in now, and we'll check it when I get to about 6:45 and see how far along it is, and then we're going to be either turning it up or letting it ride. For now, I'm turning the griddle off. Grilled cheese is finished. Gonna give this a little scrape here. There's nothing sticking to this. This griddle is greasy, like it's trying to sell you a car. All right, but the griddle is good. It's smoky. Let's come on back over to the counter here. These grilled cheeses are ready, totally ready to go. We're gonna do the soup next, because this is a big pot of hot soup that is gonna I'm gonna create dishes doing this. So we're gonna do that next because it's less convenient than than assembling the taquitos in. So I'm putting the fish in the oven. Liz, to your point, let's get some farro out. We'll toss that in a Dutch oven. Nope, we'll toss that in a cast iron pan with a little bit of butter, and we'll put that in the oven too. I am going to take this cast iron pan that I did my my caramelized onions in, and I'm just going to use that. There we go. Is that enough? Plenty. Okay, good. So that'll pick up some of the onion juice, which will be tasty. I'm going to throw a little bit of butter in here. I'm just going to put this in just like that. I'm not cutting it up because it's all just going in the oven anyway. It'll melt. Good. Dinner's in the oven. Starting a count up timer. Beautiful. Let's find a place to put these down now before getting too much farther ahead. I'm going to take these eggs that I have together for the taquitos, and we'll put those on top of each other. I'll move these over. I'll move these over. I'll move this over. We are still going to do our cookie club drawing a little bit later. I have everything ready for that. It's like literally ready to go. So all I need to do is dump those entries into a bowl and start pulling names. So just like a heads up, we are still doing a cookie club drawing today because I am going to make cookies for y'all on Thursday. That's Thursday's stream. And in order to determine who's getting those cookies, we need to do the drawing. So that is definitely going to happen still today. All right, grilled cheeses are out of the way. Let's blend this soup. I'm going to need a separate pot for this because I'll need a place to put it after I'm finished. I want to note we are going to use the blender. Yes, the soup is hot. Also, yes, it's okay because the blender does hot things. It is meant to be able to do hot things and is totally okay with warm liquids. I will say that the blender needs to run for a little bit, so it's loud. I feel like we should play some words on stream during that time because it's going to take a little bit of time. I was going to run the clips player during this time, but earlier in stream, the clips player was being super annoying, and I I don't want to like turn it on and have it not work the way I want it to. So we're not. And instead, I think we should play some words on stream, if that's okay with y'all, because I'm going to mute the microphone while we're doing this, and because it's going to be loud. So, Jane asked if I'm hiking on this trip. You know, I actually don't know. I would like to, but the likelihood that we're going to do any sort of meaningful hiking, so to speak, is actually quite low. It's quite low. This is a group. We're going to a state park, so it's the greater likelihood is that I just hang out in the campsite. We might take a little walk at some point, but we're not going to do any sort of like big hike. We have kids. So this particular group has it's mostly kids that are my son's age, which is about 10, roughly. Some of them I think might be 11 at this point. But then there's a couple other kids who are like siblings who are younger. So we definitely have a bit of some differences. Some folks are like not super outdoorsy. Others are. So I don't actually anticipate we're going to be doing any hiking on this trip. Like what I would call hiking. Some of these kids might call them hiking. Fresh Grown Boy Scouts are very similar to just Scouts, like Scouts Canada. It's similar, but Boy Scouts are specifically, were for a long time specific to boys. They're not anymore, but they were forever. Canada adopted the Boy Scouts before the U.S. did. I did not know that. That's kind of wild. Jane, I did not, in fact, know that. That's really cool. Good for them. Yay, Canada. Or not. Good for them. I'm sure it maybe was a better program there. Yeah, it's supposed to be a wilderness group. It depends on where you are. It depends on your leaders, all of it. It definitely is. Your scouting experience is highly dependent on who's running the group. Fellows, I can't believe I found this blender either. It was wild. It was wild. Okay, so Hobbit hikers. Yup. Okay, so we're gonna turn the power on. For those of y'all who are familiar with the stream and our sort of what's happened on stream before, you can hit Command Hot Soup, and you know why I'm telling you that this blender is fine. I'm gonna turn on a game of Words on Stream. No, that's not the one we want. Hold on, we want. No, I don't want the clips player. God, no. Okay, this is the one we want. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna turn on a game of some Words on Stream while we do some blending here, just for the purposes of like not blowing out your speakers and ears. So, all right, here comes a game of Words on Stream. We're gonna mute the mic and hit the blend, and hold on. Yes, and away we go. All right, round one soup is finished. We did well. This looks good. It looks creamy, which was the whole point of this soup. I will say that it does not look red, but that's okay. Round one is done. So we're gonna pour that out. I'm gonna fill my blender again, and we're gonna do that whole thing at least at least two more times, because this has a bit of soup left in it. Yeah, Matthew, I will say that scouting has changed some of their rules and policies. I can some disagree with. I am all in for the changes that scouting has made. I feel like oh god, sorry. I feel like a lot of it may be a little too late, if I'm being honest. But I appreciate that, I appreciate that they have become fully co-ed at this point. Welcome to like the rest of the world. That's how the rest of the world works. Literally, like Boy Scouts was the only scouting organization that wasn't co-ed. So we're getting this together. I think while this soup is blending and we're doing some words here, I'm going to start. Let me see. What am I going to do? I'm going to put these grilled cheeses in the. I'm clearing out some space in the freezer. That's what I want to do. So we're going to do this blending at least. There's going to be at least a few more of these because I don't have a big enough. The blender's not big enough. This isn't really meant to do like batch work like this. I don't actually know if the blender will overheat at some point. I assume that it will not because it's a good blender. But it might, and if it does, then we will wait and take a pause. Liz, your friend's daughter's in Scouts, and it's actually more girls than boys. Yeah, and that's the thing for Scouts now is, I mean, it is about the leaders. Like if you have a good troop that does that does good stuff and they're recruiting, you can sort of recruit whoever you want to join your troop, which I love, which can be good and can be bad. That's awesome that she's having a good experience. So good to know. Good to know indeed. All right. Blending again, muting the mic. All right, that one is good. Pour that out and on to the next. This is a slow process. Sorry that we're doing like so much words. I know there's plenty of folks who enjoy the words on stream. I enjoy it. I enjoy playing it when I'm like playing on stream. But this is definitely a like very loud process, and I just don't think it would be great to have it on stream. You know how it goes. Yeah, Matthew, the Mormon Church doesn't support scouting anymore because of some of the good and warranted changes that were made to the organizational structure and rules. So the Mormons were like, we don't want to be able to have, we don't want to have to hold to these rules, so we're out. Which, like, totally their decision. They're a private organization, so they can totally do that. And I don't really have too much more commentary about it because I'm not Mormon and I'm not in Scouts, and I don't want to go down that road of like saying that they should or shouldn't do whatever. But yeah, the Boy Scouts were the official youth organization of the LDS Church for a very long time, and now they're not. And that's because of decisions that the Boy Scouts of America made, and I kind of like those decisions. So anyway, we're going to mute the mic again. BRB. All right, Camille, I'm with you. I think that churches in general should pay taxes. I don't think it should be specifically the awful ones. I think it should be all of them. Bread Hell, it's going great. We're doing well. Velos, the Girl Scouts are growing in the US. I know several people who are in Girl Scouts, and I love that. I think that it's great. I'm 100% on board. I'm 100% on board because I also think, part of the value of the organization was that, for me, being in Boy Scouts, like when I was a kid, part of the value of the organization was having a place for, part of the value that they advertised that I kind of found true for myself was that, like, it's a safe place. It's like a place for, boys to be together and not, like, worry or, like, have like, the fairer sex whiling in their thoughts the whole time or some bullshit like that. But I think more specifically for Girl Scouts and girls, like having a safe place where like men aren't present, I think is very important. So that is also, both of those things are good. I think having a co-ed organization available if you want it and a organization for girls only is amazing. I like Girl Scout cookies too. If you have a Girl Scout organization near you that's doing any other kind of fundraiser that's not cookies, you should support them doing that, and not just the cookies, because they don't get paid all that much for the cookies. The main charter organization and the Girl Scouts USA takes a lot of that money. Anyway, we're muting and blending again. You have a lovely soul, Jane. She saw right through you too, and was very correct. That's awesome, Jane. I love that. That's super cute. All right, blending again. Muting. All right, we got one more blending batch to go, and then we're finished blending the soup, y'all. Amazing. I'm super stoked with how this is coming out. Copy Zombie, I agree with you. Part of my reluctance around like joining Scouts is the organizational structure and sort of like the I don't know, just like it does feel very rigid, but I agree with you around having a place for kids to sort of be independent and all of that. I think for myself, part of the reason I take Calvin camping so frequently is for that reason. And part of why I don't mind organizing trips, like big trips and like doing stuff like this, stuff with his friends and all that, is that I want to be able to foster an environment where he can do those types of things, you know? Yeah, 100% of the, I don't know if this is true, but it says 100% of the net revenue, right, stays with the local council and troops. Right, but the trickle down effect of how much does each individual get? It's like if you buy a box of cookies from a Girl Scout, you're buying it for $15. Some of that stays with the council. Some of that goes to the unit, and then a marginal amount of that goes to the actual scout. It's not all that much. And so I'm not saying don't buy Girl Scout cookies. Like, don't hear that. I think you should buy Girl Scout cookies. If you like them and if you come across a Girl Scout in the wild, please do that. If they're selling like wreaths or Christmas trees or like other stuff like that, what I'm saying is buy that for sure, because that gets more money into the pocket of the individual, not the organization, because it's not sanctioned or sponsored by the organization. So that's the point that I'm attempting to land here. Okay, so we have a pot in the back of the stove that is full. The next round of blending is going to go in this pot. I'm not going to put it back in my main pot because it needs to get washed. So we're going to blend again real quick here, and we'll be right back. All right, we're finished with the blending. We're finished with the blending. Let's do one more words on stream and we'll be ready to like be back on stream right after that. Yes, Cyber. No, and your point is extremely valid about like the sourcing. When you have like a large, you know, they're baking those things at like 2 to 3 central bakeries. Like you don't know. I mean, I don't want to say that you don't personally know, but like there's a lot of mystery surrounding what's actually where the cookies are coming from, right? The CEO of the Girl Scouts of America makes $750,000 a year. I mean, that's not surprising to me, given the size of the organization, the fundraising obligation, sort of. I am aware that that's a lot of money. Like, I don't certainly know anyone that makes that much money. I feel like that's a lot. I don't know what that. Yeah, I don't know. It does feel like a lot. You're right. I know that with the Boy Scouts, certainly that is probably also accurate. Similar amount. Yeah, latchkey kids indeed. I remember coming home from school like all the time when I was in elementary, middle, high school, certainly, and you know, letting myself in, getting a snack, watching Animaniacs. Like there was a lot that I did independently too. Having that layer of like being separate and independent, I think it's important. Like when we go camping, I let Calvin sort of run all around. Like there was one time we were camping, he was like a couple miles away from where I was, and like the park rangers literally stopped him and he was freaked out, but he had a radio with him. Our radio, we have like 2-way radios. And he like called me on the radio and I told the park rangers it was fine. It was because it was. Okay, we are finished with words for now. I don't think we're gonna do. I don't imagine doing another words on stream today, but there's always the possibility. Tomato soup is blended, completely done. It's in these pots on the back of the stove. It's like good. We're finished with the tomato soup. I'm finished with that until packaging. We're going to. Right now, I'm going to take these grilled cheese sandwiches, put them on the trays that fit in the freezer, because the trays that they're on don't fit in the freezer, which is annoying. But we're going to take these and put these on. We're going to retray these, and then we're going to put them in the freezer, and then we're going to assemble our taquitos at long last. So we're just here. What I'm doing right now, I'm kind of making sure that these are separated. Like the cheese has gained independence. I was about to say sentience, but that's not good nor accurate. Tatsu, what's on the tray right here is a two sheet pans worth of scrambled eggs. So we have a bunch of scrambled eggs that I just literally poured onto a sheet pan. They are, I baked them and now they are chilling. They're chilling. They're not chilling. They were cooling down. In just a few moments, we're going to cut those into 40 pieces, and we're going to assemble some taquitos from them, which is breakfast tacos. So I guess when we get right down to it, we are doing tacos today. Just not the ones that anyone thinks of when you think of Taco Tuesday. Egg tacos with turkey bacon, not the vibe. Not for like a good Taco Tuesday experience anyway. So we're gonna freeze these. I'm just putting these on a sheet pan. The reason I'm using this sheet pan, despite the fact that it doesn't fit that many sandwiches, is that it does fit in the freezer. Which is kind of the point. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to freeze these. But our grilled cheeses are finished. I'm doing this right now to clear some counter space, so that I can use this last tray, also this one, to roll the taquitos onto, because that will go in the freezer as well a little later. Here's a giant stack of grilled cheese. Here's a giant stack of 30 pre-made grilled cheese sandwiches. Please enjoy. While we were doing our blending, I also went in and arranged some things in the freezer so that I could put these in the freezer, that there was enough space for them. And now I'm like, oh shit, are these gonna fall out? No, because I'm gonna stick this bag of farro underneath and even that tray out. Good. What's hitting that tray? Okay, nothing. Good. Grilled cheese is done. We did it. We fucking did it. That was a lot. The grilled cheese is done. The tomato soup is done. 2 out of the 3 things that we have to do on stream today are finished. We now have the last piece, which is getting the taquito assembly line rolling here. So we're going to do that. We have a bunch of burrito wraps. These are just standard flour tortilla burrito wraps, nothing special about them. These are not cooked. I mean, they're cooked insofar as like they were baked. But I am not going to do the whole like grill them and get them softer situation. They're pretty soft as they are. And that's like a lot of effort for having to then like go freeze them. So we're not going to do that. But we're going to get these together. Let's check. I just want to put an eye on that fish. I want to, put an eye on that fish. Exactly 9. So yeah, dinner's in the oven. The dishes are in the sink. But let me take a look here. So the butter is melted on my farro. This fish is thawed, but not completely cooked. It's 641. I'm going to bump my oven to 400 because the fish is thawed, but it's still pink. It is currently 1842 my time. If this cooks and it's fully done before we're ready to eat dinner, not a problem. We'll just turn the oven off and it'll stay in there and be fine. The butter has melted. The farro is just coming along. The farro is already cooked, so it's good. Like we're rolling. We're on the way here. Now, in this exact moment is when I wish I would have bought the aluminum foil sheets as opposed to the aluminum foil in the roll, in the big roll. So what we're going to do before I even get started with this is pull off 40 sheets of aluminum foil. Jane, I have lots of ideas for camping. If you ever want to like bounce some camping food ideas back and forth, I'd be happy to do that. I take Calvin camping pretty regularly, and it's one of the things that I really enjoy is like camp food. Are we going camping on Mother's Day weekend on purpose? Liz says, yeah. It's funny because we do this trip pretty much every year. I do a couple trips with the kids. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we do a Mother's Day weekend one pretty regularly. I think this will be year 3 for Mother's Day weekend. Jane, what did you come up with last time? 3, 4, 5. It's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Halfway. 21. Well, like, nah, we're not going to let you. 9, the Ziploc omelet bar. I wrote that down after you mentioned it, after it was mentioned in chat last time, because it's one of those things where like you can't unhear it, right? Stop! Stop it! It's got these little tabs. I forgot to push the little tabs in. Hold on. You'll ever do that on the sides of these boxes, the tabs that are meant to keep the roll in? I don't. Obviously. 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you know that there were tabs there? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. We have our foil ready to go. These eventually are going to end up on this tray. So let's just put a little foil down on the tray too, in case there's leaks or whatever. Okay, that's where they're ending up at the end. Now, we have our eggs. We have our sweet potato. Sweet potato, I am going to use the scale because I have exactly 884 grams of sweet potato. So we're going to do 884 divided by 40 is 22 grams per thing. So that's super easy. It's 22 point something, so that's totally fine. So we have eggs, we have bacon. Before I get started here, we're going to count how many pieces of bacon I have and make sure I have 40. It should be good. I'm also going to take them off of the paper towels here. And then we have cheese, which I'm going to get out of the fridge. So we have taquito cheese. Jane says we did pork kebabs with tomato and onion, a tomato egg for breakfast, which is always super good, diabetic friendly s'mores for dessert. I plan on sharing my s'mores. Nice. That sounds lovely. I love the egg and tomato in the morning. That is a really good breakfast. It's like one of the favorite breakfasts for camping is like shakshuka, just like super easy to do in a skillet, but like is impressive. So if you always push the tabs in, I don't usually, but I also usually transfer it to a different container. Okay, so let's check this bacon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is turkey bacon. It's very flat and nondescript. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. I'm feeling good. This should be just enough. 26, 27, 28, 32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. I have 38 pieces of bacon. I should not have let Calvin eat one earlier. I had exactly the amount of bacon that I needed. No, I should not say that I shouldn't let a Calvin eat one. What I should say is I should have bought a few extra pieces, as I did, as I really should have, and I didn't, and that's okay. We'll just have two without bacon, and those will be the last two, and I just won't bring them with me, and that'll be fine because I'm not going to mark them separate. These are turkey bacon too, so they are like perfectly acceptable for anybody unless you have like a turkey allergy. Okay, last thing that I need to do, so cheese is ready, sweet potatoes ready, tortillas are ready, bacon is ready, eggs. So I need to cut each of these into 20 pieces. Let's go with the, let's see, we've got, yeah, like that. So we'll do one down the middle and then 10 on each side. That seems reasonable. Can I fit these all in one? Close enough. Close enough. We'll stack them up. There we go. Okay. Let's go with the middle here. And I'm just going to cut these with a pizza cutter because that's pretty easy. These are eggs. These are scrambled eggs, but they're in like a big sheet. They seem to have turned out just fine. So let's see. I want to do 10 pieces per. So we'll cut each of these in half. So that's 5. And I should have just used a big knife for this. I didn't. So we need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, they're not perfectly even, but like that's okay. All right, and we're just going to stack these exactly like on one of these sheets, just exactly like everything else. Hold on. Let's move this to one of the racks here, so I'm not sitting it directly on the counter. There we go, and repeat. Repeat. We're just going to fold this one in. Whoop, are we? Yeah, we are. That was kind of fun. That's perfect. So we have a half here. So we do, oh shit, I cut it in half the other way last time, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Or yeah, I did. Okay, so let's do this. Move that out of the way. That's trash. Okay, so previously we had cut this vertically. Let's do that. And then we have 5 from each of these pieces. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Okay, 5, and then 5 from here. I want these to be in strips because they'll roll up easier. Like basically the bacon, the cheese, the bacon and the cheese are just like one strip, and then you'll roll that up. So we're good. We're finished cutting. Let's move to our assembly process. All right. First, let's put these there like that. This is no longer necessary. We have bacon. We have, so order of operations is going to be potato, then cheese, then bacon, then egg, and then we're done. Why did you decide to add sweet potato to them? Because I personally love a sweet potato in my like breakfast wrap. I love it in burritos. I love a sweet potato in like a breakfast burrito. So it was just something that I was like, you know, I put this in my own, when I make like breakfast burritos for Calvin and I, when we go camping, I put a lot of stuff in there. I put like beans and avocado, sweet potato, all that. So it was one of those things where I was like, you know, this is like, I always put this in mine. I was going to add some beans and other stuff, and then I was also like, you know, let's keep it simple, because again, kids, I don't want to startle them, you know. So I was like, I think sweet potato, of all those things that I like to put in, I think sweet potato is probably the most accessible of those. So would I say 22 grams for each of these So 22. If it's roughly 22 grams, that's fine. 22, we have some cheese. Then we lay a bacon and an egg. And we remember that when you're doing things like this, you start them all on one side. And you kind of pull them. For these, I want them to fold in on one end. And there you go. There is one breakfast wrap. That's it. Easy. We roll that up. Put it on the tray. And we do that 39 more times. So easy enough. Just a little bit of potato. Piece of cheese. I am going to try to do both. I want to try to put both ends folded in. If I can. Oh no! We have a what do you call that? A blowout. We have a blowout. I squeezed too tightly. That's okay. Yeah, I would love to. I was thinking about hash browns in here too, actually. Hash browns would be probably nicer. I think kids would like that more. I think for what I want to do, I would need to pre-cook the hash browns too. So just a different level of effort. Not startle them. Right. Yeah, I didn't want them, like Calvin really likes avocado in his, but I didn't want to put avocado in there because I don't know what each of these kids eats at their house. Like, I'm not feeding them on a day-to-day basis. Like, I know my own kid, and I know some of his other friends, and I know some of his other friends would like not want avocado in there. So he has one particular friend who is particular, who I think about in these situations where I'm like, you know, what would this child eat this? And I think sweet potato is like the farthest they would go, right? In this situation. Will I grill them to heat them? Yeah, I probably will. What I'll probably end up doing with these is putting them either on the griddle, least likely scenario on the griddle. Most likely scenario is I will have the kids toss them directly into the fire because they're already cooked. Everything in here is cooked. As long as it's not frozen, you can eat it. So, Liz, that would totally work. Those pre-made patties are great for this type of thing. Those would be wonderful. Agreed. I think I'm gonna put the sweet potato on top of the cheese. But I'm also making these all exactly the same so that there's no optionality here. I'm sort of like, this is breakfast. If you don't want it, then talk to your parents and you can maybe have some chips or something. What kind of cheese? This is pepper jack. It's not spicy. It's just like got some peppers in it. It's just a little. I like the pepper jack because it does melt really well, and it's just like a little bit of extra flavor. Like it's not. Pepper jack's not really offensive in this context. Like the you know, inside of everything with all this other stuff. I'm going to try something else here. I'm going to put the cheese down first, and then we're going to take the potato and put the potato on top of the cheese and see if that... and then I'm going to give it a little squeeze, because I think the potato being on this inside, or the outside, and the way that I'm sort of rolling these and squeezing these, I can't quite... It's like coming... It's ripping open. It's not really a problem. I should just roll them a little less tight. That's all. Mail me some. I would love to. I don't think these would keep in the mail unless they were like freeze-dried. Liz, did you ever order your pie? I know you were talking about the pie. Did you end up ordering that? I'm curious if that... I don't recall if you had said that you did order it or you were considering ordering it. Anyway, I thought about it because I was in Reading Terminal last week, and I saw the pie. Like I saw it there, and I was like, oh. And then I wondered about it, and now I'm asking. You did not. Okay. I don't think the pie was from the place that I thought it was. The place that you said was a different place than the one that I thought it was, because the first one I went to, I was like, do you guys sell mail order pies? And the guy was like, no. I was like, all right then. Not you. Got it. Anyway, there's several vendors there. So, and there's also the chance that maybe that person didn't know what they were talking about, which is also true. But I did see their pies there, and they look really good. Yeah, I love those hash browns. The ones you can just put in like a toaster, like the countertop, like push it down toaster. They're so good. They're perfect for. They're just perfect. Someone put the word pie in chat. Yes, see? I told you. I knew it was going to be pie. That's why I think the sound is funny, because it just goes off and I don't even have to be looking. Strawberry rhubarb. 'Tis the season. Are we in strawberry season yet? We're almost I don't know if we're there yet. Oh, okay, Liz, got it. Okay, so yes, that makes sense why the person at Byler's didn't know, because they were not the ones fulfilling or even taking that order. Okay, that is reasonable. The PA General Store is a separate stall within Reading Terminal. And I did not know that I think you, to be fair, you probably said that when you said it before. I just didn't pick up on the specific vendor. I picked up on the Byler's part of it, not the PA General Store is selling it part of it. Got it. Well, that's cool. PA General Store is good too. They sell all sorts of like touristy stuff too, so it makes sense that they're the ones who have the setup to like actually mail things. When I say touristy stuff, I mean like t-shirts and all the things at the market. They sell that you can buy your Liberty Bell magnets there at the PA General Store. Shirts that say Phillies on them, that type of thing, you know. 9, okay, so you're a little farther south. I haven't seen strawberries yet, but we're definitely spring has sprung. It was like 29, 30 degrees here today. It was hot. Yeah, I'm sure they ship it themselves Like because the PA General Store stall. I mean, they're all in the same market, so I'm sure they like order a bunch of them. You know, they just walk over to Byler's and get the thing and then package it. That's definitely. I would imagine that's definitely what's happening. Sure, welcome in. Greetings from Finland. I am happy to have you. Welcome. We're greetings from Philadelphia. We're doing a bunch of meal prep right now. This is a big like prep situation. Pretty well finished here. We did the tomato soup, we did the grilled cheese. The only thing that I have left that I need to prep is dry pancake mix, and I'm probably not going to do that on stream today. We're probably going to finish up with these things and then call it, because we're also going to eat dinner. So yes, when do I have to check the fish again? When I'm finished rolling these. The fish is really forgiving. If it's not, I will probably look at it when Gwen and Calvin walk in the house here in a few minutes. They're on their way back from karate, I'm sure. And I know that it's probably not finished yet. So I'm not gonna open the oven just to look at it right now. I'm gonna open the oven when they need to know when is dinner. That way I'll be able to give them a definitive answer and the fish can continue cooking until then. So we're gonna check it at some point, but not in this immediate moment. 6 packs of whoopie pies. Hell yeah. The whoopie pies are great. They're really good. I asked about the pie because I was excited. I'm excited for you to like get it. Because I upped the heat. Yeah, it's the thing with the fish is it was frozen too. And it is pretty forgiving. If it overcooks, it's just gonna dry. Like it's not gonna it'll just dry out a little bit, which is fine. We're not in it for the gourmet today. That's all. Liz, I did put the farro in. Yeah, the farro's in next to I just popped the farro in a cast iron pan and put it in with like a knob of butter in the pan. I didn't even spread the butter around. I just put the butter in the pan. I did not stir it. I'll stir it in when I don't know. I'll stir it in at some point, or I won't, and that's fine too. We're just doing a real straightforward dinner tonight. This is a like dump dinner while I do other things. So we just finished our 10th taquito, so we are 1/4 of the way finished rolling these. They are getting slightly easier as I'm going. I should say that they are still slow, but that's okay. I was going to roll these in packs of twos, but I'm doing these individually because I want to be able to heat them up individually. And also, if we don't eat all of them, I don't want to have like everyone grabs a pack of 2 and then they're open again. I'd rather you heat one, and then if you want another one, like just heat another one. They will take 5 minutes to heat up if you toss them in the fire. Like not a problem. So I'm spending some time doing a little bit of extra work so that if there are extras, I don't have to get rid of them. I can keep them for myself. Right? Moon pies. Yeah. No, they definitely still make those. I see them at the corner store. Unless I'm mistaken. Unless there's something else. 9 says, I broiled tilapia with sun-dried tomato pesto. Oh, shit. I made pesto over the weekend. I should have put some in there. We had it for dinner last night. I made pasta with it. Last night's dinner was pasta with the leftover chicken, the whole chicken from last week, and the last like 5 frozen shrimp from the bag, in addition to the pesto. It's definitely a dump and go. It was definitely a dump and go dinner. We did do that. Megan says my favorite pie is the autumn harvest pie from Ashat's. It's a mix of pumpkin and pecan. Oh yeah, that sounds great. I fucking love both of those pies. Those are my two favorite pies, pumpkin and pecan. So like I'm all about whatever it is you're describing there. That sounds lovely. Jamie likes chocolate pecan pie. I don't think I've ever actually had a chocolate pecan pie. I've had pecan pie and I've had chocolate pie, but I've never had the two of them like combined. Bellis, they do make them, including the double. You can buy them from the Moon Pie Amazon shop. Not that somehow I'm not even surprised at that. Dried sweet corn and tasty cakes. Anything you put the word corn in, I'm all about that one too. I love a corn dessert. One of my memories, oh man, we just unlocked a memory. I remember being a kid and going to my grandparents' house, and my grandfather always ate corn pops, like the dried cereal. And I haven't thought about corn pops in a long time, but I am now like, I want some corn pops. Like I'm about to go to the corner store after stream today and get corn pops for dinner. Not for dinner, sorry, snack. They're open till 8 p.m. We are doing real well with our process here. I'm just like, I'm moving along. Liz, you can order Scrapple? Do it. You'll like it, I promise. I don't promise that. Don't look at it, just eat it. Wilbur Bud's chocolates look like buttholes. You know, I don't know Wilbur Bud, and I'm certainly not familiar with with Wilbur Bud's intimate asshole appearing chocolates, but that statement is kind of amazing. I'm not familiar with any of those words strung together in that order. All right. Once I hear them coming down the street, because I will certainly hear them coming down the street, we're going to take a pause and open the oven and look and see what is actually happening in there. Because if things are ready, I'm going to leave it to Gwen whether or not she wants me to like feed them now or not. Because it is her turn to do bedtime tonight, I believe. So, I don't know what promises were made. Center City or Philly Pretzel Factory? Philly Pretzel Factory for me, but they're really the same. I don't want to be heard saying that out loud, but there's zero difference to me. A soft pretzel is only as good as the shopping cart grill that it was reheated on, really. I don't know how many slices of cheese I have. I hope there's enough. It looks like enough. It should be. Mr. H.O. Wilbur of Philadelphia revolutionized chocolate making by creating a process to deposit his rich signature chocolate into a distinctive flower bud shape. These iconic treats, now known as Wilbur Buds, quickly became a beloved classic, and they remain a timeless favorite to this day. And now the internet thinks they look like assholes. Do you think Wilbur Bud had a sense of like awareness? Do you think Wilbur Bud was like, hey, what do you think this looks like? And one of Wilbur Bud's employees was like, flowers, sir? And Wilbur Bud was like, you're damn right. And that was in 1893. And then that employee went home to talk to their family and was like, let me tell you about the crazy shit that my boss showed me this afternoon. Anyway. And thus, Wilbur Bud's chocolate assholes were born. Anyway. Apologies to Wilbur Bud, who I'm sure was a lovely human. Okay, we're rolling. We're rolling here. Should have called them Bud's Bud. It's what the employees called them when no one was when Mr. Bud was not around to be observed. Or could have called them Budholes. Right? Come on, come on. Try one of my Budholes. Don't. Or don't. Oh my God. Mr. H.O. Wilbur. We salute you, sir. Yikes. Buttholes indeed. Okay. We're coming into it here. This is feeling good. We're almost halfway done the rolling of these. Now, but this feels, I say, halfway. These are there's 40 of these. And I'm seeing the piles get lower. Like the bacon and the egg piles are significantly reduced. They're not reduced by half quite yet. Well, actually, the bacon is. Is the bacon? I don't know. I don't know how many, whatever, 38 pieces of bacon. I did miss the opportunity. I don't think that was really a marketing thing that they aimed for back in the 1890s. I think that they were a little bit more uptight than that, Camille. Nowadays, that would be like idea number one. I mean, listen, they make an emoji that looks like poop and everybody uses it and has pillows and such, so you can only imagine. All right. Should have made one or two more sweet potatoes for this. I don't think 4 was quite enough. I would have liked to have done a little bit more sweet potato in each of these, but like we didn't. They had tighter buttholes back then. Their sense of humor was very different back then. This is a total non sequitur, but the other day I heard it was a YouTube video about like the way that people spoke through the years, like how English sounded from like thousands, like not a thousand, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. It's wild. Angry Rook, welcome in. Hello. Okay, family is home. We're going to take a pause for a second and pop my eyes in the oven here. Oh yeah, we're looking good. Let me tempt this fish. $150, $57. I'm right here. Okay. Fish is good. We are ready. I'm not ready to eat dinner yet, y'all, but dinner is ready if you want to eat it. If you don't, I'm going to leave that to the decision to Gwen. Yeah, whether or not you want me to like put food out right now for you, or if you want to wait for a little bit.
Calvin, put that down.
Because it's
Hungry now, Dad, or no?
It depends. What's dinner?
dinner is fish and vegetables and farro.
Yeah, I'm hungry now.
You're hungry now?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, can you give me 10 minutes? Okay. Or maybe a little bit more. Because I want to, I'm like in the middle of rolling a bunch of these and I've got a few left and then I'll give you some dinner. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But is stream ending after that?
I am going to. So here's the run for all of y'all listening too. We're going to finish rolling these, and then we're going to pull names for Cookie Club, and then we're going to find somewhere to rate. So, yeah, and I'm moving along at these. They're.
Because me and Mom wanted to watch a video.
What?
I don't think we're gonna be.
Okay.
He's on to me.
When? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna be too much longer. Like, it's 7:20 right now. Do we? How long is the video that you're?
Like 20 to 30.
Okay. Okay. That is, I was leaving. Oh my God, Daisy. I'm leaving dinner up to you, Gwen, because I think it's your bedtime, right? So that's why I was kind of like, whatever the timing is, when I finish this, I'm open to whatever. Okay? Okay. Okay. I don't, they have some video of me that they want to watch.
No.
Oh,
Jesus, twice a week. Could you not
Okay.
Video of you.
okay. I was like, who wants to watch a 20-minute video of me?
No, it's a video of pickpockets.
A video of pickpockets. Great.
But it's about. Now he doesn't watch
It's
it.
probably some AI nonsense.
It's not.
Oh, they both said it's not, which means that it might be some AI nonsense.
Oh my god, it's not. It's like a fucking Hindenburg documentary.
I'm getting yelled at.
Fucking people.
I'm getting yelled at.
How dare you?
How dare I proffer an
So are
opinion?
you gonna watch it with us? Or
I don't. I want to finish what I'm doing first.
Yeah.
Or if I, if whose birthday is it? If you don't need me to watch it with you, I don't need to watch a video about pickpockets.
Rita.
Trust me that I have watched enough YouTube videos about pickpockets that I'm pretty sure I know what you're doing. I have. It's one of my favorite genres.
Whatever. We're gonna wait.
I don't think this one's about TikTok.
Okay.
Say something. Anything.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Anything but that.
All right, that mic should work. Yeah, the microphone died, so that's what happened. Because I just took my gloves off, I'm going to get Calvin some dinner, and then we're gonna be right back to doing this. That way, dinner can proceed. They can eat. Okay, let's hold on. Let me move this out of the way real quick. All right, Indigo, welcome. Hello. Thank you for the notice about the mic. I appreciate it. All right, so farro is good. Yeah, this is definitely thawed and buttery. We're sizzling a little bit. Kind of love it. And we're just actually, let me put this on the stove back here. That'll be better than putting it in the area where I'm currently working. Okay, fish is good. Can turn the oven off now. I'm just gonna put all of this in a bowl, y'all, okay? Okay. All right, so Gwen, do you want a bowl? Yeah, okay. So we got, here's what we're doing. We got farro. Good call on the farro. We got some fish and vegetables. So we'll do a piece of the breaded and a piece of the regular, plus a few vegetables. Breaded
Yeah.
Regular. All right, this is dinner. This is actually looking pretty good. I'm not unhappy with this. All right. Good. Got everyone's dinner here. Daisy, move out of the way, please. Thank you. Yeah, basic, no nonsense, frozen veg. So this is dinner. This is dinner. It is fish, 2 different types of fish, vegetables, and a little bit of farro in the bottom of the bowl. Easy. Here, bowls are behind you. All right, that's good. Oven is off. Oven is off. I'm gonna eat myself in a little bit. I want to finish assembling these though, because that was the goal, was to get through and finish these. So we are. So to recap a little bit what we've been up to today, we've been doing our prep for a camping trip. I'm taking 12 kids and 7 adults camping. I'm responsible for 2 breakfasts and 2 dinners. Dinners are going to be hot dogs and burgers. Take your pick with fixings. The other dinner is going to be tomato soup and grilled cheese. On stream today, we made both the tomato soup and the grilled cheese. The grilled cheese is already in the freezer. It was cooked, it was assembled and cooked, cooled down on the counter, and now it's in the freezer tomorrow at some point in the afternoon. I'm going to stick all of those into a big plastic bag, and we'll pop those in the cooler. The grilled tomato soup, same thing. I'll probably end up packaging that later tonight because I don't really want to put the big pot in the refrigerator. And then what we're making right now is one of the breakfasts. So the one breakfast is going to be pancakes, which is really easy. I'm just going to do those on the griddle. They only take a couple minutes to do, and I can do like a bunch of them at the same time. I'm going to do pancakes with whipped cream and berries, and then the other breakfast is what I'm making right now. These are basically like breakfast wraps. I've been calling them breakfast taquitos, but they are sweet potato with pepper jack cheese, turkey bacon, and a scrambled egg. So they're all wrapped up in like a burrito wrap, and these, I'm not quite sure how we're going to reheat in the campsite, but I think the best scenario is going to be just tossing a bunch of them on the grill grate on top of the fire, or directly in the fire itself, because they're not going to be frozen. They're going to be, well, they won't be frozen by the time I get to them, but they are, I'm going to freeze them before we get there. But these are going to be basically our no cleanup breakfast. So the one that the breakfast where I don't want to have any dishes on the day that we're breaking camp, so I can just like toss these in the fire. Here's a foil packet. Here's a paper towel. Here's some hot sauce. Please enjoy. And I'm making 2 of these per person, and I don't expect that each person will eat 2 of them, but I am making them because I also like these. These are a good like weekend breakfast thing. So this is a little bit of like meal prep for our trip, but also if there's leftovers, totally okay. Same thing with the grilled cheese sandwiches. So I'm making not extras, but I'm making what I feel like is probably a little too many for our group, but we'll see how it goes. So this is coming along. We have making 40 of these roll-ups, and we're almost through almost through. We've got.
It's actually your bedtime, by the way, but I'll do it.
Okay, I don't care whose bedtime it is. That's fine. I will do it. If it's mine, it's mine. It doesn't matter. I don't. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Gwen says she'd rather do bedtime than all the dishes, so she's taking a calculated / very situationally aware position here.
Send it back to the chef.
Okay.
There's no bones in this.
He says there's bones in the fish. I got them out of a plastic bag. They're not fillets that I purchased. They were deboned. They were not my problem if they had bones in them. I'm sorry.
Would you get like a little?
I'm not doing anything. If you need something, come. I am.
Relax.
Yeah, being told to relax is always so calming. Right? Chill out, darling. Call back. Call back. We are almost here. There we go. Yeah. Oh my God. Fucking darling. Sorry. Yeah, anyway.
Babe, we don't even have any. We do. Want some dog balls?
I opened one earlier.
I drank the rest of it. Yes, Liz, thank you. Thank you for putting the butthole chocolates in Discord. I look forward to viewing those. Genuinely. Yeah, just calm down. Calm down, sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah, darling. Oh my God.
What a nerd.
I'm really happy with how easy these are to put together. Like there happens to be quite a few of them, but they are not difficult. And doing the eggs in this format was like the right move. Like the baked on a sheet pan eggs are definitely going to be my go-to like bulk egg prep from now on. I've never done them like that before, and it was it took longer than I thought it would, but they turned out really well. I also think I probably overcooked them just a little bit. Liz, the sheet pan pancakes are they're kind of fun. I tested a recipe that was for what was the name of it? I forget. It was like they were like custard pancakes. It used pre-made pancakes that you buy in like the freezer aisle, and you soak them overnight in like a casserole dish vertically. They're like you cut them in half and then you like soak them, you like line them up, and they were so good. I love anything like that you can just put on a sheet pan and put in the oven. So good. Megan says that I see the SNL skit from last Saturday where they did a fake QVC show selling lava cakes that looked like buttholes. I did not. QVC just declared bankruptcy, didn't they? Yeah, kind of like Hasselback pancakes. I forget the name of it. Oh man, I wish I could remember what it was, what they were actually called. I did not see it, but that's apt. I usually do watch Saturday Night Live, actually. I watch it. I don't watch it on Saturday. Certainly don't. No, it's not carbonated, and the Soda Stream doesn't have any carbonation in it.
Oh, what's the point of this?
It keeps it cold, and I drink out of it. What's the point of it? Having cold water in the fridge, in a bottle format that I don't have to refill, or that I don't have to like fill from the thing.
Oh, there's some right here. Oh, I know.
I don't care. It's fine. Give him that if you want. There's a whole other bottle down on the bottom shelf. If you want to open another one. Oh, maybe there's not. I don't know. Give him a stateside.
No.
For the purposes of the internet, giving my child alcohol was a joke. Yeah. Oh, that's full. Yeah, give him that one.
But only for the purposes of the internet.
French toast casserole sounds lovely. I
For
don't think I've
real
ever had a
purposes,
French toast
it wasn't.
casserole. I feel like I love French toast, but I've never sort of made it in that format. I made it this past weekend, in fact. Calvin said it was very good. I didn't use the recipe either. I just kind of winged it, and turned out really well. Because we had a bunch of heavy cream in the fridge that I needed to use. So instead of using like milk, I just made French toast with like half and half and heavy cream. And you'll be surprised to learn that it turned out really well. All right, we're 3/4 of the way through these. We have this pile of tortillas left to go, and then we're finished. We are going to do our Cookie Club drawing again. This is our sort of 2-month version for Cookie Club today. So it's a little. We have quite a few people, and we're gonna draw 15 entries plus 2 present in chat. So if you're here in chat hanging out and you know that you have a Cookie Club entry, hang on, because we're going to do that pretty shortly here. Just FYI, everything's ready to go. I don't have to do any cutting or any like shenanigans beforehand. So it's all ready. Everything's lined up to go. Jeff Oldwolf, welcome in. Rolled phyllo doughs filled with feta, honey, thyme, and oregano. 2,000 rolled phyllo doughs. That's too many. That's a lot. How long did that take? What was the like timing on that? That feels like you just get in a rhythm and then time sort of passes. What do you do when you're rolling 2,000 of something like that by hand? Other than disassociate. Yeah, I mean, I would probably just listen to something. You couldn't really watch anything because you still have to like maintain the thing that you're doing. Even if you're doing something by touch, like, and you have it down by touch, it's still like you need some visual cues. Most people do anyway. All right, we are working through the process. We're getting there. 18 hours for 18 people, 1 hour per person. That's a hell of a commitment. Yeesh. I'm assuming you're talking about like a little roll-ups. Liz, yeah, I had that thought too. I was like, why do you have to have 2,000 of something? That does feel like an exorbitant number for that many for that size group. Cozy Bean, welcome in. Love the Wills and Chain of Vibe. Great, love it. I am happy to have you. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming through and saying hi. Thanks for saying hi. If you are lurking, the follow button is silent. There's no alerts or sounds. There's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you unless you like chat first. Please feel free to hit the follow button if you as well are lurking. It is lovely to have you, regardless of whether you say hi or not. Ooh, that sounds not good. Sounds like a balloon. Sounds like you're like scratching a balloon.
I didn't hear that before, but now that you said that.
It wasn't making that sound a few seconds ago. I don't think. Maybe it was. I don't know. Clock it.
Lock it.
My 10-year-old approves. All right. We're almost through. I keep saying that, but we really are in the last few tortillas here. It was 18 people doing the prep. Got it. Okay. Sorry. I just like understood what that meant when you said it was 18 people. It was not 18 people eating.
18 people working. Understood. Yeah, I didn't catch that either.
Now that I know, it's really slow.
Hey, stop talking.
Well, it's a t-shirt or a classic. Enjoy your lurk, Cozy Dean. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for saying hi. Almost a few more. I'm gonna run out of sweet potato here before I run out of tortillas, I think. We'll see. We'll see. Chef Pete, welcome in. Howdy. Chef Pete Snaith, a fellow food and drink channel, fellow food and drink community member. Thanks for bringing friends through. We're doing a big bit of meal prep today. What did y'all get up to on stream? What was in the kitchen today? We've been doing a bunch. But y'all, friends who are hanging out here, why don't you look at that shout out in chat and go follow our friend Pete Snaith, our fellow food and drink streamer. As I mentioned, Chef Pete, are you in the? And if you gotta go, you gotta go. And I don't mean to like keep you. I don't want to like Sometimes you raid and run, and not you specifically. Sometimes one does that. I do that often. But if you are not in the Food and Drink Creator Club, there's a link to that in chat. You should check it out, as I know you've been streaming for a while. And specifically doing food. Face Plant, hello. Chef Pete was making tacos, of course. It is not only the 5th of May, but it is Tuesday. Braised duck sounds great. I've only cooked duck once. It was for Thanksgiving, and I overcooked it, as far as I recall. Braising would have been better. I roasted it, and it was fine. It was fine. But it sounds good. Friends who are coming in with our friend Pete Snaith with the raid. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. I'm a home cook and recipe developer. I'm a parent. We live in Philadelphia. We do vegetable forward family meals on stream. We also do meal prep, which is what we're doing today. We do some baking. We do some recipe development. We do snacks. We do cookies at least once a month. I am often making dinner for my family, who is currently sitting right over here off camera, the both of them eating the dinner that I finished making. But I was hoping to finish what I'm doing here before... I mistakenly thought that we were going to be finished today by 5 p.m. Yeah, no, that's not even close to reality. But it's okay, because we are almost finished now, and that's a good thing. We're going to get there when we get there. Pastrami style duck. Yeah, Liz, that sounds great. I think duck is challenging, and braising seems like the right way to go, because it's like dark meat the whole way, and I know that it has the capacity, the potential to like really dry out. And we don't want that. So I think I've got 2 pieces of bacon left and just a little bit of sweet potato. So we're going to do, and I think I have 2 pieces of cheese left. So we got 2 more of these, even though I have 3 more pieces of egg. So that's fine. Also, it means that I miscounted the amount of bacon that we had. Or I miscut the eggs, which is less likely. Nope, sorry, I do have 3 pieces of cheese left. So yeah, I let Calvin eat that 1 piece of bacon. And that was, yeah, that was fine, because we are out of other things first. So that's okay. All right. We got 1 more roll up here. We got 1 more roll up, and then I'm gonna like clean the counter just briefly, or clear the counter so that we have it's not filled with stuff.
Yeah.
And then we'll do our cookie club drawing. So cookie club drawing's coming up in 10 minutes, maybe slightly less. Just FYI, keeping y'all informed, keeping y'all abreast, a duck breast of the situation. All right, this is looking good. Finished with our sweet potatoes. One piece of cheese, piece of bacon, egg. Last one. Send it. And almost there. Almost there. How many tortillas do I have left? I think that was 38. I feel like that was 38 wraps. I don't even really know. It was more than 19. And we only have 19 people. But I figure that some people might want 2. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3 wraps left. So assuming there were actually 10 wraps in each of these packages, that's 37 roll-ups. Beautiful. They are not fruit roll-ups. No, that is inaccurate. That's okay. We got just a couple burrito wraps left. I'm going to pop those in the freezer. Am I going to pop those in the freezer? No, I'm sure not, because they're not going to fit. We're going to put those in the fridge, and then once the grilled cheeses are frozen, I will shuffle some things around. But for now we're going to pop the egg and turkey bacon and all that wraps. These right here in the fridge. So bear with me for just a second as I get my other things handled so I can stack these up. Now I put these on the sheet pan like this, but I can't fit the sheet pan in the fridge. So we're going to put these individually like this into the refrigerator. So they're all piled nicely right now, and I would have loved to have just popped these directly in the freezer, but grilled cheese is still freezing, so we need to let that go for just a few more minutes.
Well, if it's freezing, why not put it?
So these are, we got a big old pile of these things. This is kind of wild. This is the most people we've ever had on a group camping trip.
Is it?
So it is more food than I've ever done for one of these trips. It's actually probably the most prep, it's probably the largest like number of people I've prepped for on stream before. I think. I'm pretty sure that that's accurate because the other groups that I've prepped for have been like, I don't think the year that we cooked for 15 people on my friend's trip, I was not streaming at that point in life. So we did not do that on the thing. Okay. We're going to clear off the counter for just a moment here, and then we're going to do our drawing. I'm just putting things away because there's too much visual clutter. Oven is off, stove is off. Perfect. Yes. Stove is completely off. Everything is good. We have some plates over here. And amazing. I'm just eating this egg with this piece of cheese on it. Well, egg is pretty good. Good job, Nate. All right. I'm not going to clean this counter right now, but I am going to wipe it so that it has no debris on it.
we go. Oop, just threw my towel in the trash can. Okay. Well, this counter looks clear. The rest of this place is a disaster. And that's okay. All right. We have reached... We've reached the point in stream where it is important that we do our cookie club drawing. So, what does that mean? Well, cookie club is, excuse me. Let me finish chewing first. Because I don't think we're going to get to the corn pops tonight unless I go somewhere. Because the corner store closes in 10 minutes. But
I could go.
I don't need you to go. We'll get corn pops tomorrow. It's okay. Calvin very sincerely said that he would go to the corner store for me. Is the light in the oven normal? I have the light. I usually turn the light on when I'm on stream and the oven's on because it's like a visual reminder to me that it's on. I turned the oven off. I never turned the light off. I'm going to use it again today, so we'll leave it on for now. It's not automatic. It's a manual switch. Ooh. I'm looking at my I was looking at myself on the camera, and I am greasy. I need that, like, the makeup that does the matte kind of makeup. All right, so here are Cookie Club entries. Let me tell you a little bit about Cookie Club first before we get started. And I will be as succinct as possible while still covering all the details. So Cookie Club is a monthly rewards program that we do for our members of the community. You can enter through a variety of different ways on both Twitch and on YouTube. If you are a winner, so if your name comes out of this bowl when I pull the names, you get a number of different rewards. You get to pick. You get $5 off in the merch shop. You get a gift sub to this channel or any channel for you or someone else. You basically get a gifted sub to give to yourself or anybody for here or wherever. Or you get fresh vacuum sealed cookies sent to you by me. I'm going to make them on stream. I make them on stream every month. We vacuum seal them. I make them, I cool them, I seal them all on stream. They come in a packet that looks like this. These cookies are from 2 months ago. I just found them yesterday in my cookie stuff. And I was like, oh, let me throw those up there so that I can show them. This month's cookies are from the same book that we been baking from last month and the month before that. We're doing cookies from 108 Asian Cookies by Kat Liu. The cookies we're making this month are spicy ginger chai cookies. They look like that. They are spicy because they have lots of spices in them. They look delicious. They're chai forward. They're also a little, from what the description, they're a little small. So we're going to do 3 of them per packet this time. So you can win cookies. How do you enter? You can get entries for free to Cookie Club. So how does your name get in this little cup? Every time you check in, you earn a check-in, and every multiple of 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry. Every 500 chat messages, there are channel point redemptions that you can use if you're on Twitch. If you recruit a raid or a friend, so you bring someone to the channel from a raid, that counts. If you create a clip from the stream, literally, if you clip something funny that you enjoyed, a part of the stream, that's a Cookie Club entry. If you yourself raid the stream, so Chef Pete Snaith, who raided just a few minutes ago, that is a Cookie Club entry for May. When we do our drawing in June, your name will be in the bowl. You can level up in Discord as well. Those are all free ways to enter that don't have any bearing. There's no financial capacity to that. How do you earn entries? By paying money. You get one entry for subscribing to the channel. You get an entry for being a member on YouTube as well. If you have a recurring sub, so it's not a sub that got gifted to you or a sub that is a Prime sub. If your sub is just a regular subscription and it's recurring, that is also an additional Cookie Club entry. Every time you gift a sub, that's an entry. Every 500 bits that you donate to the channel. That includes using Blurp and TTS. Every super chat, every $5 worth of super chats on YouTube. For every $5 direct donation, so you go to the PayPal link, there's a tip thing that says tips below. You click that, every $5 is 2 entries because I get all of that and not half of that, which is what a sub is. You also get 1 entry for every $5 that you would spend in the merchandise shop, Command Merch. And if you host a giveaway on the channel. So the merch shop lets you give things out in chat while I'm live. If you do that, you also get entries for every $5 worth of value. You can get additional entries by being a tier 2 subscriber on Twitch or a tier 2 member on YouTube. You get your entries doubled. So every entry that you would have for that month, you get a second one. And then if you purchase something directly from the wish list and it is over $50 in value, you will get cookies that month guaranteed. If you are a member, so how else do you get guaranteed cookies? You can be a subscriber for 6 months or a YouTube member for 6 months. If you upgrade your membership tier in any particular month, you go from a tier 1 to a tier 2, you go from a tier 2 to a tier 3, you will get cookies that month. If you sponsor Cookie Club, reach out to me and let me know that you'd like to sponsor. That is guaranteed cookies as well. And all of our tier 3 subscribers get cookies every month. If you have a tier 3 subscription, I will send you cookies every month. So that is the spiel. And we're going to draw some names. 9 says, what does recruit a friend mean? So recruit a friend is essentially you have another person on Twitch who you're friends with, or you know them on the internet, whatever. If someone comes into chat and says, hey, 9 of 12 told me to come in, they thought that I would enjoy the stream, I know them from somewhere else or whatever, that is recruiting a friend. Literally tell someone about the stream and they say in chat, they vouch that you recruited them, and that's amazing. I don't know how you keep track of it all. Megan, you'd be surprised to learn that it's all written down on the sheet that I have available to me directly in front of my computer for any time you would ever want to know. Trade secret. I also have the things that I say when people raid written down, as well as some general notes that I like to keep track of during stream. Things to remind people about before words, ads, what happens after a raid. Stuff I just want to keep in mind because there's no fucking way I'll remember all of it anyway. Okay, so this month we had over 200 entries. Now these are entries from both April and May. So if you were a subscriber in April and a subscriber in May, March and April. If you were a subscriber in March and April, you have a March entry and an April entry in here. If you're a recurring subscriber in both of those months, you also have a recurring entry in here. If you're a tier 2 subscriber and you had a recurring entry in those months, how many entries do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yes. No, regular. So March, April, recurring, doubled. 8. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw names out of here. We're going to draw 15 names. Usually we do 10, but we're going to do 15 today because we didn't make cookies at the beginning of April because I was almost dead. So we skipped like the first 2 weeks of streaming in April. I decided not to make cookies because the house was terrible and a mess and like I didn't feel like it. So because we skipped half the month, we're going to add half a month worth of names. We're going to do 15 names. We're going to do 2 winners who are present in chat. So if your name's in this bowl and you don't hear your name as one of the 15, you might hear your name after the fact. So we're going to draw a total of 17 names out of this bowl, which is a lot. But here we go. For the first 15, you do not need to be here. So I'm just like the first 15 names out of the bowl. We have a lot of people who have multiple entries in here. So, you know, we're going to pull some people multiple times. You don't get to win twice. Anyway, our first winner. Darlene. Darlene on both YouTube and Twitch. Darlene hangs out in both of those chats for creating a clip. Darlene, thank you. I appreciate you. Always good to have you, whether or not you're on YouTube or Twitch. This entry happens to be from Twitch because that's how you create clips. Cyborg K Chop for using their channel points. So far, 2 free entries. Didn't need to pay me anything. Love it when you do. Appreciate it when you do. Genuinely and truly. For using their channel points, Sita Lee. Sita Lee, congratulations for using your channel points. Hold on, this is we're mixing up. I'm mixing here. We also have here we go. For being a subscriber in the month of April. So I wrote down which month. Megan 8. Megan, congratulations. Megan 8. Already pulled their name. Already pulled that name. If I pulled the name, I'm not going to say it again. I'm just going to like pull it and move along. For checking in for their 240th check-in, Dan 884433. That's D-D-D-A-N. 2 D's, 2 A's, 2 N's, 2 8's, 2 4's, 2 3's. That's 5. Second 5. That's a big cookie. I love that. More. For having a recurring sub in the month of April. Brim Job Sharp. Congratulations. For checking in for their 200th check-in, Microwave Fudge Darling. For using their channel points to redeem a Cookie Club entry and board games. Congratulations. For using their channel points to redeem a Cookie Club entry, not Getty. Hold that name. Hold that name. So this is why we have folks who have many entries in here whose names have been pulled for raiding the stream. We love a raid. Mom Noms. Thank you. For keep mixing these up. For having a recurring sub in March. Luke Skywalker 325. Luke Skywalker, friend of the stream, frequent lurker. Luke is one of our tier 2 subs, and this entry happens to be one of the ones that was doubled because it says T2X2 on it. For
Angry Rook says Lowe's.
There's so many hands.
Okay. For rating the stream. Friend of the stream in chat for most of the day today, 9 of 12. What you getting at Lowe's? Yeah. 9 of 12 for rating the stream. Okay, for using their channel points and getting an entry, the Angry Rook. All right. We got 2 more entries. And then we're going to pull 2 for present in chat. For being a March subscriber, hello, Itis Meal Prep. Itis was also in chat today. Yes, we had a very brief Clifford cameo. Very brief. Good eyes. For being a subscriber in the month of April, Wauma.
Wow.
Friend of the stream. So those are our 15 entries. Now, a lot of folks who are in chat right now who won. So we're gonna keep drawing now. We're gonna do 2 present to wins. So if you are listening and you're like, I know I have entries, but my name didn't get called. Now is when you need to say that you're here if I call your name. So get ready. We're going to, if the name is already pulled, I'm just moving along. Zachary Mike, the Zachary Mike for rating the stream. Zach, are you here? Zach, are you hanging out in chat? I don't know. Zach might still be live. Nope.
Oh.
No. Because
He wants to mix them up.
I don't. Zach's probably offline. Yeah. Zach probably finished stream and was like, bye, and is out walking the dog. For being a subscriber in March, Rob with 2 B's. Rob with 2 B's, are you hanging out in chat? Clifford has grown up a ton. For having an April recurring sub, Savory Sailor, are you hanging out in chat? Savory Sailor is occasionally here, although not usually late. Although Savory Sailor's time lines up. For having 340 check-ins, Lord Velos, are you hanging out in chat still? We're moving through these names quickly because several people. All right, we got 1. Lord Velos. Very good. For rating the stream. Nope, we did that one already. We did that one already.
Oh. Stop saying it. You're making me think about it. Oh.
DJ Mac Cullett for having a subscription in March. DJ Mac, are you hanging out in chat? DJ Mac may or may not be. We'll see. We had we're pulling some names that we've had already, so I'm just kind of moving. I'm moving away from those. Nope. This is the issue with having people who have 15 wins and people who have multiple entries. I should also note just Jamie for having for using channel points and being a tier 2 subscriber. It says T2X2 on here. So that means that was one of the doubles. All right. We have our winners. We have our winners. Friends who are hanging out here, our winners this month. And here's one of the things that has been true every month for Cookie Club is that we've had a new winner who's never won before every single month we've done this drawing, which I really love. I'd like to thank Zach for being offline. Well, we'll be sure to let them know. We also have some guaranteed cookies this month. So if your name is on this sheet of paper, that means that you are guaranteed cookies for having an anniversary. So for 12 months, we have Rusty Rhymes. For 12 months, we have Head of Broccoli. For 12 months, we have Tatsu 80. And for 24 months, we have Handlebar II. So friends of the stream, thank you for being subscribers for 12 and 24 months, respectively. Friends who were hanging out today, I appreciate your presence. We're gonna raid. We're gonna keep it in the food and drink category today. Let's hit the refresh button on that and see who is live in food and drink. I think Mishmish is live. They were hanging out in chat earlier today, and we are going to take our party over to their stream. Mishmish is a fellow food and drink streamer. Today they are making, it says on this episode of the stream, it is rimming a good thing. Stay tuned. Shart, I feel like this is up your alley. Maybe you can hang out for a second. Worma, did I miss it? You did, but you won. You won one of the ones that you don't need to be present to win, so congrats. Checking, confirming. Yes, you did. Okay, we're going to start the raid. There it is. Here's some goodbye things in chat. Here's a few raid messages in chat. Here is, what is the other thing? Here's a link to a bunch of social media stuff. You can follow elsewhere on the internet. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. If you're still hanging out and you're lurking, hit the follow button. I would appreciate it. We're going to raid over to Mishmish, and we'll be live again on Thursday making cookies at noon. If your name came out of the bowl, I'm going to reach out to you on either Discord or on Twitch Whispers if you're not in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord and you won, why don't you go ahead and join? There's some links to that in chat, and I would appreciate it because it helps me get a message, and it helps me message you better because Twitch Whispers suck. Anyway, thanks for hanging out again. Cookies on Thursday. We're going to be making them, packing them, and I'll let you know how they go because we're going to taste them too. And that's it. That's all I got today. We did a lot of good prep. We prepped grilled cheese. We prepped tomato soup. We prepped taquitos. And here's a tiny kitten. Goodbye. 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 Thank you for hanging out today. Say bye, Clifford.